Meeting. Okay, great. So welcome everyone to the Boulder City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. Debbie, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I have a few announcements that will come a bit later, but I would like to welcome to the Boulder City Council meeting our Congressman Joe Neguse to talk to us a little bit about the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis and anything else he'd like to. Welcome, Joe.
Well, good evening. Great to see you, Mayor Weaver, and such wonderful to be able to see all of you on the council. And I hope you all are doing well. It's a little bit different than the last time I was before the council. Obviously, the circumstances dictating that this meeting be held virtually. Although, of course, if it weren't being held virtually, I'm not sure that I'd be able to attend since I'm here in Washington, D.C. As we speak today. I wish I was back home with all of you. But I want to say thank you, of course, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words and to visit with you all about some of the important issues that our community is facing together. I, of course, would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to each and every one of you for your service, of course, Mayor Weaver, but to all of your colleagues for everything that you're doing to keep our community safe and to continue to push forward on so many shared priorities that I know we have in common. We, of course, find ourselves at a very interesting time, a challenging time for a number of different reasons. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic has presented some very unique challenges for our community, our state, and our country. I'm very grateful for the partnership with the City Council and your wonderful staff at the City Manager's Office, and who have worked really well with our district team. I should say Councilman Grano, former Councilwoman Grano, who's now our Director of Community Affairs, and of course our District Director, Sally Anderson, in addressing some of the acute needs that our community has had over the course of the last, 5 months since this pandemic began. As you all know, Congress has taken a number of important steps in that time frame to address both the public health emergency and also the resulting economic fallout that we've all experienced. Again, grateful to you all for your partnership and also for making very clear your priorities and the priorities of the city and your constituents so that as I'm here in Washington, I can ensure to fight for their interests and to make sure that those interests are really aligned. The CARES Act, which we passed, I guess back 2.5 months ago now, was a giant step, in my view, in the right direction in providing an economic lifeline to many of our constituents in Boulder, the city of Boulder, and the broader Boulder County community. But we all know that it did not go far enough. And there remains a real acute and pronounced need for Congress to step forward and provide some needed economic relief. And also, in my view, to address the vacuum of national leadership in terms of providing a comprehensive testing strategy and what we all believe is necessary to ultimately get on the other side of this pandemic. The good news is that, as you all may know, we passed a bill called the HEROES Act about 2 months ago in the House of Representatives that would provide for roughly $3 trillion worth of economic stimulus spending in a variety of different ways. One area that was particularly important to me, and again, grateful to Mayor Weaver as well as Mayor Troxel and the city of Fort Collins for their shared partnership, was fighting to make sure that we included local government stabilization funds, because we know that cities like the city of Boulder were ultimately left out in large part under the CARES Act, as you all know, because of a problematic population limit that was adopted in that bill. We fought against that population limit. We introduced a bill to essentially repeal it and to instead allocate more than $250 billion towards our state and local governments, and in particular to all local governments, those including under 500,000. In my congressional district, is by way of background, as you all know, while it includes Boulder County, it also includes 9 other counties, many cities in virtually every county in my district, and certainly every city in my district has a population of less than 500,000. City of Boulder, City of Fort Collins, City of Loveland, Vail, Breckenridge, and on and on. So that effort is certainly an important one to my constituents, and I know to the people of Boulder. And I am reasonably optimistic that the bill that will materialize out of negotiations that are currently underway between the Senate and the House and the President, specifically Secretary Mnuchin, that it will include some outlay for local government funding. And I'm certainly going to be pushing it as a red line for me personally to make sure that that's part of this next stimulus package, in addition to a number of other important provisions, which I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have about. In addition to, of course, focusing on COVID-19, the Congress is very busy at work legislating on any number of other important priorities. And I thought I would just share two that would be of interest to the Council. First, infrastructure remains an important priority for me and for the House Democratic Caucus. We just passed an omnibus bill called H.R. 2, the Moving America Act, 2 weeks ago. The last time I was in D.C., I just arrived here a few days ago for this next iteration of the session. And that bill would include significant funding for modernizing our infrastructure, rebuilding crumbling roads and bridges, including EV infrastructure. And there's a lot in that bill that I'm happy to share with you all in greater detail. But suffice to say, it would go a long way towards addressing some of the unique challenges that we've had in the Boulder County and US 36 corridor. And then, of course, the principal reason, or rather the matter that I wanted to talk to you all about, was climate change and the work that we're doing in the Congress to address the planetary crisis that we find ourselves in. As you all know, I was appointed to the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis 18 months ago by the Speaker when the committee was first impaneled as this Congress adjourned into, or excuse me, was brought into session. And we've spent the better part of the last year and a half conducting hearings across the country, including in Boulder, as you all know. I'm very grateful for your leadership in helping us bring the Select Committee to Boulder, Colorado. Actually, I should say, while we've heard from experts across the country, the only field hearing that the Select Committee held on an official basis was in Boulder, Colorado. And one can glean that from the report itself, which was released just 2.5 weeks ago on the steps of the Capitol. So the culmination of all of our work was the release of a national climate roadmap that provides some very ambitious goals for us to achieve to truly move the needle in the fight against climate change. And I'm proud that it includes a number of ideas that came directly from folks in Boulder. And I know you all heard me say this before, but I get to spend a lot of my time here in Washington bragging about the work that's done in Boulder, and in particular as it relates to the environment. And of course, that's no accident. It's because the city has been a leader, whether it was with respect to the municipalization effort and of course, regenerative agriculture, which I've been proud to be able to kind of push to emulate some of the programs that the city and the county are administering on a joint basis at the national level. So anyway, a lot to unpack in the National Climate Roadmap. I would encourage everyone to go read it. It's 500 plus pages, something in it for everybody. But my hope now is that we can convert those great ideas into actual legislation and have those bills begin to move through the Congress. So the real work in some respects begins now. So again, I'm so grateful to you all for your partnership. I'm looking forward to hearing from you if you have any questions, proposals, ideas, things you'd like us to work on. I know perhaps the question that's on top of mind for each and every one of you is, when will Congress get this next stimulus bill accomplished? And that, of course, remains to be seen. I will say that we are working very hard, and I anticipate that by the end of this month, and certainly by the first week of August at the latest, we should have a bill that ultimately gets to the president's desk that addresses some of the challenges presented by COVID-19. In terms of whether that's a $1 trillion bill or a $3 trillion bill, again, that all will be part of the negotiations over the course of the next 10 days, which is why I'm so eager to hear from you all as we engage in that process. So thanks again for giving me the opportunity to say a few words, Mayor Weaver, and we'll yield back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Congressman. I mean, all of us are very pleased to have your staunch advocacy on our behalf and all cities' behalf and all counties' behalf as we look at different ways to alleviate the crisis we're going through as far as the pandemic. So, and that's not even to mention the great work you've done on the Select Committee, which is very meaningful to us. It was great to be there at that field hearing and to see Mayor Suzanne Jones be able to represent some of the efforts that are going on and some of the concerns of our community. So thank you very much for all of your hard work. I would invite any council members who would like to ask you a question or a comment on what you said to raise your hand in the box, and I will recognize you. I am seeing no hands, so going once, going twice. There we go, Mark Wallach.
Congressman, thank you for that presentation. What are the practical prospects of the infrastructure bill in light of the Senate's usual recalcitrance on these matters?
That's a great question, Councilman. I wish I had a better answer. Unfortunately, I am not as confident about the prospects of the infrastructure bill ultimately being enacted into law. Certainly not as confident as I am with respect to the stimulus bill, and which is a shame because, again, I think that the bill that we passed in the House, in addition to being just a very good bill with a lot of meaningful and well-crafted provisions, it also provides a real great blueprint from which and roadmap from which we could negotiate with, obviously, the Republicans in the Senate. Were they willing to move forward on infrastructure? But unfortunately, that just does not seem to be the case as of today. So that may change, and it may be that in the next 2 weeks, as these discussions continue with respect to the stimulus bill, that perhaps there's some component of that bill that includes infrastructure funding. But even if that were the case, it certainly would not be on the scale that was outlined in the infrastructure bill that we passed 2 weeks ago.
Maybe next Congress.
Yeah, certainly. And I should also say we're still, continuing to put our, a foot to the gas in terms of the various grant opportunities that exist and given the likelihood, given the fact that the infrastructure bill is unlikely to move this Congress and the 116th in Congress, I think that the reality is that our efforts are probably best spent continuing to pursue the Tiger grants and the build grants that are administered by DOT. And of course, we've had some level of success in the past with both of those programs. And I know the city of Boulder is invested in one of those grants as we speak, and as part of a collaborative in Boulder County. So.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Congressman. Aaron Brockett.
Well, thanks so much, Congressman, for coming. Really appreciate it. Just wanted to thank you for your advocacy on behalf of us and other smaller cities in the district for the next round of stimulus. So hopefully that can be successful. And then just also to thank you for your leadership. I know the House has passed a number of innovative and forward-thinking bills over the last 18 months. And hopefully in a few months, that logjam can get broken and we can start seeing some real change get accomplished. So thank you for everything you've done.
Great. And seeing no more hands, I will thank you again, Congressman, on behalf of myself and all my colleagues. We really admire the work you're doing and let us know how we can support you any way we can. So thanks very much.
No, thank you, Mayor Weaver. And again, thank you to each and every one of you. Being in Congress is nothing compared to serving on the Boulder City Council. You all have very tough jobs. So I am grateful to you for your leadership and your service in addressing some of these very tough, challenging issues. So look forward to the partnership. Take care.
Very good. Thanks very much, Congressman Nagus. We'll turn now to a few announcements before we move into the main part of the meeting. The first announcement I would like to make is on behalf of the Boulder Public Library and the Boulder Library Foundation. And those two organizations will begin their One Book, One Boulder community-wide reading and conversation around Ijama Lu's book, and I'm sorry for butchering the author's name. And the book is titled So You Want to Talk About Race. And the kickoff for this will be Wednesday, July 29th at 6 p.m. That kickoff event will feature Colorado poet Esitu Jango, and online book discussions as part of this program will be held with Congressman Joe Nagus and our city councilors, Junie Joseph and Mary Young. And these are a few of the many programs that will be offered throughout the summer and into the fall. The author will read from her book and take community questions live online on November 5th at 6 p.m. So if you would like to find out more about these events or register for one of the book talks, you can go to boulderlibrary.org. That's BOULDERLIBRARY.org. And you'll find the information and the registration there. We'd encourage everyone to read this book and join in on this important community-wide conversation. So that is that. I do want to mention that as we go into this meeting, one of the items to be discussed towards the end is a status update on the negotiations with Excel regarding a potential settlement of the Muni effort that's going on. That will be a short discussion tonight. It will be an update. We had originally scheduled that for 60 minutes. We have since cut it down to shorter. So for anyone who might be here to hear details of a potential settlement, I don't think that will come out tonight. So I just wanted to give a heads up for anyone who might be attending for that purpose. And then once we get into open comment, I will have Sarah give instructions. So I think we're ready for open comment, but I want to look to Debbie and Tanya and make sure that I've got us teed up correctly.
You did well, Mayor.
Thank you.
I think
First
you're ready to
time.
go.
First time for everything. Okay, Sarah, if you'd like to talk about this format and how public participation will go.
Sure, I'm happy to. Thank you. Good evening, Council. This is Sarah Huntley. I'm the Engagement Manager for the city, and I'm also acting as your Zoom host this evening. We have a number of people who are in the attendees list to speak tonight. We have 20 people signed up for open comment, which is the limit we have in our randomized list. And then we have 2 people for public hearing signed up for public hearing number 2. So for folks who are in the audience waiting to speak, the way this will work is we're in a Zoom webinar format, which means that when it's your turn to speak, the mayor will call your name. We're going to go down the order of the list. The lists have been posted on the city website. If you are interested in seeing where you are on the list, if you don't already know that, you will be calling names. And when the mayor calls your name, I will toggle on a switch that allows you to unmute yourself. We'll be doing testimony tonight by audio only. And in fact, I'm going to go over a few of our quick rules because we have a number of people participating from the public tonight who are not typically in this meeting. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what the rules are for the evening. If you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so these rules have been created to try to strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and also online security. Unfortunately, in this Zoom setting, we've had some unfortunate incidents that have been really disruptive to the meeting and often offensive in the content. So we're just trying to strike a balance here. The meeting tonight's been called to conduct the business of the city of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. Just as is the case when we're in person, the time for speaking and asking questions may be limited. Before open comment in each public hearing, the mayor will announce how much time individuals have, and our presentation host will put up a timer so that you can keep track of your time while you're speaking. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using their real name. I noticed several people have come in with first names. If you do have the ability on your computer to rename yourself, we would appreciate if you would add your last name. Otherwise, we'll do the best we can to call on people based on first names in matching up with people who are on the list. We are not allowed to have anybody who's using a pseudonym speak at the meeting.
Okay.
No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers or presenters. So as I said before, you'll be participating by voice only. We are recording this and everybody will be able to hear your testimony. The person presiding at this meeting, which is Sam Weaver, will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule, or he may instruct me to do so. For tonight, the chat function is only available for panelists. We do have the Q&A on. The Q&A is a way for you to speak to me only as the host. Panelists are not looking at it, so there's no point in giving commentary or asking questions about the content of what they're discussing. But if I can help you understand how it's going to work when I toggle you on, for example, or questions you might have about the format of the meeting or the Zoom platform, I'm happy to help with that. And only the hosts and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. Okay, so that's all of the formal rules. I do want to tell individuals, I see several attendees raising their hands. So I know the raise hand function is available to you. We don't have the ability to stop and ask you what your question is in this meeting. So if you have a question about the platform or the meeting itself, please feel free to communicate with me in the Q&A. And as soon as I'm done helping with this part of the meeting, I will get to your questions and answer them as quickly as I can. We do have one individual who's on the phone, Sam, and I have communicated with them by text to try to get a name, but I can't do for sure if it's somebody who's on our list. Because Channel 8 is still experiencing technical difficulties, we are making the link available, the Zoom link, for people to watch this meeting, even if they aren't scheduled to speak. So it's really important that we be clear about who's on the list and calling names that are on the list. Other people have joined us. I just want to make clear to them that if they're not on the list, they're more than welcome to listen to the meeting and watch the meeting. We're really glad to make an alternative format available, given that we're having some technical difficulties, but you will not be called on to speak. So raising your hand doesn't really help you in terms of getting acknowledged by council. So that's where we are this evening. Are there any questions by members of council about how we're going to proceed?
Aaron,
Okay.
I see your hand up, Aaron. Is that current? Okay. Why don't we let Aaron speak up?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm just a little concerned that we're not broadcasting yet. As I imagine that folks who are speaking public comment are hoping that everyone attending the meeting will hear their comment as well as council. So I'm a little concerned about starting that before we're actually broadcasting.
I have concerns about broadcasting as well. I'm not in council chambers. Chris, do you have an update for us?
Sure, yeah. We now have the video up. They're resolving an audio issue right now of getting audio out to TV. So the image is up. We're just working on solving audio now.
Should
But
we
we
ask
are
people to
recording
do
this.
charades, maybe?
Or can
Okay,
we,
and I
could we,
have,
sorry,
go ahead, Rachel.
I mean, if people can see channel 8, could we at least put up a, indicator there that you can go and join the Zoom meeting with the link so they could at least get a written message from us to
I
join?
have asked that they post the link to be able to watch the meeting through Zoom.
Okay, so we have a pretty long meeting tonight, and so I just want to confirm that this whole meeting is being recorded via Zoom, correct, Chris?
That is correct, Sam.
Okay, so we've had these technical difficulties in the past and have had trouble resolving them, so I don't know how long it will take. So waiting too long is going to put us pretty far behind. Bob, I see your hands raised.
I was just going to make a suggestion in response to Aaron's observation. Perhaps upon motion of council, we can rearrange our agenda and take care of a couple of things while we're waiting to see if the sound can be resolved. For example, we could, I think, take on the consent agenda pretty quickly. I'm going to guess that there's probably not a whole lot of people who are going to speak to us about the 3 items in the consent agenda, and perhaps even the call-up check-in. So I'm just throwing that out there as a suggestion so we can get some business taken care of while we're waiting for the sound to get fixed.
I think that's a very good idea. I'd be happy to rearrange the order. Does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, hearing none, then I guess Tanya or Debbie, I'll turn it over to you at the consent agenda.
Do we need a motion to rearrange the agenda, or Tom, can we just kind of do that on the fly?
A motion would be nice.
Yeah, we need
Uh,
one.
I move that we postpone open comment until after we address items number 3 and 4.
Second.
Any objections? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Mayor, you have next on the agenda then is the consent agenda, items A through C.
Very good. Are there any comments or questions regarding any of the items on the consent agenda or any discussion? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion?
Move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, Bob moved it, Rachel seconded. Any objection to passing the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, that passes unanimously.
Okay, next we have item 4A, which is the call up on 1727 and 1737 Pearl Street.
Very good. Is there any staff presentation or staff comment?
Nothing
Okay.
from staff this evening, Mayor.
Okay. So any council members interested in calling this up, or do any council members have comments? I'm pulling up the hands here. Okay, Aaron, I see you, and then Mary.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in calling it up, but I did just want to pass along a request from a community member that I thought was worth considering. It was somewhat, former member of planning board who asked if there could be a check-in with interested community members at the right before tech docs got finalized. Not that we would be giving them veto authority or approval authority, but just another set of eyes just to confirm that the tech docs conform to what the site review approval consisted of. So if staff would be willing to just do a quick check-in, I thought that would be worth considering.
We'd be happy to.
Great, thanks. So unless council members object.
Mary?
Yeah, I support that that suggestion, Aaron's suggestion, and I have no interest in calling it up as well. However, I would like to suggest that the applicant consider setting back the top floor from the alley, the north wall from the alley. That was the one thing that there seemed to be some support for on planning board that I think was a good suggestion and would be a little accommodating to the people that live adjacent or across the alley. So that's all I have.
Very good. Adam?
Yep, just wanted to say I agree with both Aaron and Mary to give it a little more weight.
Very good, and I'll weigh in as there's no more hands. I also agree with that. I believe another concern, which goes along with the tech docs concern, is the solar shading component of that. So I think to the extent that staff can keep the neighbors informed about what the solar analysis shows, I agree with what others have said. I wanted to add that that's part of the concern, but I think the tech docs are supposed to address the tech docs request. So great, seeing no interest in calling that up, I guess then the next question is there any interest in calling up the landmarks for 600 Spruce Street? Okay, seeing none, I think that takes us to the end of item 4.
And Sam, we do have audio out, so our live stream is now working fully. So if you'd like to return back to open comment, we can do that now.
Very good. Unless there's any objection from council, I will open comment.
Yeah, good timing.
Perfect timing. Okay, very good. Open comment tonight. There are 20 people, as Sarah said, and the first 3 are William Gretz, Victoria Harvey, and Vadim Greyboys. And we'll start with William Gretz.
I'm not seeing William Gretz in this meeting, so I suggest we move on to the second person, and William is here. Perhaps he can indicate to me in the Q&A what name he's under. It's got to be William Gretz. We'll go with that.
Very good.
I think the next person up is Victoria Harvey.
Yes, indeed. Victoria?
Victoria, you're on the air. You'll need to unmute.
There. Okay, now can you hear me? Am I good?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. As the Congressman said, and it made me think about it, thank you for your service. I don't think you have an easy job, and it takes you guys to run the city. So I'm Victoria Harvey. I live at 4729 Spine Road. I own a condo in Powderhorn in Gun Barrel. Both the County Planning Board and the City Council have unanimously voted and identified a Gun Barrel sub-community plan as one of the top priorities of planning. Gun Barrel sub-community plan should be approved before moving ahead with the Colburn proposal in front of Celestial Seasonings. Specific to this project, the incredible density and failure to comply with open space requirements. There is not enough parking, no bike paths into Boulder and Gun Barrel shopping from there, not nearly enough required green space for this type of project. It is a 2-mile walk to the store, so this location is very card pendant. Co-opting light industrial zoning here is not taking a vacant light industrial building and reconfiguring it for residential space. That would be creative and exciting. This is filling a space from edge to edge with 3 stories of apartments. With COVID, we cannot predict the future need. We may lose some businesses and jobs. If we wait to see the Gun Barrel sub-community plan and get past this unknown outcome of COVID, we may avoid what in the future will look like a mistake. Important to remind you also, we, Gun Barrel, are the affordable housing part of Boulder. Some of it was built even before you started counting the affordability housing. We have great diversity in our neighborhoods. We invite you to get to know us better and vote to save what we have good about us. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, I see Tim Gretz had joined us by telephone. I've been able to rename him, and if you'd like to call on him next. Sam, can you hear me?
Sorry, apologies. It has to happen, right? So would you like to call William Gretz now or after Mr. Grayboys?
I think we can go ahead and call him since he was first on the list.
Very good. So William Gretz, and then after William, we have Vadim Grayboys and Trish Hyde.
William, you are on the air.
Okay. I'm calling. Yes, I'm calling against one ballot initiative, and I'm calling for ballot initiative. I'm sorry, there's a time delay on Channel 8, so I'm just going to have to talk. The Betterment of People initiative is a libertarian initiative, and doesn't really fit in with Boulder. It would allow 7 by 10 bedrooms, the gutting out of rental houses for dormitory style apartments. It offers absolutely no protection whatsoever against the landlord drastically raising their rent while raising the density of their rental property. I would like to support fully the no eviction without representation. And in general, Gideon versus Wainwright decision for all civil cases, which would be a genuine progressive cause and totally transform the judicial system and resolve a lot of inequity in the fact that you don't get a lawyer in the civil justice system unless you have the money. Originally, I don't think Betterment of Boulder should be put on the ballot unless they gather the required signatures, and it would be anti-democratic not to, regardless of anything Tom Carr did. I'm sorry, there's a 30-second delay on this audio, so on Channel 8 between the live and the phone on Zoom.
It may be easier for you to simply watch and listen in the Zoom meeting.
No, I had to step away from the room because it was throwing me off. But I can still hear the TV. Anyway, that's largely it. So I'll see you to the next speaker.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gretz. Next, we have Vadim Grayboys, Trish Hyde, and Thomas Wells. Vadim, Hyde, and Thomas Wells. Vadim.
Hi, my name is Vadim Grayboys, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I am shocked and dismayed to hear that the council is even considering not putting Bedrooms Are for People and our mayor, our choice, on the ballot. despite those petitions having collected the amount of signatures by the deadline specified by the city. These petitioners are grassroots organizers and depended on the city for correct information. It's incredibly unethical to give them wrong information, encourage them to collect signatures during a pandemic, and only after they've risked their lives and done the work, tell them that the deadline has already passed and refuse to put them on the ballot due to this technicality. It's not fair to Boulder voters either, as I'm sure the people risking their lives to sign the petition expected that their signature would lead to it being placed on the ballot. And it's not fair to the taxpayers of Boulder because not putting this petition on the ballot while providing the petitioners with incorrect information will surely invite a lawsuit, one which the city is likely to lose. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer money, my money, to suppress the will of Boulder voters and then have to pay legal fees and settlement costs as a result. I don't know what you expect to accomplish by not putting these petitions on the ballot. If they don't go on the ballot in 2020, they will definitely be on the ballot in 2021. Plus, the petitioners will have a bunch of money from their lawsuit settlement with the city to promote their initiatives. Plus, you will all look bad for wasting city money on suppressing democracy and then losing a lawsuit over it. I think it's in everyone's best interest for these petitions to go on the ballot. If you think they're a bad idea, you can campaign against them, but don't suppress them. Boulder voters are smart enough to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Vadim. And then next we have Trish Hyde, Thomas Wells, and Theodore Koenig. Trish.
Hello, my name is Trish Hyde, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I grew up in Boulder and am currently living with my parents, in part because I can't afford to live in Boulder on my own due to high rent prices and restrictive housing policies. These policies not only hurt natives like me, but also low-income people, people of color, and other disenfranchised people who may want to move to Boulder. The homogenous racial and socioeconomic community created by restrictive housing policies like this drove me out of Boulder for college to seek more diversity and equity, and I know that I'm not alone in this. Growing up in Boulder, I was told that Boulder was an inclusive city, a progressive city for everyone. Discriminatory housing policies like these are a direct contradiction of the values that we claim to hold in Boulder, despite what Mr. Getz may believe. However, if for whatever reason you don't agree with this proposal and don't see the hypocrisy in continuing to uphold discriminatory housing policies, you still have a duty to put this measure on the ballot. I'm shocked at the embarrassing mishandling of this on the part of the city. Why should Boulder citizens pay the price for your mistake? Not only was inaccurate information given about when the deadline for signatures was, but the correct information was not given until after volunteers had already put their health at risk to gather signatures in a pandemic. I urge you to put this initiative on the ballot as a step towards a more equitable and diverse Boulder, which is more in line with the values that we claim to hold. Boulder voters deserve to have their voices heard and to decide on these measures themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Next, we have Thomas Wells, Theodore Koenig, and Tara Ippolito. Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just curious before I get started that I can't see all of the council member videos, and I'm not sure if that's on my side or the other. I showed up to speak in front of council, and while you can't see me, I was hoping I could see you. I'll get started now.
It's a function of the fact that we are sharing the screen to show the time clock, I'm afraid, Thomas.
I see. My name is Thomas Wells, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I'm speaking tonight because I want my voice to be heard. I want to hear the collective voice of the thousands of Boulder residents who have risked COVID exposure by signing our petition. They very clearly expressed their desire for this proposed charter amendment to be on the ballot this fall, not wrapped up in some public process spread over the next 5 years. Some signees aren't even sure they will vote for the measure, but they nevertheless agree it is worthy of putting on the ballot. These people support direct democracy, and I hope you will too. Judging by your emails of late, I can see you're still unsure whether we have appropriately navigated the city's time-traveling petition policies so as to be officially certified. But I ask you to pause and consider something else. Have we not fulfilled the purpose of both the state and city requirements? In plain terms, both describe a similar process. 1, get approval for the language of the measure. 2, within a reasonable period of time, gather enough signatures to demonstrate sufficient interest from the registered voters. Return said signatures with enough time before the election for the city to verify them and complete the necessary paperwork. Can you honestly say that we haven't completed those steps? Can you look me in the eyes and say, no, Thomas, we don't believe enough residents want to vote on this measure? If not, and I don't know how you could run a Zoom call, so you can't look me in the eyes, I ask you to use your power to place this measure on the ballot, as written, without amendments. I ask you to minimize your legal risk, respect the wishes of citizens, and do not suppress our right to vote.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we have Theodore Koenig, Tara Ippolito, and Steve Whitaker. Theodore.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ted Koenig, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Thank you for the work you do for our city. I have lived in Boulder for 8 years. I first became interested in occupancy when I was in graduate student government at CU, when enforcement of the existing limits was being increased in 2015. After investigating various responses, I helped organize an initiative for the ballot in 2016. Our proposed measure this year is very similar to the 2016 proposal. Before settling on language in 2016, a colleague and I reached out to and attempted to meet with every council person at the time with mixed success. We also engaged with as many local organizations as would meet with us. We attempted as best we could to survey residents of the city and met with any who reached out to us to follow up. Our proposed charter solution was and has been crafted to reflect not only a bare majority, but a large majority of those who we were able to communicate with, and was crafted not to reflect the views of our organizers, but rather those of the city. Door-to-door canvassing while collecting signatures in 2016 largely confirmed our initial findings that a large majority of the city was likely to back such a measure. In 2016, it was suggested that occupancy might be tackled in 2017 or 2018, but that other issues already filled council's docket at the time. And we understood this. Indeed, but a number of city bodies have recommended examining the occupancy limit since at least the 1990s, most recently in 2015. The city has failed to act on any of these repeated recommendations, nor did our 2016 effort shake the city from the inaction in the intervening 4 years. The time is long past due that this go to the voters. Our signatures gathered today to make clear that voters are ready to contemplate change to the occupancy limits and find our solution worthy of consideration. I urge you to allow Bedrooms Are for People, the initiative, to be placed on the ballot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ted. Next, we have Tara Ippolito, Steve Whitaker, and Sean Rupp. Tara?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Tara Ippolito, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I'm also an environmental studies PhD student at CU, a proud and active member of this community, and a renter in the city of Boulder. I help my department recruit prospective students to our grad programs. Every single student I have talked to who considers CU has mentioned lack of affordable housing as a deterrent for coming to Boulder. I know grad students who have registered for domestic partnerships to get around occupancy limits, who choose to commute daily from Denver, or who live in constant fear that they could be evicted at a moment's notice. Furthermore, I also know of essential workers, tenure-track faculty members, and staff, many of whom have young families, who choose to live outside of Boulder because of a lack of affordable housing options. When I moved to Boulder, I was in awe of the city and thought that at the end of my program, I would like to stay. But after dealing with the horrendous housing policy, which is discriminatory, which deters any growth of the community, and which opposes the right to affordable and legal housing, I'm not sure I want to stay anymore. I do not want to live in a community where the right to affordable and legal housing is questioned. I do not want to live in a community where our elected officials sit idle while volunteers like myself risk COVID infection to ensure that the people of our community are heard. I do not want to live in a community where apathy and foot dragging gets in the way of progress. And most importantly, I do not want to live in a community where discrimination is poorly masked as environmentalism or protection of neighborhood character. Adding the right to affordable housing to the charter is absolutely essential to protecting our most vulnerable residents, and to making Boulder a more just, equitable, anti-racist, and safe place to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tara. Next, we have Steve Whitaker, Sean Rupp, and Sharon Procopio. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of council, I want to thank you first for all you do for all of us. In these unusual times, you have a lot of decisions to make on a wide variety of important issues. I see no reason to pile on to those issues the extraordinarily complex issue of returning to franchise under Excel. This is not urgent. Without a franchise agreement, we will continue to get our electricity just as we have been. However, the wrong decision now could undo a decade of work and over $20 million in investment. It is July 21st, and the community are still in the dark on what the results of the negotiation look like. We'll need plenty of time for analysis, debate, community participation, and renegotiation before anything is ready for the ballot. There just is not enough time for that this year. Additionally, the voters have been promised a final vote on municipalization after the total costs for acquisition are known. Those costs remain unknown. Any decision now on returning to franchise is premature. I have paid close attention to the positions of council members on the issue of municipalization prior to last year's election. I am not aware of any of you campaigning for a return to franchise this year. Yet members of city staff have been tasked with participating in a hurried negotiation with Excel. I do not think this is the intent of council. To rush to a franchise agreement, no matter what, I urge individual members of the council to speak up tonight on where you stand on rushing this negotiation. If you do not support a hasty process, you need to make it clear to the city manager that there is no urgent deadline for a franchise decision. It is more important that this be done right than done quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Sean Rupp, Sharon Procopio, and Sean Collins. Sean Rupp.
Hi, my name is Sean Rupp, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I moved to Boulder for grad school at CU about 5 years ago. The only way I could afford to live here was to live in an overoccupied house and to work in a restaurant nearly full-time while in school and working in the lab. When I graduated a few years ago, I moved into yet another overoccupied house, but at least that time I was able to afford to only have 3 roommates rather than 6. Now that I can afford to rent legally in Boulder, I finally feel comfortable getting more involved in the community without fear of being evicted. I'm also at a point in my life that starting a family is becoming a priority. However, I'll be paying off those student loans for years to come, and living in Boulder for the last 5 years means that I haven't been able to save anywhere close to enough money to buy a home here. I hear concerns that our proposal will price families out of Boulder, but that is exactly what the current occupancy limit does. Community members like me who are renters in Boulder cannot afford to stay here. Plenty of friends I've made in Boulder have recently started families and purchased homes, but not a single one of them is still living in Boulder. These are the families who are being priced out, and it's happening in part because of housing policies such as occupancy limits. Removing this occupancy limit is an important first step toward making Boulder more accessible and equitable, and it would provide more affordable options for both renters and homeowners. Thousands of Boulderites have signed in support of this measure, and we deserve to be able to vote on it in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next, we have Sharon Procopio, Sean Collins, and Sarah Dawn Haynes. Sharon?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sharon Procopio. I live at 4954 10th Street in Boulder. And I'm an organizer and supporter of Bedrooms Are for People. I'm here as a 15-year resident of Boulder. Over the years, I've lived in basements of friends' houses when I first moved here, much like many. I've lived in rental homes. I've purchased a home as a newlywed and started a family. I've also lived on people's couches and in furnished rentals as a newly divorced single parent. And now I live in my own townhome with my partner and child. So I speak as a homeowner and a family member in support of this measure being on the ballot in 2020. I do believe this belongs in the charter. I think that's where individual rights and property rights should be, as those are not items you want to see easily modified by changing councils or exterior factors. If the goal is to provide equitable housing opportunities for all. As a single divorced parent, I like to remind people that we forget how divorce can impact housing affordability as well. It's even for people making enough to make ends meet to live here as a married couple, if your circumstances change, and for many of us they will, you're now dealing with some percentage more people every year looking for housing than for that reason alone. And in many of those cases, having more creative housing occupancy options is the only way to remain here in the city of Boulder and be able to co-parent as a blended family. That's what I'm currently doing now. So removing occupancy limits only serves to help everyone, in my opinion. Besides raising my family here, I also work locally as a civil engineering project manager, and I've worked on affordable housing projects and know there's a lot of shortages for people who need it. Developing new housing takes time, effort, and money, and updating our occupancy requirements is an easy way to provide more immediate housing opportunities without all the costs instantly. So I just want to say that I support this measure, and I think that allowing people to share houses reduces other burdens of costs like food, utilities, and transportation. So I'd like to see this on the ballot to vote for it.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have Sean Collins, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Sarah Campbell. Sean?
Hello, Council. I'd like to talk to you about the study that you have all received and trust that you have all read, Evidence that Curtailing Proactive Policing Can Reduce Major Crime, published in the very prestigious journal, Nature Human Behavior, which looked at the effects of NYPD's work slowdown in response to the firing of the officer who murdered Eric Garner in 2014. NYPD wanted to show the city what would happen if they stayed in their squad cars and only responded to emergency calls. The result, a 3 to 6% drop in civilian reports of major crimes, such as burglary, felony, assault, and grand larceny. I know the ingrained assumption is that we need police to keep us safe, but proponents of that idea never seem to include the violence done by police, such as Boulder PD Officer Waylon Lolatai attacking a disabled Black man for filming him. Regardless of whether you think what Sammy Lawrence did was, quote, against the rules, and it wasn't, he was 8 feet away, in what world does tackling him, damaging his walking aid, and putting him in a cage with a ransom on his head count as safety? Or how about ticketing my friend Steven for more money than he has to his name during a pandemic for the crime of smoking marijuana to calm his flashbacks? It's legal for me to smoke marijuana. It's legal for you all to smoke marijuana. But because this man doesn't have a home in a city with $750 a month rooms, safety looks like taking all of the money away from a homeless man and then some. Antisocial behavior, i.e. crimes, can largely be attributed to inequality and trauma. So why are we paying thugs armed with Glocks and AR-15s to take poor people's money away from them and to traumatize them? Defund Boulder PD by 50% and you'll have more than enough money to keep severe weather shelter open, as well as getting a lot of the folks BPD deals with off the streets by redirecting those funds into the Housing First homelessness strategy. Berkeley, a similar sized city to us, just committed to doing the very same thing. Also, this isn't Sean Collins. He just gave me his spot. We're not supposed to do that, but you don't play by the rules, so why should we?
Thank you, person who may or may not be Sean. Next, we have Sarah Dawn Haynes, Sarah Campbell, and Samantha Regan. Sarah Dawn?
Hello, thank you. My name is Sarah Dawn Haynes. I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, a 20-year renter, lifetime Coloradan. I've been listening to environmental leaders for the last 15 years saying climate change means we need to live differently and to have a livable planet. There's also research published today in the Colorado Sun that furthers that point. And I've chosen a lifestyle that's most sustainable. Shared housing, I didn't have kids, I live where I work, I put the little money I have into local farms and our community. But then the charter and Elite Boulder, I'd say, no, don't do sustainability like that. As an anti-racist, I have looked at how to share wealth and resources so that those who have been historically oppressed can live with the privileges and joys that I've been given. And that's why our charter amendment that would decriminalize people we want to build justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion with is critical for the city. But then again, the opposition says, no, not like that. Just like they told Kaepernick and Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. in the fight for civil rights. Finally, it's incredibly offensive to hear someone say, wait until next year. I have put my life on the line to collect signatures that you mandated in the pandemic, and collectively, we have spent over 1,200 hours to participate in the democratic process that the city staff and council put forth. We've earned the right to be on the ballot and agree with the city attorney's advice to council and refer the petition to the ballot as it is currently written. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, we have Sarah Campbell, Samantha Reagan, and Sam Cornick. Sarah?
Hi, my name is Sarah Campbell, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I received my PhD in physics from CU in 2017. Throughout graduate school, I lived in an overoccupied house with classmates who quickly became my family. With one person in each bedroom, we were able to affordably live close to work and bike home after those 5 a.m. nights in the lab. My housemates were my main support network after my father died of a drug overdose and my mother was overcome by mental health issues. The current occupancy laws do not prevent overoccupancy. They create a class of citizens who live without being on a lease, without rental history or tenants' rights. The city should address the legitimate issues of nuisance complaints, street parking, and affordability for families, rather than using occupancy limits as a catch-all to coerce low-income residents into good behavior. Though my classmates and I volunteered in local schools and cared about our community, we avoided interacting with our neighbors, and we were nervous about being reported when we participated in the Colorado caucus. After living without a rental history, it can be difficult to get back on a lease or purchase a home. Not everyone has parents. Not everyone has parents who can or will co-sign a lease or a mortgage application. Because housing is a basic human right, our initiative would protect our most vulnerable citizens. I believe it deserves to go in the city charter. The 6,000 citizens who risked their health to sign our petition in person during a pandemic agree. Now my husband and I own a home in Boulder. We would like to rent our extra bedrooms, which would both create more affordable housing and help us save monies to be foster parents when we are older. I hope that direct democracy does not fail here due to the city attorney changing the deadline after that deadline had already passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Samantha Reagan, Sam Cornick, and Ryan Selden. Samantha?
Hi, I'm Samantha and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I moved to Boulder 2 years ago with my partner 5 years, and finding housing was difficult from the get-go. Anyone who's rented in Boulder knows that one of the first things a listing usually states is no couples. This was baffling to me at first until I realized that occupancy limits aren't even high enough to let one person live in each bedroom of most units, let alone two in a bedroom, unless you're married, of course. So even though my partner and I wanted to share a room, bed, closet, and car, we had to decide between A, having to rent 2 rooms, which we couldn't afford, B, living alone, which we didn't want to do, or C, one of us not being on the lease. In other words, living illegally in the shadows in hopes that we wouldn't be evicted and fined. Boulder's antiquated occupancy laws silence our electorate, leading to a chilling effect on our representative democracy, which explains how and why we still have these laws that are so harmful to thousands. Living illegally makes you less likely to vote, engage with your elected officials, have a voice on issues that affect you, and less likely to feel you have a stake in our community. Instead of baking muffins for new people who move into my neighborhood, I try to look like a guest as I come and go from my home and avert eye contact when I take out the recycling in an effort to be invisible. I still have out-of-state license plates because I'm nervous about registering my car to my address and leaving a paper trail proving how long I've lived overoccupied. Registering to vote presented a similar dilemma. I decided the benefits outweighed the risk, though not without research into if I could become a confidential voter so that my registration data wouldn't be publicly available and used against me. Speaking tonight presented a similar dilemma. Do I speak up in hopes of bringing change or stay quiet in the shadows for sharing a room with my partner of 7 years. Like many, we have talked numerous times about getting a domestic partnership to count as related and live legally. There's a fear of speaking out because of the consequences, so it's incredibly hard to make change in this sphere. Despite this, Bedrooms Are for People is on track to meet the high threshold originally given by the city to demonstrate broad community support. Please allow the voters to decide in a year when we are expected to have 90% voter turnout. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Next, we have Sam Cornick, Brian Selden, and Roy Arango. Sam?
Hi, my name is Sam Cornick, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I'm a recent 2020 graduate of CU Boulder, have been able to live on the Hill and thanks to scholarships I have received. My first time renting in Boulder, I lived in an over-occupied house with 6 roommates, and I wasn't even on the official lease. If I had known how much of my savings I would have been spending on rent in Boulder, I probably would not have ended up coming to CU. The occupancy limits not only make it harder for current students to find affordable housing, but turn away smart, young, and diverse individuals from attending CU because they can't afford to live here. In a time when CU is trying to attract a more diverse student body, this is one of the most unnecessary obstacles to that goal. The lack of affordable housing options for students not only turns away potential students, but it leads to a congregation of students over-occupying homes in areas like the Hill, which is currently happening, like I once was. These illegal living situations are unstable. Renters become more at risk of eviction without legal representation and deal with bad landlords and rundown housing with no other options to turn to. More often, these occupancy limits are unlawfully used as a defense in an attempt to evict students for playing music too loud, parking on the street in front of a neighbor's house, or just for being a college student. It is just another example of a Boulder law to discriminate against the students living in Boulder, giving a class of Boulder residents the power to evict whomever solely on a complaint is dangerous, anti-renter, anti-student position that Boulder cannot sustain. I am asking the City Council to take the first and easiest step in helping students obtain affordable housing in Boulder by placing Bedrooms Are for Boulder on the ballot. Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, we have Ryan Selden, Rui Arango, and Rose Goodman. Ryan?
Hello, my name is Ryan Selden, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Please put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. We followed the city's guidance. We've risked our lives in the face of pandemic to gather the required number of signatures. How can you kill our measure when we followed the information we're given by the city by changing the date to one that had already passed? Hold up your end and put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. Keeping our measure from the ballot will open the city to a justified lawsuit. We're damaged by acting in reliance on information the city has since revised. Since the city represented as fact that we needed 4,048 signatures by the date of August 5 in official communications, including the 2020 initiatives approved for circulation list still published on the municipal elections webpage. We relied on that representation, devoting significant resources to meeting those benchmarks. Then, in changing the deadline to one pass, the city would kill our measure without recourse, wasting the time, effort, resources, and risk we put into collecting those signatures. This lawsuit would be a losing proposition for the city and a massive waste of taxpayer dollars. It has already been said that the issue is one that should be decided by the voters. Save Boulder the money and let the voters decide. It's win-win. Put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. Housing is a human right and it belongs in the charter, not subject to sudden shifts due to code changes. The current zoning laws are so unreasonably strict and so selectively enforced that much of the Boulder population lives at risk of eviction just to be able to afford housing. Selective enforcement breeds discrimination, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable among us. In protecting the right to housing, we need to put this human right on the charter. Put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have Rui Arango, Rose Goodman, and Rebecca Dumichel. Roy?
Hey, everyone. My name's Rui. I'm a resident here in the city of Boulder. I'm also the campaign chair for the citizen-led ballot initiative, No Eviction Without Representation, that we're all going to get to vote on this November. And I'm here tonight to share with you a little something that a 67-year-old man with emphysema who lost his job due to COVID told me outside the eviction court after he had been evicted. He had a question for me, and it was this: I have a Social Security check coming next week. Do you think I should spend That on rent or food and medicine. I don't know what to do. That dilemma is going to be experienced by a hell of a lot of people here in Boulder unless something is done about evictions on a state level. The governor's protections, extensions on evictions expires on August 11th. After that, we're going to see a goddamn tsunami of evictions that affect our friends, loved ones, our neighbors. City Council, you have a line to the governor. I implore you, crank on him, do something. We need more eviction protections. A moratorium would be ideal. Otherwise, a lot of people in this city are going to be faced with that same dilemma. Do I pay my rent or do I buy food? While I got you here, in regards to Bedrooms Are for People, for God's sakes, just put it on the ballot and let people decide. Damn. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Last, we have 3 speakers, Rose Goodman, Rebecca Dumichel, and Rebecca Davies. Rose?
Hi, my name is Rose Goodman, and I'm a resident of Boulder in the Gun Barrel area. I vote in city elections and I pay city taxes. I would like to quickly express my concern around 2 issues, and I'm hoping that I can be heard. First of all, regarding the possible development to Celestial Seasonings area is just it does not make any sense. One, if you've been over here, it is way too crowded already. It would make no sense to put in more residential housing. There are no resources like a bike path or any close store that you could walk to. Additionally, there's ridiculous traffic already, and the measurements that are being made that the city planning board is considering accurate is during a pandemic, which I don't think represents the traffic conditions that will be normally happening. The community in the area doesn't feel like the city planning board is taking our opinions very seriously. Many people in the area do not support this, and I actually have not spoken to a single person within this community in Gun Barrel that supports this development, but the city planning board is not taking any of our opinions very seriously. The other issue that I'd like to address is the environment. I think it's ridiculous that an intelligent, eco-friendly place like Boulder is wanting to kill the ecosystem, especially when there are other places that have just empty buildings sitting there, and there are so many apartments that are completely empty. We're also in a pandemic where people might end up moving or having to change locations due to their job, and it would be really challenging to start building right now. I think we need more time, and we need to make this decision later on. Additionally, I think it's ridiculous to have someone on the planning board reject an opinion and be horrible and hostile and rude and disrespectful to someone who is just expressing their concern. I have been a witness to this happening by one of the people on the planning board, and I think it's ridiculous to have those people be there whenever other people are just trying to be heard, and it's disrespectful, and I don't find it acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Last 2 are Rebecca Dumichel and Rebecca Davies. Rebecca Dumichel. Sarah, could you let us know if Rebecca is in?
Yeah, I'm having a technical difficulty here recognizing Rebecca. Bear with me for one moment, please.
Sure.
Hello.
Hello, Rebecca. We can hear you.
Awesome. My name is Rebecca Dumichel. I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller, and an organizer for Bedrooms Are for People. Whether you're a grad student making ends meet, a service worker, or a young professional saving up to start your family, single parents tripling up to share childcare responsibilities, or retirees living on a fixed income and need for companionship, this common sense change will help you. But we're not here tonight because of the merits. 21 years ago, the 1999 Boulder Housing Toolkit outlined occupancy limits as an area that should be reviewed. It was again recommended in the 2010-2011 Affordable Housing Task Force. In 2014, the city declined allowing up to 6 senior citizens to live together. More recently, the Housing Advisory Board was banned from even discussing occupancy limits. The normal process has failed the people, and the people cannot trust the city to correct this discriminatory rule via regulations without another 20 years or more of delay. We're here tonight because residents believe anti-discrimination should be part of Boulder's charter. We are here tonight because the city gave petitioners and you council the wrong dates and signature targets. We are here tonight because the city attorney publicly stated that the city would honor the August 5th date guidance. We are here tonight because thousands of people want to exercise their right to direct democracy. It is now your responsibility to defend the people's rights, regardless of the merits and whether you agree with them. I call on each of you to uphold direct democracy by placing the petitions directly on the ballot without changes and without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And finally, we have Rebecca Davies.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Davies, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Although many people have spoken in support of our campaign tonight, I want to acknowledge that more than 50 additional supporters registered to speak but were not selected this evening. Bedrooms Are for People thanks them. We also want to thank the more than 6,000 voters who have signed our petition already, either through visiting our tables or requesting that we come to them via our petition delivery service. We appreciate their commitment to bringing housing choice to our community and taking action to solve a problem that cannot wait another year for a solution. Governor Polis recently acknowledged that restrictive occupancy laws constrain housing when he asked cities to lift their limits in response to the tremendous economic losses Coloradans have suffered in the pandemic. And just last week, Denver city planners released recommendations for raising Denver's occupancy limits, explaining that overly restrictive limits, quote, perpetuate inequity, end quote, and do not reflect how families of all shapes and sizes share homes today. But Boulder's archaic occupancy law isn't the only injustice on display tonight. We are simultaneously dealing with a ballot initiative process that has been twisted and tangled by inaccurate information delivered by the city to petitioners on numerous occasions, information that city council members never found reason to doubt, nor did our campaign. At least one of these injustices can be corrected immediately. City council can place our measure on the ballot as it is written. Then voters can decide for themselves if they want to end housing discrimination in Boulder. As Penfield Tate II, Boulder's first and only Black mayor said, "The measure of a great city and a great country is not the size of its greenbelt, but how it treats its people." Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. And with that, I will bring this back to staff and see if there's any response from the city manager or city attorney.
No response.
Nothing from me.
Very good. And I'll bring it to council if there's any questions or comments about the open comment. Let me have a look here real quick. Aaron.
Yeah, so a couple of folks brought up the development proposal for the Celestial Seasoning site, which we're hearing next week. We're talking about that concept plan. I just wanted to check in with our legal folks. I got an invitation from some neighbors to come and talk to them and look at the site with them. Just want to make sure that we're allowed to do that so long as we disclose a contact like that.
So concept plans are not quasi-judicial, they're legislative in nature. So you do not have to disclose it. If it comes back for site review, I would disclose that you had done a site visit.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Very good. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to you, Debbie.
Okay, now we move on to public hearings. Your first public hearing tonight is it's the increase to the Arts Commission from 5 members to 7.
And I will be presenting this. And Let's just take a second to get control over the presentation. Here we go. So this is relatively straightforward. The charter provides that boards and commissions shall have 5 members with some exceptions. The exceptions being certain identified commissions and any commission created after, I think, 2019. The council wanted the flexibility to say to have more members or fewer, I guess, but the council was concerned about affecting existing commissions. So the Art Commission doesn't qualify for an exemption. Over the last few years, the work of the Arts Commission has increased dramatically, with council providing additional funding over which they have control and which they have to distribute. In their annual letter to council last year, the Arts Commission requested an increase from 5 to 7 members. To do that, we'll need to change the charter. I'm sorry, there you go. So there are a couple of new provisions that we're suggesting. Section 135 would set the number of members at the commission at 7. It just mimics the language in some other sections. Section 136 provides that the existing commission will continue as it exists today. All existing members would continue their service under their existing terms. In March 2021, next year, if it passes, council will add 2 additional members, one for a 3-year term and one for a 5-year term. The rationale being you don't want council to be appointing 3 in any 1 year, and there'll be a 2-year separation between the years when council appoints 2. This is the method used for the planning board and I believe the housing advisory board. So this is the charter language. Council is charged with drafting the ballot title. This is the proposed ballot title. It's in the memo. Does council, before council questions, Kathleen McCormick, the chair of the Arts Commission, is here, and I'd like council to give her a few minutes to present her views.
You bet. Thank you very much, Tom. Kathleen?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for considering the Boulder Arts Commission's request to add 2 more permanent seats. We are very grateful to the great support council has provided, including your increased financial support in the last couple of years. The 5 appointed Boulder Arts Commission members agree that 2 additional commissioners would help us do our job more effectively and would broaden representation of the arts and culture community. We ask that you approve this change, which would translate into a more inclusive and hopefully more diverse Arts Commission. First, some background. The success of Boulder's Arts and Culture Grants Program includes generating almost $70 million in annual economic activity, supporting 1,800 full-time jobs, and producing $4.6 million in government revenues, according to a 2017 study by Americans for the Arts. The Arts Commission spends many hours, typically over 6 to 8 months a year, reviewing, scoring, and awarding grants to dozens of large and small arts and culture organizations and dozens of individual artists. There are numerous categories, including grants for general operating support, arts education, community projects, professional development, and equity. The Commission is grateful to the additional grants panel members from the arts and culture community who have served with us over the past 4 years. We've added 4 additional panelists every year in response to requests from the community to have more representation to improve the equity and reliability of the tight math involved in getting a grant. Additional grant panelists do the heavy lifting with us of determining which artists and organizations will be awarded grants, but they get little of the glory, as it were, of being appointed to 5-year terms as commissioners. It's clear from previous years that with only 5 commissioners voting, that a single commissioner could have an outsized influence on the final scores. As due to the small numbers we use during scoring and also to the fact that the margins between applications can be very small, down to the 100th of a point. Final scoring of grants is a little like the Olympics. If a commissioner was absent from a meeting or recused herself from voting for an applicant, that also had a huge impact on these tight scores. We've experienced that having more panelists scoring arts grants has provided greater assurance, a reality check, that representing the values of the community. We believe 2 more commissioners would provide the continual year-round benefit of wider representation from different perspectives within the arts and culture community. Additional commissioners also would have a better grasp throughout the year and year to year on the records of arts and culture organizations that receive grants, especially the multi-year general operating support grants currently awarded to 37 organizations. Commissioners also will lighten the load for the current 5 commissioners in duties such as serving on public art panels, art summits, workshops, interdepartmental committees, and as liaisons to all the organizations that receive general operating funds. Currently, each commissioner is developing liaison relationships with between 5 and 8 organizations, which includes checking in during COVID about how those organizations are doing regarding budgets, staff, and programming. It's a big picture now, but we believe it's important to reach out to maintain our sense of community. Arts Commission members also serve on 3 boards: the Dairy Arts Center, the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art, and the Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau. Again, for your consideration, we hope you decide that 2 more Arts Commission members will help leverage the creativity and inspiration that our arts and culture nonprofits, venues, and professional artists spark in our community.
Great. Thank you very much, Kathleen. Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. So I guess I would start with council questions. Do any council members have questions for Tom or Kathleen? Okay. Seeing none, then I think we can move on to public comment for this item. We have 2 people signed up for public comment. They are Lynn Siegel and Mark Gelband. So if you're ready, Sarah, we can start with Lynn Siegel.
Okay. Bear with me for one moment. Lynn, you're live. You can unmute and speak.
Hey, Kathleen. So glad that you're working on this. Love to see your face. I really don't need to see something with a big, giant 2 minutes, 53 seconds in front of me. It could be shrunk to a little thing on the side. And if Zoom can't do that, maybe some other vendor can. I support the arts. Yeah, no brainer. Bye, done.
Thank you, Lynn. And then is Mark Gelband in the meeting?
I am not seeing Mark in the meeting.
Okay. If he shows up later, we can let him say his piece. But with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. So who would like to start? Okay. Aaron?
Yes, thank you. 1 second. Crazy dogs. Yeah, so I really appreciate the Arts Commission bringing this forward, and it's really gratifying for once to be able to satisfy a board or commission request. We get those great letters every year with lists of all kinds of great ideas, and so many of them are worthy of attention, but often don't get taken up. So appreciate council for being willing to put this forward. The Arts Commission works extremely hard. I've served alongside boards with a number of them, including Kathleen. So Kathleen, thanks for being here and sharing those thoughts. But I think this is just an easy way to make our arts community even more thriving and successful, and to support a board that does great work. So really glad we're doing this, and happy to put a motion on the table when it's ready.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary?
Well, I was going to put a motion on the table, so I will second it if Aaron wants to make the motion.
Mary, you go for it.
I move that we adopt Ordinance 8405, submitting to the registered electors of the City of Boulder at the municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. The question of adding new sections 135 and 136 to the Boulder City Charter, increasing the number of members to the Boulder Arts Commission to 7 and providing for appointment, terms of office, and addressing vacancies. Setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
Second.
Very good. Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, I'll turn to Debbie and mention this is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Brockett?
Aye.
Friend? Joseph?
Yes.
Nagel? Sweatlick?
Yes.
Wallach?
Aye.
Weaver?
Aye.
Yates?
Make it unanimous, yes.
Yep, motion passes 9.
Very good. Thank you all.
All right. Your next public hearing is consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8406, submitting to the registered electors of the City of Boulder at a special municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. The question of amending Charter Section 12 to allow the City Council under specific emergency conditions to suspend the operation of certain charter provision and setting forth related details.
I will be presenting this one as well. This one came from the Charter Committee at my request. As we've gone, and I'm stalling as I'm trying to get the PowerPoint to move forward. It'll go forward in a second. As we've gone forward during the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been many times where I've looked at the charter and thought it would be great if council could change that. The most obvious things had to do with the ballot measures, but there have been many others. There it is. Sorry. So the council instructed me to go and look at the charter and identify specific provisions that I would recommend that council have the authority to alter during an emergency. So the ordinance as drafted would allow council to suspend 19 specific charter provisions. During an emergency, only one declared by the president or the governor. One declared by the city manager or the council would not count unless it had been also declared by the president or the governor. That avoids the possibility of council giving itself the power to do this, or the city manager doing that. It would require a vote of 2/3 of the council member present. The ordinance and the charter provision would say it had to be the minimum effect necessary to conduct the business of the city. The suspension could be no more than for 60 days. It could be renewed by a 2/3 vote of those present, and it could not extend beyond the end of the emergency as declared by the president or the governor. These are the 19 provisions. They are all laid out in the memo. I have each provision in the PowerPoint, and I'm happy to display any one a council member would like to see in specific or answer any questions about specific provisions, but I was not going to take council's time going through each one individually. Mostly they relate to time limitations that would be problematic if council could not meet, or boards and commissions for that matter. There is also the one addressing free water. I think it would have been very helpful during this crisis for council to have this power. It would be helpful, I believe, in the future for council to have this power. This is the ballot language. Again, the council is charged with drafting the ballot title. This is the proposed ballot title by staff, but it's council's authority. Council questions?
Very good. Thank you, Tom, for that. I see Bob's hand.
Thanks, Tom. Tom, you're right that most of these, almost all of these actually relate to time. And so I get how an emergency might cause us to not be able to do things within a particular time frame, like preparing our budget or swearing in new council members and so on and so forth. Of the 19, there's one, however, that stood out at me as not really time related, and that was Charter Section 38A, which really relates to how many signatures must be on a petition for a ballot measure. And I was struggling a little bit with how that could be, how that would work, because the time extensions are all pretty logical and they'd be limited by the length of time of the emergency. But would council, if council had the right to change Section 38A, would council have the right to lower the number of signatures on a petition? And if so, when the emergency ended, how would the number go back up, or would it be down permanently? I'm just trying to understand among the 19, that was not really time oriented, and I'm trying to understand how it would actually work mechanically.
Great question, Bob. This arose in my thinking about how council struggled with the initiatives that were proposed this year and the difficulty that people had collecting signatures. There were some folks who suggested that we should reduce the number of signatures because of the pandemic. And I advised that wasn't possible. That's why I included this. You're absolutely correct. It does not deal with time, and council can eliminate it if you like. And if it would be helpful, I can project that section so that folks can see it.
Well, let's hear from other people, and then if there is an interest by others to delve into this further, maybe we can put it up how we do that.
And I should add, Bob, as you know, but maybe other council's members are not aware, we propose ballot measures, but these are truly councils, and it's not unusual for us to go through many drafts to get something that really reflects the will of the council. So council members should feel free to add, subtract, or change this in any way they think appropriate.
Yeah, that was the only comment I had, is that one just wasn't a time-oriented one, and I just wasn't sure how it would actually work. Thanks.
Very good. I have Rachel and then Mark. Rachel.
Thanks. Just a quick question. Do counties declare emergencies? Is it all helpful to have a county capacity to declare an emergency if it were more localized, or would that always come from the state?
That's a great question. I wasn't able to find a list of county emergencies. I was able to find a list of state and national emergencies that affected Boulder County. And
your objective in not giving us the power to declare an emergency and then do some sinister changing of rules under that emergency, right, would be the guardrail you're trying to put up. But if the county did it.
Yeah. The other thing that I noticed about these emergencies is they were pretty all-encompassing, and some that, so I don't think that there was a situation where the city or county would have declared emergency where the president or the governor hadn't. I have a list of them, all of the ones I could find going back some years in the memo. I did not bring it tonight, but so I wasn't greatly concerned that we would be missing much.
Is there any harm in adding county to the state and federal declared emergencies?
No.
Thanks.
Okay, Mark and then Mary. Mark?
Yeah, I have some comments that I'll save for later, but I do have a question. I think in your memo you listed 11 different sort of events of emergency since the year 2000.
I think that's,
is that the correct count?
I can check.
Well, it's rough. In any of those, did we have a problem fulfilling any of the functions of government that are being addressed in the emergency powers ordinance? In other words, has there ever been a time when we could not do any of the things that we are in a position to alter as a result of this measure?
Mark, I have been worried in this crisis about some of the things that we've been forced to do that could be read to violate the charter. We suspended meetings of boards and commissions, yet the charter says that they shall meet monthly. There's some language about the council meetings that could be read to prohibit virtual meetings. I would feel much more comfortable if council had had the power to fix some of these things and we haven't faced some of the other deadlines that could have arisen during this. The flood emergency was much shorter and did not affect us in the same long-term way. If council or boards had been required to meet at the municipal building during the day of the flooding, that would have been impossible. If that had continued for longer, it would have. Those are the only two I've experienced personally. Well, actually, there was the second flood, but that wasn't, that didn't really interfere with our operations at all. So the answer is, to a limited extent, yes. But I take your point that we're trying to predict the future, and that's not possible.
I'll have other comments later when we get to the comments portion.
Thank you. Junie? No? So Junie's hand is gone. Raise it again if you have any questions. I have one question, Tom. I seem to recall going through the charter and seeing a provision where the mayor can take control of the police, which I think is very outdated. Is that in fact in the charter, and is it in, I don't see it in any of the changes you have listed here.
Yeah, yes, it is in the charter. I did not include that because it would seem to me that it's in there for emergency purposes, and to be able to suspend it during an emergency would not be appropriate. If you'd like, we could draft an amendment to take it out, which I'd be happy to do, and isn't that heavy a lift. But I don't know that it's appropriate to consider suspending an emergency, a power that really is only appropriate in an emergency.
And I'll wait on other council members if they want to weigh in. It just seemed as the mayor that I don't have any particular skill or ability to make a determination of what the police force should do. It just seemed like a anachronistic kind of emergency power that was in the charter. I certainly would agree that if council nominated somebody from council to do that in the event of the passing of the top staff, maybe that could be appropriate, but I'm not comfortable with it in there. I'd just be happy to hear what other council members have to say. If people want to think about it and weigh in later, we do have a public hearing if there are no further council questions. Okay, seeing no council questions, Sarah, I think we're ready to go to the public hearing for this item. And from what I understand, there are 3 speakers, Lynn Siegel, Peter Meyer, and Mark Gelban.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll start with Lynn.
That was Peter Mayer. I don't want any police state in Boulder. So whatever you need to do for that, like the threat going on in Portland and major other cities. So I just personally don't trust this council at all, especially until our city attorney and our city manager are out of here. And I've run for council before, so it's not like I wouldn't like to do the work myself, but I don't hear a lot of response. Like you had 88 people that wanted bedrooms are for people, and you didn't have a word to say to them. People that have gone into a lot of trouble. You know, I probably would even vote against it because I wanted it to be stronger, 300 feet per bedroom and per person. Different parameters, but yeah, I don't trust this council at all to be able to lift any restrictions. No way. You can't even clean up your websites. For the last month, I've gotten a couple nights of sleep total, trying to do all the logistics for these virtual meetings. You don't have the respect to put me up on a video window. I can't see, the people the other people can't see. We can't see each other. We're all disaggregated from each other. And nobody seems to care about that stuff. You want to just move forward with an electric car parking space for 1727 Pearl and a 3rd story so that they can elevate the property value here. And so we can have more homelessness when you have no plan for the homeless people this winter. And we've got major evictions coming up. This is all about development, with this city council. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. So no way. Sorry, maybe you can live up to a better, higher ideal in the future. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Peter Meyer and Mark Gelban. Peter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, council members. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Plan Boulder board. Plan Boulder prefaces this statement with the following. In the decades of advocating for issues involving the city of Boulder, Plan Boulder has focused on the specific issue and never on the personality. But in this case, the issue is Tom Carr. Plan Boulder has reviewed the memo describing Ordinance 8406 to allow City Council to suspend certain charter provisions under specified emergency conditions. We are very cautious about allowing any suspension of charter provisions. And given Plan Boulder's recent experience with having the certification of our charter amendment initiative illegally rejected by the city clerk and Tom Carr, we have lost all confidence in his legal advice and the advice being provided to the Boulder City Council. We will not support Ordinance 8406 as long as Tom Carr is city attorney and making rulings on our election process, particularly during an emergency. We respectfully request Mr. Carr be removed from all duties pertaining to city election matters, effective immediately. He has shown that he cannot be trusted to do his job or to guide others promptly or fairly. He has shown that he is unable and unwilling to follow the state constitution and to treat citizens equally and fairly. He has shown complete ignorance to Charter Section 137, which unequivocally states the Constitution governs the charter petition process, without exception. Mr. Carr's failures are of great significance to the citizens of Boulder and impact our constitutionally guaranteed right to petition the government. We firmly believe that Boulder should no longer accept Mr. Carr's authority in any election matters or during this emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And finally, we have Mark Gelban. Sarah, is Mark in the meeting?
I am not seeing him in the meeting this evening.
Okay, very good. Like the last hearing, if he shows up before this item is done, we'll allow him to speak. With that said, I would bring the issue back to council. So I think there are two open issues maybe we need to weigh in on. One was the one that Bob raised about signature thresholds for initiative, referenda, and recall. And one is the issue that I raised about whether we want to have the mayor be able to take over the police force in an emergency. So I would invite council comments on either of those or other subjects. Art?
My comments are probably a little more general. There are two different kinds of provisions that are being addressed in the proposed ordinance. One are sort of ministerial, the date on which we have to have a budget. I can see having more flexibility for that, or if the clerk has to perform a particular function and as a result of emergency is unable to do so, I can certainly understand some greater flexibility with respect to that. I will say that I am extremely reluctant to tamper with our electoral processes and leave that to the discretion of not this council, but any council. And I'm not sure that that's an appropriate thing to do. I can support those provisions that are characterized by what I described earlier, changing a deadline for a city agency that happens to be embedded in the charter, or functions that are performed by one individual and he or she is unable to do so in a timely fashion. But when it comes to our electoral processes, I'm extremely cautious about it, and I don't think we've given it a lot of consideration in terms of what those implications might be. So I certainly don't want to act on that at the moment. With respect to your request on your police powers, I don't know that they've ever been exercised by anyone. I'm really indifferent. I don't think any mayor of the city would do that except under the direst of circumstances. I don't think that would be done for a political purpose. And so I'm happy to have it in. If you're uncomfortable, I'm happy to have it out. But I do put my focus on the election requirements, which are established and should be firm, especially that we have not had an incident where we could not perform previously. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Adam, I saw your hand up. Did you take it down or would you like to speak?
Since Bob had more to say, I wanted to hear him first.
Okay, Bob, you're up.
Well, thanks, Adam. I'm going to agree with Mark. First of all, I'm agnostic on the police one. If people want to carve that out, that's fine. I could go either way on that. I think, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, that the two provisions of the 19 that relate to electoral process are sections 38A and 39. I'd already raised 38A, which really relates to numbers of signatures. And again, I struggle a little bit with how that would be changed. Of course, council could always put a measure on the ballot if they felt, and we're interestingly enough going to talk about that in a few minutes here. So council could always put a measure on the ballot. I'm with Mark. I'm not sure that adjusting our electoral process is something that we want to give to future councils, notwithstanding an emergency. Again, we always have the power to put things on the ballot if that's the will of council, and that doesn't even require 2/3 vote. And I think the other one is 39. That also relates to electoral process, has dates. Now that has dates both for petitioners and for the administrators on the clerk side. So I hesitated to bring up 39, but I do agree with Mark. 39, the first sentence of 39 directs the petitioners or provides a deadline for the petitioners. The rest of it is ministerial. So I would at least throw the first sentence of 39 into Mark's list of electoral things that we probably shouldn't adjust. But I could be persuaded to throw all of 39 out. But at least the first sentence should come out. So I'm with Mark on that. If there are others, Tom, that you think relate to the electoral process, do let us know. But those are the two that I could identify.
Thank you, Bob. Next, I've got Rachel and Junie, and then we can come back to Adam if he wants to speak. Rachel?
Okay, so first on the police powers, could that be broadened to like council can take over police powers and it wouldn't be so much pressure on the mayor position? It would be a little more equitable. So maybe a question to Tom or to anybody. Would that solve it a little bit from your angle, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, if I think what would solve it from my angle would be that if council designated the mayor or some other council member to take over the police, that would give me a little more comfort, because I think having a quorum of council make that decision is more appropriate, especially in an emergency, than just a single person.
Yeah, so I'm supportive of that. It sounds like a something savvy to look at. So that's on that. And then to me, the bigger issue here overall in looking at this change is that I think we got caught off guard in 2020 with pandemic, and we didn't have all the tools that we wished we had. And that was true for the elections process in part. And I could see a scenario if the pandemic had been more deadly, where significant population decline and holding to 8,000 signatures, say, in a year when we lost a lot of people, might not make sense. So I don't know that it hurts us to have a supermajority of council take into account the realities of whatever is going on in a really narrow way with really good guardrails, be able to say, what do we need to do to help the public and best benefit our community in this year when we couldn't anticipate X, Y, and Z. So I struggle with specifying. I said that the first time we talked about it. I wouldn't specify we can change these 12 things. I would say with a supermajority in a declared state of emergency, council, cannot touch these maybe things that are sacrosanct and off limits, but anything else with a rational nexus we could change if we needed to, because I don't think it's about like us trying to, again, be like sinister and take over power. It's us trying to help the community. And that would be what I'd be trying to affect in putting this on the ballot. Does the community want us to have the power to change something that's helpful in the event of an unforeseen catastrophe? And we don't know what we don't know yet, because the next one's not going to be the same as the flood or the same as this. If it were, we would anticipate and change it. So I'd be flexible.
May I colloquy with you on that? So in effect, you're articulating a vision of even broader council power in the event of an emergency. Okay, I just wanted to understand that. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Rachel. I've got Junie, Adam, Mary, and Aaron. Junie.
Thank you. I just have some questions about section 5, paragraph 3, and I wanted to know relating to terms of council members. To me, I'm wondering, why is that an emergency, or why should that be part of an emergency?
Sure. When I was thinking third Tuesday in November, you'd be violating the charter. And so in an emergency, the prior council could reschedule that meeting or defer to some other ability to have attendance. This basically removes the power of council to act at 10 a.m. on the third Tuesday in November. And if the council could, prior to that or at that time, we would have no government in the city, or at least only half of a government. So that was the idea there.
Yeah, for me, I think some of the free water, I understand, I think that's important, but I think some of them are slightly broad and overreaching. So I'm not sure if I can support all of it as is. And I think as a council, I can tell that we are slightly more conservative when we think of, when we think of our own governor, and, when he announced, even when we think of petitioning, we have not followed suit. So I think, I'm not sure if given more power in terms of emergency is really, the way we're going about it is the most effective way. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to say something along the line that we would go, for instance, if it is a national emergency and our governor made an announcement, would we follow suit as well as a city? As opposed to just say that, we give broad powers to the council, because that essentially doesn't mean anything, because as a council, we do have a lot of power and to change things. And we can see even with the ballot measures, we've not really, we have not been the most progressive on those ideas. So I'm trying to figure out whether that will really make a difference, or we're just making changes to make changes.
Thank you, Junie. I've got Adam, Mary, and Aaron next. Adam?
Tom, one of my questions is, could we essentially make any of these changes on the fly given the emergency? Like, as council, what would it take to essentially have these powers? Does it have to be a ballot initiative? Yes, yeah. Just want to make sure.
So that's one of the things we run up against in this emergency. The code gives the city manager broad authority to change ordinances. And as you know, she's exercised that authority in a limited capacity during this crisis. You don't have the authority to change the charter. And my worry has been that there are times when I wish that you did. That this list is sort of my wish list. Again, if council asked me to go through the charter and I did, I don't pretend that it's perfect. If council wants to remove or add, that's your prerogative, and you should do this. You will own this ordinance if it goes on the ballot, so you should make whatever changes are appropriate.
Thanks, Tom. I guess my biggest hang up is also in the election related materials. So if we are moving forward in this direction, I might want to look at those either again now or at a different time, because those are my biggest hangups. Sam, to your question, yeah, I'm happy to remove it or make it different as far as council being the, as a body appointing someone for control of the police. I don't know if we slide that in here as well or what, but that's where I'm at with that issue as well.
No, if you're interested in doing that, I'll draft a first reading ordinance for next meeting, and you can consider it then. You still have time.
Good, thank you. And Tom, when you say you draft a first reading ordinance, would it not be included as part of this kind of as an omnibus? Because I think if we're going to put a sweeping charter change on the ballot related to emergency, that one would fit in here.
Yeah, I'd want to think about that a little. The charter requires that charter amendments be limited to a single subject. The single subject here is emergency powers. I guess you could squeeze that in as a limited emergency powers, but it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'd want to talk to other lawyers in my office, and if council wants to defer action on this until for 2 weeks, and we can consider amending it that way, that's fine. We could do that.
Okay, thank you. Mary and then Aaron.
So I agree with Adam and his suggestion to instead of removing or appointing the entire council to take over the police, to give council the authority to, as a body, appoint someone to lead the police in an emergency, because obviously it's not an inherent a talent, I guess, or skill of council to manage a police department. So I think that might be the way to go. I wanted to address the electoral process and agree with Mark and changing any of that. I think one of the things that we need to remember as we proceed with these emergency powers is that they are not for this council. They are for councils in the future. This council has a certain personality, I guess you could say. Past councils that I've been on have each had their own personality that may behave in a manner that would be quite different from this council, and future councils may do so as well. So I think that what we have to do is consider that there could be a nefarious council, that there could be the desire to usurp power. So on that note, I think that the electoral process, I think, could be, I would be skeptical of tampering with that. With respect to, I want to just comment on Rachel's suggestion of an emergency as being called by the county commissioners. I think that is also could potentially be rife for abuse because there are only 3 commissioners, and in Boulder County, the commissioners tend to be very like-minded, and it would be easy to get 2 votes out of 3 on something so that you could convince them to declare an emergency. Again, I'm not thinking about this council. I'm thinking about scenarios in the future, perhaps a much darker future. I don't know. So that's my comment on that. And then to providing broader council powers to change the charter, I would be really skeptical of that for the same reasons that I've just articulated.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron? Aaron, you're muted.
Is that better?
Yep.
Thanks for that, Mary, about future councils, that point, that we have to think about many different people, many of whom we do not know over many years. So it's an important point. I just, with respect to this question about taking control of the police, I wanted to ask a question of what is the city manager, of course, is supervises the police through the police chief. And what is the succession process for the city manager if there's someone who's incapacitated?
I'm checking right now, Aaron, but I believe the council appoints the successor.
So, and what would there be an automatic to, like, again, thinking about some really terrible emergency, and you know, it's the city manager who can make the emergency orders, and he or she is incapacitated. What happens like the next day? Is there an automatic thing?
No. I'm looking.
So every year in December, the city manager actually forwards to council delegation of authority. So right now, the delegation of authority from Jane is to myself as deputy city manager, and then Chris Meschak as deputy city manager thereafter. And then there's additional names that are listed. And so that is updated annually.
Great. And is that codified in ordinance, or is that a kind of internal policy?
I believe you pass it. I don't think you pass it as an ordinance.
Or I just mean that the fact that there is a line of succession, like how the process works, is that codified in ordinance anywhere?
Yeah, Aaron, it's in Title II of the Boulder Revised Code. Section 2-2.5 is the emergency provisions in the code, and that's where that line of succession and the annual renewal is defined.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, if we could get just a real quick pointer to that after this meeting sometime, I think that would be good to look at as well, just to make sure that's in the right order. Personally, Sam, I appreciate you bringing up the question about taking the police over. I would absolutely change that. And I don't know that the city council needs to have the ability to take over the police. I mean, if there's a good line of succession through the city manager, it seems like keeping the sort of having that be an administrative function rather than a legislative one makes sense to me. So I would definitely like to change that, and I would probably vote for just striking it entirely rather than replacing it with some other variant of it. As for the rest of it, I'm fine with the ordinance as written. You know, I think it's helpful potentially to vary any of these things in future emergencies that we cannot even contemplate. They might all bring their own unique challenges that we're not imagining right now. So I think having some flexibility around that is helpful, including the electoral ones. You know, if just imagine like being able to set a different threshold allows a council to be more content neutral than requiring them to place an initiative on the ballot themselves, which we're running into issues with that this year ourselves. So I would go for all of it personally. That's all.
Thank you, Aaron. I have Junie and then Mark. Junie?
Could I colloquy on what Aaron just said? And again, I just forgot what I was going to say because I was looking at too many things at once. So come back to me.
Okay. Junie, you're up next, and then Mark, and then Mary once the thought has returned.
I just had a comment about the discussion with the police chief or police powers. And my question had to do what is the role of the mayor and mayor pro tem, because at least my understanding, and I would imagine some community members are wondering, isn't that also, you know, the mayor and mayor pro tem, part of their role is also representing council in certain meetings, whether it's with the city manager, when it comes to discussing such issues if we're not available. So I'm wondering if having that delegation is really necessary. So that was my question to Tom, or even to Sam, since you've been around and you're in the role as well.
Tom, do you want to start? Junie, if you could mute your microphone, thank you.
I'm not sure that the mayor pro tem steps in for the mayor in this circumstance. I'm just checking. I need a second.
Okay. Well, then I will address Junie's question to me. Yeah, the mayor sometimes is the one, or the mayor pro tem, depending, are the ones who have conversations first. But I would not want to make a decision quickly for the mayor to take over the police force, just because, like Mary said, I don't have particular skills at that. I would not imagine that that's going to be a reason that people elect the mayor, regardless of how the mayor is elected. So I would prefer that we stick with the succession that Tanya described about going down through the staff. If council felt the need to do something along this line, perhaps it's helpful to have the provisions so that council can do it. But I'm more with Aaron. My opinion is to strike the provision entirely because I think it's archaic. I think it was for a different time, and then have the succession of the city manager be the one who is in charge. Now, if council has a real problem with whoever is the city manager or their successor, we can always get rid of them. I mean, the council has the authority to hire and fire. And so if there is a big problem that I can't anticipate at the moment, council has recourse, even if it's an administrative employee who has taken over oversight of the police force. So again, just to be short about it, I concur with Aaron that I would be happy to strike that provision because I think council has other ways to affect that.
Can I colloquy super quick on that, Sam?
Sure.
Can council hire or fire fire in this instance an acting city manager, not the one that has been hired, given the succession question?
I believe
the succession only applies during an emergency, and that's a ordinance. The council appoints and can hire and fire the city manager, and the city. If there's a vacancy of the city manager, the council appoints the acting city manager. So the city manager succession is limited to if the city manager is unable to perform during a disaster emergency. That's why. And I do have an answer to Junie's question. Yes, the acting mayor, the mayor pro tem takes over the mayor's duties if the mayor is disabled or unable to perform his or her duties. So, and that's in the same section. It's like 2 sentences after the section about police power. So it's intended to cover that.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Junie. Go ahead.
Just to add, I do agree with Aaron when it comes to the succession line. I mean, if something already worked and there is not a real reason to change it, especially knowing that our body is more, I mean, we are on the ground and we hear community members, but nonetheless, it's more political. And to already have a system that is administrative that works is very important, especially in time of emergency where you need things to work. So I think that's the right way to go about it. But I just wanted to know more about, where the mayor and mayor pro tem fit within that process itself. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Junie. Mark and then Mary. Mark?
2 points. One, I think Aaron has convinced me that the administrative succession is preferable and we should just strike the other. So I would go along with that. Second, I do note that all of these provisions, or none of these provisions that we're looking at, address what I think is the greatest issue in a time of calamity, which is none of them really provide economic flexibility to either staff or council in terms of meeting the needs of that kind of situation. If we had 5,000 people who were not able to eat and there was no food, I would want to have the flexibility to be able to spend money even from dedicated tax sources to meet that need. And none of these provisions sort of deal with that level of economic flexibility. We discussed it very briefly at the financial strategies meeting, but I would urge us at some point to look at that to see if there is anything there that would provide what I think is really practical flexibility in terms of an emergency, as opposed to all of this administrative and date compliance sort of provisions, because we don't have that at the moment. And if our budget were strained and we had no ability to help our people, what would we do? So it's something I would like to look at as we go a little further down the line.
So the challenge there, Mark, is that the dedicated funds are dedicated by the voters in the ballot measures assessing the taxes. They're not in the charter, they're in those ballot measures. So I haven't thought of a way where you could go back and retroactively change a ballot measure. And then you also have the bonding issue. A lot of the funds, well, not all, much of the funds are dedicated to pay particular bond issues.
No, I understand, but I will tell you then, frankly, that if I had 5,000 people to feed, I would feed them and accept the lawsuit, because those are the real needs in an emergency context, not just when you deliver a petition.
So the only way I think you could do that would be at the time you pass a ballot measure to impose a tax to allow for emergency language. You have to put emergency language in there for emergency use of the funds. That would protect you, but I don't know. I'm happy to think about it, but I can't think of a way of doing it retroactively.
As I said, I would happily accept the lawsuit if I got people fed. So that's my view.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Mary?
So I want to, agree with Mark on that situation of economic flexibility. And if there's a creative way that we can come up with to address this, I think that would be a really important thing to do, because that is really where the rubber meets the road. So to use a car metaphor. So the point I was going to make when I spaced out was that one of the things with respect to the electoral process and having the ability to decrease the threshold for signatures, again, reminding people that this is not for this council, it would be for future councils. It would not be for these particular initiatives that are before us. I mean, they could be initiatives that the people that are completely different from what we're seeing now, that would do things that are far more nefarious, and there were a nefarious council, and then what? A council would lower the threshold, and to what would the council lower the threshold to? So that's my question: is how would the signature threshold be set? Would it be? I mean, it can't be completely arbitrary, because that was something that came up earlier this year when we were talking about that, which was kind of moot because we couldn't do it because it's in the charter. But 50%, that's completely arbitrary. So that would need to be addressed. And would that be addressed in a subsequent ordinance, or how would that happen?
Well, that's really your choice, Mary. You could put some guardrails around the power if you chose to leave it in there, or you could leave it to whatever council was exercising the power to do it by ordinance.
Okay.
Or you could just leave the power entirely.
All right. And then again, I agree with Aaron's proposal of it appears we have an administrative succession plan, so that we can probably, the thing to do would be to just strike the police power from the charter. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mary. Aaron, Mark, Junie, and Bob. Aaron? Oh, no? Okay, so there's some hands still up. Bob, I think I saw you come in recently.
Thanks. I'll touch on three things real quick. First, I want to try to answer Mary's question, which I think is a great question. I'm reading from the ordinance, the draft ordinance, at the end of section 3. It says, council suspension or alteration shall be to the minimum effect necessary to address the emergency or to conduct the business and affairs of the city during the emergency. That's about the only guidance that we have here in the ordinance. So I'm actually agreeing with Mary that that's not helpful, because I don't know what that means to the minimum effect. Does that mean if the petitioners are on the last day and they've run out of time and they're a little bit short, is that the lower number? I don't know. I think we're leaving it to future councils to kind of do whatever they want to do. So I continue to be uncomfortable with that part. So I'm agreeing with Mark's comment, which kicked us all off, and I'm answering Mary's question with a non-answer, which is there's not a whole lot of guidance here. Second, on the point that Aaron made about police, I agree with that with one kind of caveat. Tom doesn't know, it sounded like, if we could put this in this ordinance to refer to the community. I think if we can tuck this into this ordinance to refer to the community, I think Aaron's solution is a good one, which is simply to strike it altogether. What I think I'd be a little bit reluctant to do is to have a standalone ballot measure on just that point. That seems kind of weird. So while it's something that we should probably clean up, if we can tuck it in as an overall cleanup, that would be great. If we're talking about passing a separate ordinance and having a separate ballot measure, 2W, just relating to this police thing, I'm not sure it's important enough to have a separate ballot measure on. So that's my only qualification to what Aaron proposed. And Tom will let us know if he can fit it in here or if it's got to be separate. And then finally, I have a kind of a question for Mark. So Mark, I was agreeing with you with respect to electoral changes. I don't think that we should make electoral changes. The question then becomes, what does that mean? Because I think that 38A, which is the number of signatures on a petition, is clearly electoral. 39, or at least the first sentence of 39, section 39 of the charter, which is the date of delivery for that petition, is clearly electoral. But then we've got a whole bunch of stuff that's kind of electoral and kind of administrative, and maybe it would be helpful if there's a majority who agree with Mark, I certainly do, to talk about what we're saying. And maybe, Tom, you could put up that part of the memo. You did a nice little table that listed the 19. I don't know if you could put that up on the screen and have us flip through to talk about what is electoral and what's not. So, for example, the day of swearing in, or the process for petitioning to be on the ballot to be run for council and that kind of stuff. Some of these things are kind of in a gray area of kind of electoral and kind of not. The petition, I think, is easy, but the rest of them are a little fuzzy to me. And maybe, Mark, you could walk through with Tom and at least declare what you think is electoral, and we can agree or disagree with you.
Chris, can you put the presentation back up, please?
Yep, I'm working on it now for you.
Yeah, thank you.
You want the PowerPoint back up, right?
Yes, sir, the emergency one.
You want me to flip to a specific slide?
Or I just requested control. But if you could go to slide 12. There you are. So this is the first one that I would consider an election provision.
As would I.
I'm sorry, which section number is it?
22.
22, okay, there I see it.
It should be displayed now on your screen.
I would agree that that's an election decision. It's not administrative in any way. It's substantive.
No. And my concern was that for some reason the election could not be held on a Tuesday, the same Tuesday in November, because of something preventing the election from being held.
I mean, go ahead, Tom.
No, go ahead. I was just going to ask to advance the slide, Sam, if you have a comment.
I have a quick comment, which is this does seem like a timing issue to me, a time issue. So it does affect an election for sure, but it would have to be under a state of emergency. I could easily see when we'd have to move an election. So it's a kind of thing where I think that minimum effect necessary may actually be useful, because moving it, say, 6 months past the end of an emergency would clearly be able to be challenged in court. So at any rate, this seems like...
Sam, if I can colloquy with you on that, I
Sure.
think you make a good point. I think if you restricted it on a temporal basis, not more than 15 days or 10 days or 30 days, there might be something that I could support there. Obviously, I don't want to just have unlimited discretion to move an election to a time when the sitting council thinks it might be more convenient for their particular purposes. So on the concept of the minimum necessary, if you capped it and said, but no more than 15 days, I could probably live with that.
Great. And I think what you're saying, if I heard you right, is 15 or 30 days, whatever the number is, after the end of a state of emergency, that we would have the election.
No, I would actually do it from the date of the scheduled election.
Well, I think the challenge with that could be that your emergency could still be going on. Let's picture something like a big explosion, a much more acute pandemic that was killing people more quickly than this one, or some kind of nuclear attack. So I can imagine a situation where 15 days wouldn't be enough. And so I could see a guardrail where you would want to have a certain amount of time after the end of an emergency if an election has been put off. But I don't think some hard number is going to give the flexibility needed depending on what the emergency is.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but this is a question of risk allocation. And if you say 30 days after the end of the emergency and the emergency lasts for 1.5 years, what then? I prefer to give a future council some degree of flexibility, but not unlimited flexibility. At some point, you have to hold the election.
May I colloquy on the two of you?
Let me just finish my thought. In the event of nuclear war, I think elections will be our least worry at the time. But my point is that an emergency should postpone certain functions in a very limited way. But I'm very uncomfortable with saying, well, the emergency is still here, and it's now next February, and it's too bad we couldn't have an election for you. And we're going to continue in office. That's problematic to me.
I was just going to observe that at least the way the ordinance is written now, again, section 3, it says, but shall in no event extend beyond the end of the declared emergency. So I think it is self-solving. I mean, Mark, you may not like that, but I don't think that we need to say, Sam, to your recommendation, that it be X number of days after the end of the emergency, because the ordinance already says that it automatically ends upon the ending of the emergency.
Okay.
So I have a question along the same lines of this same conversation. What would happen now if the election could not be held?
I don't know, Mary. That's one of the things that's troubled me. Arguably, we wouldn't have a government. Like we'd have only 5 council members or 4 council members, because the other council members would end. And I would suppose that council has the authority to create a special election. I'm not sure you can and elect council members at a special election. So there are limitations on replacing vacancies, although I think you could. I'd have to think this through. These are the sort of things we'll need about during this emergency.
Yeah, and so I think that the fact that what would happen now that we really don't know, I think is, and this was probably your thought process, is a clue as to how we might handle this. So clearly, if we only had 5 council members or 4 council members, you wouldn't have a government. So it definitely needs to be addressed then.
May I
go ahead.
Raise an issue, Mary? I also want to point out that with mail-in voting and the ease of voting, it becomes more and more difficult to project a scenario where we can actually not hold an election.
Well,
things, but it becomes a little harder for me to imagine a scenario in which the election is not going to be held.
I mean, let us remember that the current federal administration is on the move to diminish our postal service. So there's that.
There is that.
I mean, so let's move on from this. I think one meta issue I'm going to raise here is there's enough meat in the substance of what's being put out here, and there are enough concerns that I'm not sure that we're going to get this approved through second reading. So one possibility, I'm just putting it out there as a process thought, is that we could continue second reading and go through and continue to talk about these issues. I think they're important. But I think the election one, as an example, I would definitely want more detail about both, postponing an election and when that postponement would end. I do disagree with Mark that, we could just have an election because the peak of the emergency might be on the first Tuesday in November, right? So, to me, it is impractical to believe that we could always force an election because there's a lot of scenarios you could come up with where you're going to have diminished your electorate to the point that a pro forma election being held on the right date is that better than a full election being held a month later. So I guess my overall point is I think there's a whole bunch here. I don't know if we'll get through it all tonight. I'm sure that Tom doesn't like to hear this, but the idea would be if we can give Tom enough guidance about what we want further information on, as well as, additional issues like the police power one, I think that we can make progress tonight, but maybe we shouldn't have an objective of having a up or down vote tonight.
I would agree with that, Sam.
And Sam, I'm fine with that. That's not unusual in ballot measures. I'm happy to bring it back as many times as you like. This is actually a fairly easy ballot year for us. So we're happy to do it. This is the next section. A petition of nomination shall be completed and filed in the office of city clerk not earlier than 91 days nor later than 71 days for election. This is for nominations for council members. And the obvious concern was that that period might be impossible during an emergency.
Again, I am a little troubled because it's tinkering with the apparatus of our elections. Again, if we wanted to create a small temporal guide rail that would let us have a little bit of flexibility, and at the end of the day, I fear the risk of abuse of these provisions more than I fear the risk that we will be unable to conduct our business and function as a government. That's just my predilection, and don't know that anybody else will share it, but I look at provisions and my first instinct is to look at their capacity for being abused improperly. And so when this is the mechanisms of the election, I would be happy to build in a little bit of flexibility on it, but not in an unlimited way where we just waive this requirement and then 4 months later we say, all right, time for the petitions now.
Okay, so for a second, I just have a question.
I just want to ask one question first of Sarah, if that's okay, and then I'll come back to you, Rachel. Sarah, are the hands up current? Because I've got Junie and Aaron's. I think Aaron's is new. Junie, are you wanting to speak as well? Okay, great. So Rachel, back to you.
I'm just wondering, it seems like we have a lot of questions and stuff to work through. Is this something we could take back to the charter subcommittee and work through some of the kinks and have heard all of this feedback and then bring something back after we chat with Tom offline? That's my question.
So Tom, do you have thoughts on that?
No, I'm fine with that. I'd love the input.
So with the charter committee, and this question is directed to the members of the charter committee, would you be able to get a meeting together in the next week or two?
I can.
I won't be free until Tuesday of next week.
Yeah, that would be hard for me, and I think I could do it same as Mirabai, not until Tuesday of next week, until at least Tuesday. I'd have to look at my calendar.
Okay. So are you three the membership of the charter committee right now? So why don't we do this? Rachel, I think it's a great idea. If the three of you could coordinate when your schedules would work and see if you can get at least one staff person there to work with you, I think that'd be a good idea. So is that good? Will you, the three of you, take it offline and see if you can have a meeting to work this over?
I think that would be great. I would like more direction from the full council as to which sections to focus on.
Sure, we'll do that now. Junie and then Aaron. Junie?
Thank you, Sam. And I think that's where I wanted to go, and because we're talking about direction, and I think I wanted to go back to a point that Mark made about the financial. When it comes to the budget committee, me and Mark and Mary are part of the same committee, and I know that Mark brought forward the idea of giving more leeway in order for, for staff and the city manager to be able to make decisions when it comes to finances, especially now we have, community members who are coming forward, and especially in time of COVID, we have people with more needs in the community, and if we need the budget to be malleable and adaptable to the current situation or to the current time that we are in. So I think the idea of extending the emergency powers within the financial realm of the city, I think that would be important, and maybe that's something, I don't know what that would look like, because I think Mary mentioned something earlier when it comes to the election and the ballot measures. What would be the threshold? What are the guardrails and the floors and the ceilings? And I think that's very important as well, because when you give powers, you wonder where is that power going to extend? How far will that power extend? So I think those are very important questions. And I think it's very important that we answer these first before we just give power to future council. I know Mary said it's future council, but if this ballot measure were to pass in this November, I think it would actually give us this current council some power as well, right? Wouldn't we say that, Sam?
Yes.
Because we would still be on council, so I think that's something that we also have to think about, that as a steward, right, as good steward. So I think what I would like to see for me, maybe threshold, is that even possible if we were to say, as Mary said, instead of someone having to going out there and look for, to get, right now, let's say it's 4,000 signatures, would it be okay to have 3,000? But even if it's 3,000, is that even something that is good? Is that even feasible? So I think all these are very important questions. Is it even necessary to answer these questions? Because what if it's a bigger emergency where it's not even possible to get 3,000 signatures? So I think it's these changes are important, but at the same time, they open like a whole different can of worms. So I would like to see the threshold thing added. And also, I think going back to Adam's question earlier when he asked Tom, can we make some of those changes without making, can we make some of these emergency changes without making changes to the charter? And if we can, we should really consider that. We should consider not putting some things as ballot measure changes to the charter. Instead, have something that is more organic. So to me, that's where I stand. I think all these different ideas, all those different sections to the charter needs to go back and have a deeper analysis, because I think the way that they are right now is just not, I don't think it's responsible way of just going at it, because there's too many holes, to them right now to just agree to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, I definitely support having the committee going off and working on this. And it sounds like we just need to give them a little bit of direction so they know sort of the areas they're working in. So Junie, thanks for giving them those comments. I thought those were good. For me personally, I just say that there's that question of guardrails, like for signatures, for example, not allowing people to reduce it down to one required signature. Maybe it's 50%, something like that. So maybe the committee could just think about maybe there are some guardrails that we might want to think about putting on some of them. And the other one I would say is, as we've talked about this, like it's troubling me that there's the ability for the mayor to take over the police. So I would really hope that we could address it. And Sam, by the way, this is not you personally. I'm not troubled about you being, I'm sure you wouldn't do that, but in general. So if there is a way, I mean, that is about emergency powers. So Tom, it seems like there'd be a decent argument for a single subject there, although I defer to your expertise. But I would like to see that addressed in this, if at all possible.
I think I would take that back and talk to other lawyers and see if they agree that it's emergency. I think the single subject rule is broad enough to probably encompass it. I just haven't thought about it, and I'm always reluctant to make a firm recommendation on.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I will ask council, there's no hands up. One way that we could do this is any remaining comments that we'd like the committee to hear, if that's the direction we're headed. I think now would be a time to make sure that those are out. Anything that gets forgotten tonight or occurs later could be emailed to the members of the charter committee. I'm going to make a general statement, is my opinion, that one of the key protections here is that there has to be a state or federal emergency. And it is never, unless there's a despot involved, there's really not much advantage to having a state of emergency. People want to get out from under them, typically. So you want to declare it, you want to use the emergency powers to get done what needs to be done, and you want to be out of it. So, and we're not the ones that influence very, very strongly whether the governor or the president declares a state of emergency. So I think there's some, at least, support for it being a real emergency before we would go down this pathway. And so the only other comment I'll make is I agree with Bob about, and Mark, about the real hesitation about messing with electoral limits. So the timelines, I think we should be very willing to adapt to the situation because, you know, the flood of 2013, had it happened at the wrong time, would have essentially wiped out the ability to run an election that was meaningful, at least for the people who aren't doing mail-in. So I guess I would say I'm happy that the charter committee will pick this up. I am fine with most of the, as they were called, ministerial adjustments, the ones that are substantive on petitions and so on. I have more questions about, and that would be my feedback. So if others would like to weigh in, I don't have any hands up, but I'm looking for them. Okay, seeing none, I will propose that we can continue this item and that we have the committee weigh in and get advice to Tom and the legal department and bring it back, hopefully still this cycle. Anything that can be agreed on, I think maybe we should look at this cycle. Anything that the charter committee can't get concurrence on could potentially wait and be taken up later. So our deadline, I think, is the election deadlines.
Yeah. So I think there are 2 or 3 more council meetings by then. So I would ask that council continue this till August 4th with the discretion of CAC to reschedule based on the recommendation from the charter committee.
Good. People agree if I could have a motion to continue this item to August 4th, that'd be great.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
There you go. We'll give Rachel the motion and Bob the second. So, okay, any objections to the continuation? Very good. Seeing none, I think we're done with this item for tonight. And Debbie, back to you.
We're going to move on to matters from the city manager. We have item 6A, which is the process for the municipal building name change.
Thank you, Debbie. And I would like to introduce Taylor Raymond, who all of you know. Taylor will be providing a brief overview of renaming of the municipal building. This was an item that council had raised during the January retreat, and we're coming back to council with next steps. Taylor?
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So hi, my name is Taylor Ryman. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and following that discussion, your next item is quite a bit lighter. In fact, I'm pretty excited to be bringing this item to you. It's something you discussed at the retreat in January, renaming the municipal building after Penfield Tate II, Boulder's first and only African-American mayor. I've had the pleasure of researching Tate II and even speaking with some of his family. He was an impressive person with a legacy in the community that everyone, I think, can be proud of to commemorate. I'm honored to be here sharing it with everybody tonight. This is also directly aligned with Council's commitment to honor, acknowledge, and memorialize people of color in Boulder, which was laid out in the Council's racial equity resolution passed last December. Next slide, please. Tonight, we'll cover the municipal building, offer a brief history of Penfield Tate II, go over the fiscal impact of renaming, lay out next steps, and have time for questions at the end. Next slide, please. The municipal building is a structure likely most of us are familiar with. It's considered Boulder's primary convening place for local officials, elected leaders, and the public. In addition to hosting the city's administration, the building is typically a very lively location, especially since it resides right next to the Boulder Creek Path, which offers numerous exercise and recreation opportunities. Now that we've talked a bit about the building, I'd like to give you guys some information about the proposed namesake of the building. Next slide, please. Staff has discussed the rename project with Tate's living relatives in the area who have responded in support and excitement over the proposal. His son, Penfield Tate III, lives in Denver, and his two daughters, Paula Tate and Gail Tate, still live in Boulder, actually. Penfield II has an active and decorated past in the city of Boulder, beginning in 1968, where he received a law degree from the University of Colorado Law School. After that, he operated a private practice focused on labor and employment law, civil rights discrimination claims in the federal courts, represented and advised businesses on personnel employment issues, government law issues, family law, and litigation matters. In 1971, he became Boulder's top vote getter and first African-American to serve on council. And a few years later, he earned the position as the city's first and only African-American mayor. Next slide, please. This next slide has a little bit more history. Penfield Tate II was a man who stood up for the rights and protections of minorities at a time when not many would. He championed a controversial human rights ordinance protecting people from discrimination based on sexual orientation. And unfortunately, he received lots of negative backlash from this, even faced a recall election, which he survived, but it only ultimately lost him re-election and his political career. In fact, in talking to Tate III, his son, he recounts stories of receiving hate mail at the time when he was a kid in Boulder and even getting teased at school for it. So it would be great to honor their family and their struggle in this process. In 1977, Tate II was named to a 7-year term on the Colorado Housing Finance Authority. Next slide, please. The fiscal impact of naming the building ranges from approximately $11,000 to $20,000. The quote was based on replacing the building's 3 signs with 3 naming combination options: Penfield Tate II Municipal Building, Penfield Tate II City Hall, or Penfield Tate II Building. Additionally, some staff time will be needed to change the building's name in the city's online systems. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the layout of the process, and should council approve us to move forward, the next steps will be filling out the commemorative naming application, doing the community engagement process. And we've identified in preliminary conversations that process would exist on the informed level with some consultation with the community. After that, the application and summary stakeholder feedback would be sent to the city manager's office so that the naming committee could provide an initial review. The naming committee would be comprised of members from the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and a representative from the facility to be named. After the naming committee provides their initial recommendation, the city manager would review that and make her own decision to approve or deny, with council having the final decision to approve or deny. Next slide, please. So just to lay out preliminarily, the engagement strategy that we talked about, again, would exist on the informed level with some consultation. It would exist in a 2 to 3 window of engagement beginning in August. August is typically a good time to be engaging at Boulder. It's when folks are coming back for school and from vacations. We would be collecting feedback through Behold Boulder and council emails, and we'd also be engaging the city's racial equity email listserv. To reach more members of the community, we would work with some of our local partners, including Out Boulder County and the NAACP. And then tentatively, we'd return to council with an update in October. Next slide, please. And with that, I will take any questions from council.
Very good. Thank you, Taylor, for that thorough presentation. I have a question from Adam and then Rachel. Adam?
Yeah, this is a question about the financing aspect. Given that this is a pretty cool project and that the community might be interested in participating in some way, is there a possibility for a call for donations or things along those lines so that it doesn't have to come out of general funds, or that someone might even be willing to do the work, pro bono?
That's a great question. That's not something we had considered, but I'll let Tanya jump in if she'd like to.
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. So that is something that we could absolutely consider. And also the action of renaming does not require us to immediately change the signs on the building. So we could phase that in if so chosen to do so. We could still move forward with the renaming.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tanya. Rachel and then Junie. Rachel?
First, Taylor, great job. Thanks for that presentation. And second, something we talked about at CAC, and Jane suggested that we bring up here in the context of this conversation. So Tanya, I don't know if you're prepared to speak to that. Are you giving me a slight nod, or do you know where I'm going with this?
Sorry, I'm nodding my head and looking down at Taylor's box on the screen. Taylor actually is prepared to speak to that, Rachel.
Okay, so I will. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot. But we talked about maybe looking holistically at other parks or buildings or places that are named for people by the city to make sure that we don't have any buildings or parks, say, named for somebody who was an overt racist or something like that. So just wanted to check in on where we might go with that and what the process would look like.
Taylor, do you want to start?
Absolutely, yeah, and thanks for bringing this up, Rachel. So first off, there are 3 formal naming policies in the city, and they're listed here with a brief summary of them. I also have an inventory of facilities. We have a little over 250 altogether. So you bring up a good question, and it's reflective of a larger movement to revisit namesakes and determine if those names are associated with a negative past or not. In anticipation of this, staff has started some preliminary research into other facility names. They're looking into what facilities are named in the city, doing research to find out if any of the namesakes have a negative past, and discussing what criteria we would use to identify a facility that needs renaming. Ultimately, this is being pursued as time allows as an unscheduled work plan item. And if council would like it fully explored, they need to have a discussion about formally adding it to their work plan. And to go back to that inventory list that I mentioned, the 250 names, that includes like Fire Station 1 and things like that. So we'd have to dig a little bit deeper and figure out what names are actually named after things, such as, for example, the Carnegie Library.
Thank you for that. And I guess I would also add, like, is this an opportunity for us to see if we have broadly named things equitably? Like I would predict that there are more buildings named after perhaps white men. I don't know for sure if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised if we found that. So if that's part of it, I think that would be helpful information too. And do we need then a nod of 5 to say, go forth and get the information, if that was the will?
That would be a nod of 5. I would say that we would still need to balance it within staffing resources, and given current staffing resources, we would report back to council what would be the appropriate timeline to get you back that type of significant effort. So we'd want to further scope it out.
Okay, so I have a comment from Junie. Are we ready for that, Rachel, or do you want to ask for a nod? Or
well, could I make a comment? Could I make a comment before we ask for the nod? Given that we have these very staff has been greatly reduced, and the workload because of the pandemic is very high, I would like to recommend that we wait until retreat time. That might be a better time, and we'll have a better idea of where we're at with a whole bunch of things.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Junie?
Yes, I don't disagree with Mary's comments. I just wanted to add, I had brought this idea to Sam as well a few months ago when I know this discussion about the renaming the building after our mayor, Penfield Tate. And I thought, Mary brought this idea forward. So I've received an email from a community member as well. So that's not my personal idea, but the community member was thinking, oh, it would be great to have my street renamed after a civil rights leader or, someone who was a member of the Boulder community that is from a BIPOC, from the Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And so that, because again, when we talk of diversity, we're not just talking of diversity of just, having people here, but also in symbolism in a way, which is, it's very symbolic to have a street and a building renamed, but those things are very important as well, especially as we've seen over the last couple of months with the statues that are all over the country. So I think that's very important. And I know Taylor just mentioned the engagement strategy that she's working on. I wonder whether we could incorporate within that strategy and finding out how receptive community members would be in renaming streets, and which streets would they be interested in renaming. So I don't know if Tanya, what do you think, or if other council member wants to add to my point, if they'd understand.
So I think in response specifically to that, we could add a couple questions to call out some of that information that could be a good data point as far as where to start, Junie. And that wouldn't be a significant staff add to do that.
Great. Aaron?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea. And I'm perfectly happy to ask staff to start to look into this, understanding that it may be very slow just because of work plan items. So, not without any expectation that you're done in a month or 2 months or what have you, but just say, hey, can you put this on the, if you have time. And if you're so busy these days, you just don't have any time, then we can come back at the retreat and put it formally on the work plan. But maybe just I would be happy to give a commission to say, as time allows.
Yeah, and let me ask a question around that, Aaron. Tanya, you and Taylor presented this as a more or less as time allows that you would make progress on it. So it seems to me like we've got two issues here. One is the renaming of the municipal building, and another is the other components of review of street names, park names, and other building names. So how would you tackle that as far as if we didn't say get on it right now or didn't try and reshuffle priorities, what would your approach be?
So tonight, it would be great to get a nod from council to continue to moving forward with the renaming of the municipal building in the timeline that Taylor had outlined. Then number two, because we do have some efforts occurring within certain departments such as Parks and Recreation and Open Space, looking at some renaming, we can completely encourage the departments to continue on that work. And we could add this item as a discussion item for the retreat for an update on what the progress has been.
Great. Well, my sense from what I've heard so far is that's a super good answer. And I think, we can have a vote if we need to about the renaming of the Tate building and hear from you at the retreat, if not before, about any progress that's been made on the other issues. If there's anyone who disagrees with that summary, please feel free to raise your hand. Okay. I would like to add one small coda to this. The Settlers Park name is already under discussion as part of the tribal consultation work that's going on. So just for the community and council to know, that is in the hands of our partners as far as working out a process and then hearing from the partners what their thoughts are about a potential different name than Settlers Park. So I just wanted to put that out there to some small extent. This is already underway.
Sam, can I just add to that? Actually, a name was hoped to be brought forward this year. However, with tribal consultation being canceled due to COVID, that's on hold until next year conversation with our tribal partners.
Great, thank you. And I don't see a motion in here. Do we need a motion as far as the renaming, or is that underway and this is an update?
This is an update and to just ensure that there's no areas of concern with us moving forward.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Any council members want to have a last word here? Okay, seeing none, I think that we are in great shape. Thank you, Mary, for suggesting this and staff for picking it up. Taylor, that was a great job on the presentation and the research that you did. So it seems like we've got full council support for proceeding with Taylor's plan, as well as can be handled, the renaming of streets and parks and buildings. So
thank you, council.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, very good. With that, back to Debbie.
Okay, we'll move on to matters from the city attorney. And the first item is discussion of ballot measure items.
Great, thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Luis, for being here. Before we get started with the staff presentation, Bob has something he'd like to say, and I would like to frame up kind of the order of steps for tonight's discussion. So Bob, why don't you start?
Yeah, I just, before you frame that up, Sam, and I wanted to call to the attention of the community and maybe even some council members, the fact that the city today, this afternoon, received a letter from a lawyer hired by the Bedrooms for People initiative, threatening to sue us if council does not put their ballot measure on the ballot. I find that quite unfortunate that we've come to this point where lawsuits are being threatened, and it's quite a reputable and large firm, so I believe their threat is credible. People don't usually make those threats unless they're going to follow through on them. And one of the unfortunate impacts of receiving a letter like that from a lawyer is when people know they're going to be sued, they tend to shut down. I know I will, and others on this council may as well. And that's quite regrettable because, as evidenced by tonight and our last several months together, we tend to like to have robust and open and free-flowing discussions, exchanges of ideas, thoughts. We try to persuade each other. And I'm fearful that normal exchange of ideas in discussion and persuasion won't be able to happen tonight because we are now under threat of lawsuit. we've been told if we don't take a certain action, which is in our sole and absolute discretion, we will be sued. And I, for one, will be very circumspect about what I say tonight. And that's unfortunate because my council colleagues will not have the benefit of my counsel, and the community will not have the benefit of understanding why I'm going to vote or make statements or decisions the way I will. I suspect other council members will be similarly stifled in their communications. We may have a very abrupt and circumspect discussion tonight. Everyone is entitled to access to the courts. Anyone can hire a lawyer and threaten a lawsuit, but it's quite regrettable that we've reached this stage where a group of people feels that the best way to persuade council to do what they want is to threaten to sue them. And I don't think that's a very good tactical move. And it's going to cause me to be very cautious about what I say from here on out about this particular matter. So I just wanted to let the community know that we now have been threatened by a lawsuit. And to the extent that council members say less or are cautious in what they say, that's the reason. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Before I call on Mirabai or Aaron on this, I would just like to turn to Tom, if it's okay, and ask for some clarification about people's personal legal exposure for expressing their opinion on matters before council like this. So is there any thoughts you want to share with us before we launch into more of this, Tom? And you're on mute.
Louise, correct me if I'm wrong. You're a bigger expert on this than me, but there's generally legislative immunity for statements made during the course of legislative proceedings, and you can't be sued for those things personally. In this case, I would not expect a lawsuit to name you personally, except they would name you, if at all, in your official capacities, not in your personal capacity. I wouldn't expect any personal exposure. My guess is the lawsuit wouldn't even seek damages, because I'm not sure what damages they would have. The lawsuit would seek an injunction placing the matter on the ballot. We've done this before. This would not be the first time we've been sued over a ballot measure, either to keep it on, put it on the ballot, or keep it off. We have some familiarity with this. It's not something that's unexpected. Nevertheless, I have on many occasions seen statements that I've made or council members have made quoted in complaints. So to the extent that you feel constrained, that might be appropriate, but not based on personal.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom. And before I start calling down the list of raised hands, and I will, I think the intention here, as far as the order, would be I can talk about framing. We're going to hear the memo and then go into discussion, and I'll talk about the structure of the discussion later. But the idea next would be after a little bit of discussion about structure, that we would move on and hear from Luis Toro about the issue. So I have 3 hands up. I have Mirabai, Aaron, and Mark. Mirabai?
Before we get into this, due to the legal issue, and one of the questions I had was what Sam asked, so thank you for that information. But based on what Bob said, I just wanted to ask if everyone who put in a petition initiative or charter change where they were trying to get signatures, from my understanding, they all received something from the city that said, we strongly recommend that you seek legal counsel to help you understand your responsibility to comply with election law. Did everyone who put in a petition, did they receive this warning, basically?
Well, that's in the guidelines that the city published. And whenever I communicated with a ballot committee, I urged them to get independent legal counsel.
Okay, so everyone was fair warned about this that put in an initiative.
That's my, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Aaron and then Mark.
Yeah, well, so I'm certainly not thrilled to get a letter from a law firm threatening legal action. But I think we can still actually have a discussion about the substance of the matter. I think it's always good for us to watch what we say and our tone and such. And so I think we can still have a discussion. I'll note that while this is the first official letter from a law firm that we've received, there has been talk from other community members of lawsuits before this about if we take one course of action or another. So it's been my understanding for a while now that these questions might end up with one lawsuit or another. So I hope we can still have a discussion.
That's certainly true.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Tom, I assume in whatever capacity we are named, the city will offer defense, whether we're named personally or as council members?
I was going to make a joke, but this isn't funny. So no, yes, we would defend you.
Or maybe everybody but me.
That was what I was going to say, but I thought, nah, let's not go there. It's too soon.
Thanks.
Okay, it's nice to have a little levity here. And Luis, before we start your presentation, I just thought that I would say that I have spoken with council members to get their feedback on how to structure our discussion. And here's what I think I've synthesized from everyone. And if there's an issue with the order I'm going to put out, please raise it now so that we don't get halfway down and have a problem. But we will go with the presentation from the city attorney's office. Then I thought, in order to address the principles that we want to make decisions by, we'll learn that there are multiple interpretations of the situation in front of us. So I thought first we would pick the interpretation, at least talk about, that council would like to adopt as far as evaluating whether petitions in front of us go directly onto the ballot. And that will be dependent on what we pick as our principles for evaluation. So then after we have that whole discussion and then how those principles apply to the ballots in front of us, or the initiatives in front of us, then we could talk about if any of them are not likely to end up on the ballot because of the requirements for dates and signatures, would we want to refer any of them? And I thought that would be an opportunity, without making a decision, for council members to talk about their thoughts on criteria they might use for referring or not referring measures to the ballot. And then finally, if we get through that and there's time and will of council left, that we could talk about if some of these don't either make it on the ballot or don't pass, are there steps that we'd like to take as a council based on what we learned from the petitioning process relative to the subject matter of each of the measures. So that was what I put out there as a framing for this. It seemed like just a way to organize the discussion. And so I don't see any hands up. If this is not the way that you would like to proceed, now's the time to speak. Otherwise, I'd be happy to turn it over to Luis for the staff presentation. Okay, I don't see anyone.
While we're setting that up, I want to make clear that I'm responsible for everything that comes out of my office. I've asked Luis to do the presentation because he's smarter than me and he understands this stuff better. But if there's fault, if there's people who are upset, please be upset at me. Luis is here as an expert on this area who's helping to give you the best information he can. But the responsibility is mine. So Luis, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And, since I do the city's civil litigation, I'm used to people being mad at me. So I've kind of a thick skin. So that's fine. So let's go ahead, discuss the issues before us. Could we move on to the next slide, please? So yeah, here is the background. There was amendments to the charter in both 2017 and 2018, and there were also amendments to the election code. This was new territory for us to interpret and apply these guidelines against the backdrop of state law. And there haven't been any. The city's been sued before on ballot initiatives, but not under the changes that have been made in 2017 and 2018. And of course, we're in a hotly political environment, so people have had an incentive to get creative and otherwise strongly advocate for their position that things should or should not be on the ballot. So that's kind of how we got here. If we could move to the next slide, please. I'm not going to dwell on the chronology too much, but just to the dates, the 8th, the 6th, January 8, March 6, March 23, and then late June are the dates that June 18 are the dates that the various, and May 1, I see our choice. So those are really the most important dates of when various initiatives were proposed. I'd also flag the May 24th date, which is when constituents raised the argument that this should be considered a special election under state law, and as we'll see, therefore, would require over 8,000 signatures to get on the ballot. So we'll address those issues, but this is just yet another reminder of how we got here. So if we can move along, please, to the next slide. So we have three possible interpretations here. One of them is what was set forth in our initial guidelines. One of them is that the city charter governs this issue exclusively, and the other is that it's governed by state law pretty much without reference to the charter. So we'll go through each of the three. So we can move to the next slide, please. So the initial guidelines, this is a significant portion where we kind of flag that there's a potential conflict between the charter and the state statute regarding home rule cities charter amendments. So we have decided that to basically take the most pro-democracy and pro-petitioner interpretation, which was to give more time for charter amendments and follow the state guidelines, and basically err on the side of whichever was more favorable to petitioners. So that was really an attempt to enshrine the right to petition and put it forcefully. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So here's what the guidelines have told people, that the requirement was for 5% of the registered electors on the date of the filing of the statement of intent, and that if it was a special election, it would have to be 10%. But the interpretation was also that a November election is a regular election, which is how it's defined at the state level. As we'll see, there's a different definition of that in the municipal elections code, but the guidance here was based on the assumption that this is a regular election and not a special election. So if we could move on. I've been told puppies are a good thing to put in these presentations, so here's some. While we have the puppies up, I want to talk a little bit about home rule and what Colorado is a state that has always, since the early days of the state, has really encouraged municipalities to set up their own structures. What's good for Boulder is not necessarily good for Colorado Springs, and cities have a lot of leeway to do things differently, and that's we'll see how that plays out in these next few slides. So if we could please move along. So here the determination that the charter controls is based on the statement among other things, the statement of intent from the legislature when they enacted Title 31. And Title 31 is regarding municipalities in general. So it isn't just charter amendments, it's all sorts of things. It's the way municipalities conduct elections. It's all sorts of potential restrictions on home rule municipalities. And the statement of intent is that all of Title 31 should not apply when it's superseded by a charter or ordinance passed pursuant to that charter. So this is really the language that the charter control interpretation hinges on, that to the extent there's contrary state law in Title 31, the legislature has specifically indicated that it interprets its own authority not to extend to preventing cities from, home rule cities from devising their own methods for amending the charter. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this is Charter Section 37, which was the subject of a ballot initiative, actually was referred by the City Council to the ballot in 2017. And it's, as you'll see, it added the language charter amendments, and it added the term legislative to modify ordinances. and it defines a charter amendment as a form of initiative. So the term initiative, as it's used in the charter, includes all of this: charter amendments and legislative orders and ordinances and other legislative measures. The plain language of the charter does not make a distinction among the different kinds of initiatives as far as defining them as initiative for purposes of other sections of the charter. So if we could move on to the next one. This is something that's been in our code for a long time. It used to say that, well, basically, this is in the election code, and it says in the bolded part that's the most important, that no statute of the state purporting to regulate in any way the exercise of the initiative, which, remember, includes charter initiatives per Charter Section 37, nothing shall govern except for criminal provisions of state law that prohibit fraud or deception in the circulation or signing of initiative or referendum petitions or respecting affidavits concerning said petitions. You may recall that came up in connection with the discussion about electronic signature gathering during the pandemic, that there would need to be a change to this language because the state law that we have incorporated through this provision does say that circulators have to verify that the affidavit was signed in their presence. So that was what would need to be changed to allow electronic signatures, and that didn't happen. But we have seen this provision fairly recently in the council's deliberations. And I should also mention that it used to say that it added charter amendments it also mentioned charter amendments as something that was governed by state law, and that was removed presumably at the same time. I believe it was at the same time as Section 37 was amended to include charter amendments as part of what are considered initiatives. So if we could move along to the next slide, please. So this is where the deadline comes. The Charter Section 39 says that the petition needs to be submitted by 150 calendar days, and that's where the June 5th deadline comes from. Next slide, please. Now we're getting to the interpretation that state law controls. The Article 20, Section 9. When the puppies were up, I was talking about Article 20, Section 6, which is the part that reserves home rule power to home rule municipalities and specifically identifies municipal elections as an area of local concern that the municipality is permitted to legislate on. And this provision says the General Assembly shall provide by statute procedures under which the registered electors may adopt, amend, or repeal a home rule charter. Now, going back to the charter controls interpretation, the fact that Title 31 has the express language that the legislature did not intend to infringe on a home rule city's right to create its own charter amendment says to me that the legislature took a look at this saying, we've heard some talk about potential constitutional conflicts that to the extent those may exist, my read is that the Office of Legislative Legal Services that advises the legislature came to the view that home rule municipalities do have the authority to create measures to amend their own charter. And rather than create litigation, they put the language of Title 31 to say that it's not intended to apply to municipal charters when the city has enacted its own legislation. But for the view that state law controls, this is interpreted as saying that the General Assembly's statutes are expected to control how a city or town may amend its charter. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this is back to Title 31. This is in Section 31.202, and it refers to Section 9 of Article 20 of the state constitution that we were just looking at, that they're intending to provide statutory procedures to facilitate the adoption and amendment of home rule charters, and that it should be liberally construed to effectuate that result. The next slide, please. Now, here's where the conflict, if there is one, exists, that 31.2.210 says that the petition, you only get 90 days to circulate the petition from the date of the filing of the statement of intent. And that's, that going back to the guidelines interpretation, we're choosing the more favorable one for petitioners in the event of conflict. But this would be one of those state provisions that's arguably in conflict. Could we move to the next slide, please? And then this is this is the part where we get into special versus regular elections, and maybe counterintuitively, the statute defines the regular election as the odd number year election. On one level, that's maybe more intuitive to you all on city council because that's when you run for office. So that's a municipal general election, and strictly speaking, if we're following state law, then this is a special election, and the council would be asked to pass an ordinance that technically calls a special election to be held concurrently with the national general election, and then we enter into a agreement with the Boulder County Clerk for a combined election, and the county clerk helps us with making sure the right ballots get to the right voters and so forth. So this says that if it's a special election, which the statute would define this November election as being, then you would need 10% of the registered electors, which is about 8,000 signatures, as opposed to the roughly 4,000 that we had advised were necessary based on the viewing this as a general election, which is what it's commonly understood to be. Could we move to the next slide now? Oh, well, this is the definition I was just talking about, so I guess I should have put this slide up, but if we follow the state law, the definition of regular election is the odd number year, and then any other election, we can move on to the next one, please. Then this is the definition of special election, which is any election called by the governing body of any municipality or initiated by petition to be held at a time other than the regular election. So any time, and that would include this November's election, would be considered a special election by statute. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this is a summary of the different outcomes based on the 3 different interpretations. If the charter controls, then everybody should have had the same deadline and the same number of signatures, which would have been, and this is the line, charter controls June 5th for everybody, and they would need only 3,337 signatures because there's no difference. There would be no difference between a legislative ordinance and a charter, but by the definition of Section 37. And the statement of excuse me, I'm sorry. If the state law controls, it's the 8,096 signatures, and then here's would be the deadlines. I guess you're not seeing my cursor, but it's it would be June 21st for bedrooms, July 30th for our mayor, our choice, and August 5th, which is the last possible day for the citizens' conditions for CU South. And then finally, if the guidelines control, then it's, which is what we told people, 4,048 signatures by August 5th. So that was the guidelines that were posted on the website, that view of harmonizing the state and the charter provision. So then just one last thing, I knew there's been a comment or a suggestion that Section 137 of the charter conflicts with or overrides Section 37 of the charter, and Section 37, which we looked at a few slides ago, says that charter initiatives are initiatives and they're subject to the same rules as other initiatives. And Section 137 says amendments to the charter shall be conducted in accordance with Article 20. But going back to what I said about Article 2, Section 9, and how it says the legislature may adopt rules and then procedures, and then when the legislature did that, they specifically said that they interpreted their authority as not forbidding cities from providing for their own provisions in the charter. So, and Article 20 includes Section 6, which puts vast power into the hands of a home rule city council to basically legislate on any subjects, as long as it doesn't contradict with state law on a matter of statewide or mixed concern, and then basically whatever you want on a matter of local concern. And that's something that the council has exercised from time to time in many different contexts, which we won't get into now, but I believe that's the end of the presentation, so we can move to the next slide. I think it's time for council questions. I'm happy to
Very good.
answer them more. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Luis, for the presentation. It was comprehensive. So council questions now. I've got Bob's hand up.
Luis, thanks so much. That was really, really great and really helpful. Could you back up one slide? Could you put the second to last slide back up?
I can't, but
whoever's controlling the slides.
Yes, the one before that, please.
Before, please.
Yes, great. Mm-hmm.
As I understand it from this, and from your comment earlier, that the question of whether this is a special election or general election could have bearing on the number of signatures. Is that right? Because at least under state law, the number of signatures would be 8,000 if this was a special election and 4,000 if this was a general election. Is that right?
Yeah, if state law controls, that's what it says, yes.
Okay, and you were very helpful in providing the state statute that defines special elections and general elections. Isn't that very similar language, and maybe even more clear language, actually in our charter?
I would say that the language in our charter is different. I don't have that up here, but it refers to special municipal elections and general municipal elections, but then that language doesn't tie into any other provision. It's some kind of, I don't know if at some point it did, but the way section 37 reads now, initiatives are initiatives, and our charter doesn't make any distinction based on whether it's a special municipal election or a general municipal election.
I'm sorry, I wasn't referring to section 37, I was referring to section 22. Let me just read it for you.
Sure.
And for council. Section 22 of the Boulder City Charter reads, a regular municipal election shall be held in the city of Boulder on the same Tuesday in November of every odd year, it's going to be odd numbered year, as the state ballot election in odd numbered years, and shall be known as the regular municipal election. All other municipal elections shall be known as special municipal elections. So that sounds to me pretty consistent with state law, that odds on the Tuesday in November are general and everything else is special. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just saying that under other provisions of the charter, that particular distinction doesn't apply to the charter or other ordinances. It's the same whether it's a special election or a general election.
Okay, that seems to be the definitional section, so that's what I was just focusing on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, Luis. That's all I had.
Could I colloquy? Because I'm not really understanding how language in the charter wouldn't apply to other places of the charter. Could you explain that to me, please? And
I haven't comprehensively studied the charter to see if those terms come up somewhere else, but they don't come up in section 37. And when you have legislation by, as I'm sure you all know, when legislation is and charter amendments are done by the voters, sometimes you get less than perfectly coherent results. But the section 37 and all the provisions that relate to initiatives don't make any distinction regarding special versus general.
And if I could add, in 2017, they removed the provision in the charter that allowed for having an initiative on a special election if you got more signatures. There used to be such a provision in the charter, but it was removed in 2017.
So sometimes a provision gets removed and there's language that used to be pertinent to it, and then it's no longer pertinent because that provision got removed. And that would seem to be this situation.
Okay, thank you, Junie.
Thank you, Sam. I just wanted to ask one question and also some clarification. So this is not the first year we've had ballot petitions. I know this is the first year we're dealing with COVID. So is it right for me to infer that somehow we have been doing this without really considering the charter rules? And that's just a comment, because that's what it sounds to me, and you can clarify that for community members who are listening, because from what I'm hearing is that those petitions have been getting on the ballot with, no? Go ahead, Tom.
The charter was changed in 2017 and 2018. We haven't had a petition since the 2018. So this is the first time we've had to deal with these charter provisions.
Thank you. And my other question is, I think for me, hearing this discussion, and you're talking about, bedrooms and mayor, which is the 2 ballot petitions that are, I guess, were due in June 5th or are due on August 5th, depending. But my question is, if we were to move the goalpost to a higher threshold, what happened to the ones that have already made it on the ballot? Because we know that the no eviction have already made it on the ballot. So does that mean that they're no longer on the ballot? And yeah, so I'm just not sure, because that seems very unstable for me to understand. If we move the goalpost, what will happen to the ones that are already on the ballot?
Nothing will happen to the ones that are already on the ballot, and here's the reason. It's the no evictions without representation is a legislative ordinance. It's not a charter amendment. So this issue about state law only applies in the charter context. So the instruction given to Newer was that they needed 3,337 signatures, and that they needed to do that by June 5th, and they did that. Now there's another provision that gives what we're calling an amendment period. Some people call it the cure period, but that's not really an accurate term, because it's not about curing signatures, it's about submitting new signatures. So in that kind of overtime, they reach the threshold. So they're in, and there's no question about that, because it's not a charter amendment.
Great. So I see no other questions, so I'm going to ask one or two. So on slide 18 in your presentation, which is a great summary slide, thank you for having this here. I have a bit of a question about why the guideline control has 4048 and the charter control has 3337. And what I'm really asking for is, what was the rationale? Because I understood the rationale fundamentally to be, we're going to pick the rules that favor the petitioners, but it would seem like the charter controls would favor the petitioner more than this guideline number. So how did the guideline number come to be what it was?
It was because state law says that in a general election, you only need 5% of the registered voters. So that came out to be 4,048. Whereas if it was, so that was based on the view that this is a general election.
Let me ask a question again, because I don't think I was clear. If our charter can control everything about our amendment process, amending the charter, right? That's an assertion for charter controls. Then why wouldn't the charter signature limits apply to either the legislative ordinance change or charter change? So it seems like the guidelines control number 4048 is 5% of the registered voters in Boulder. But that's not in the charter, that's in state law, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I don't understand the rationale or why the state law was used to set the signature threshold in our guidelines, when in fact you could make the argument that the charter controls number 3337 should have been what's in the guidelines. So it seems like there was some thinking that state law applied in some way to the charter amendment measures.
That's what I understand, and that the belief that that was more favorable to petitioners is that you get more time under the state provision. See, if state law controls in all three of these situations, they get more time to collect the signatures, whereas if under the strict charter controls, then it's all due on June 5th. So, but you only need 33, 37. So the charter controls view, it would be 33, 37 for everybody, and it would be due on June 5 for everybody.
Okay, so I still don't quite follow we'll have more time if you use the state, because if you use everything in the state law, you would have 90 days after the statement of intent to collect signatures, or you'd have 90 days before the election, whichever comes first. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's why the citizens' conditions would be on August 5 under the state law controls view, because they would have filed with less than the full amount of time.
Sam, can I take answer your question?
Sure.
So the guidelines were an attempt to meld state law and the charter. There was a view that, and this was the view of the working group, that the state law controlled. And then the guidelines were an attempt to mitigate that somewhat by applying the 180-day limitation in the city's charter in favor of petitioners. And also the belief that this is not a special election under the Boulder Code. So it was those. I think it was a good faith attempt. I think that it perhaps is defensible, and I think one of the lawyers in our office firmly believes that that's the right interpretation of the law. I'm not sure I agree any longer. Having, as we said, this is our first time applying these. We've done our best. As we've gone through this process and we've gotten really close scrutiny on everything that we've said, we've taken a different view. And the guidelines were a good faith attempt to do the best that they could at the time. I'm not sure that they're correct, but I mean, the purpose for us to be here for tonight is that it's ultimately council's decision on what the charter means, and you can choose any one of those three.
Thank you, Tom. I have some more.
May I colloquy
Sure.
on the question of numbers here? If the charter controls, what percentage of the registered electors is that 3337?
It's the average. Let me get the exact language here, but it's, let's see.
I have it. It's 10% of the voters in the average of the voters in the last two municipal elections.
Thank you. Right. So it's actual voters. So the clerk gets the numbers from the Boulder County Commissioner, the Boulder County Clerk and Recorder of how many people voted in the last two elections, averages that, and then divides it by 10.
Okay, so the difference, and that is 5% of the average.
It's 10% of the average.
10% of the average.
10% of the average voters in the last two elections, whereas the guidelines and the state law numbers are of registered voters. So
okay, that's the difference.
Approach,
okay, got it.
right.
Got it.
So Mary, to explain a little bit, you may recall that the federal government at some point restricted localities stripping voter rolls. And so because Boulder has a transient student population, our voter rolls started to grow enormously. And so we used to require 10% of the registered voters in Boulder, but that number started getting very big, which was one of the impetus to the 2018 working group to see if they could change that number. And they came up with the 10% of the average number of voters as more reflective of a reasonable number that wasn't going to constantly go up.
Okay.
Thank
you.
you.
I have one other question, and then I'll see. So Bob, your hand is up. I'm going to ask my other question and then come to you. Are you colloquying, Bob?
I kind of am, if you don't mind, Sam.
Sure, go ahead.
Tom, you mentioned when you were answering Sam's last question that the guidelines were a kind of a meld of charter and state law controls. You mentioned the August 5th was 180 days. 180 days from what?
Oh no, it's not 180 days. The charter says you have 180 days to gather signatures. State law says you can only gather for 90 days after the statement of intent. So there was a conflict there, and the guidelines resolved it by relying on the charter's 180-day limit to give people more time.
Okay, and then the second colloquy. Sorry, Sam.
That's fine.
I'm still struggling with the special election versus a general election because the guideline control, the 4,000 signatures, seems to come from a read of state law that the even year election is a general election. I'm struggling a little bit how this is a general election. I read previously section 22 of our charter, which seemed to indicate this is a general election, or excuse me, this even year is a special election. State law, which you previously said in your presentation, would indicate. And then finally, the charter controls that you were just talking to Mary about, the 3,300, that's the average of the last two general elections. Is that correct?
General municipal elections. I think it says municipal elections.
Okay. Does it say
general municipal elections?
So I think, aren't we acknowledging, doesn't our charter plus the state law plus the math we just did all point to the fact that we acknowledge that odd year elections are general and even year elections are special?
Bob, that's definitely my reading of state law.
And our charter as well, isn't it?
I'm not sure, Bob. There's a long history to our charter, and I wouldn't necessarily go there. I mean, when we used to consider extra signatures for special elections, we considered them other than November elections. But as Luis noted, there's nothing that I know in our charter that applies those definitional terms. So if we're going to rely on state law, I would use the definitions in state law. And I think that the reference in the guidelines to November elections being general, the equivalent of general elections, is probably inaccurate. Which is why I would suggest that if you're going to use state law, you should use state law all along. And state law clearly defines an even year election as a special election.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Sorry, Sam.
No, that's fine.
For answering, but
my last question is about the role of the election working group and their advice, which led to the charter amendments that were approved, I believe in 2018. There are some passages that seem to express clearly the consensus intent of that group. And it seems like the whole idea of whether charter amendment petitions are initiatives is stated in one part of the Boulder Revised Code and probably in the charter as well, if I'm remembering correctly. But the clear legislative intent for those changes, as supported by the election working group, is detailed to say that charter amendments are governed by state law. It says it clearly, and it says it 3 times in their working group report. So I'd be curious both how that clear intent was translated into the charter amendments that were passed and how legislative intent has an impact on the interpretation of charter.
Right. Well, the amendment that added charter initiatives to Section 37 was passed in 2017. So it was not based at all on the elections working group. So that to the extent that they assumed that that state law still governed, I think that was not in accord with what Section 37 says. And I went back and looked that this council passed ordinance number 8195 in 2017, and that's where it was proposed to add charter amendments. And the purpose at that time was stated to clarify that initiatives include charter initiatives, and also to clarify that ordinances have to be legislative in nature and they can't be administrative, which is another issue that is lurking with the citizens' conditions on CU South initiative. We're not really talking about that tonight, but the 2017 amendments are the ones that added the language about charter amendments. So the 2018 amendment didn't change Section 37 at all. So to the extent that the working group wanted to clarify that they believed state law controlled charter initiatives, then there should have been a change to Section 37 proposed, and there wasn't. So I think that we need to look at the 2017 ballot, which is when Ordinance 8195 was passed by the electorate.
So I hear that, but I also know that the 2018 work was done in specific to review and clean up everything that was both existing before and to bring it into to new levels of like how many signatures would be required to qualify something automatically for the ballot. It would seem like, and Tom, I'll just ask you, because I know you were part of this, didn't that working group receive legal advice?
Yes, they did. There was something of a dispute between my office and that group. They criticized our memos. They did not want us to disagree with them. They had Jeff Wilson as their legal advisor.
Okay, so I don't know.
Can I also answer your question? So the general rule is that you don't look to legislative intent unless a statute is ambiguous. I don't believe that it's ambiguous, but if you decide that the language is ambiguous, you can rely on that legislative history to say state law controls. There's no question in my mind that the working group believed that state law controlled, but they could be wrong. And I'm a little sensitive about the cleanup. The objection to the primary objection in my view to the 2017 provisions were that the 2017 provisions provided a lot of clarity. What they said was the city manager shall adopt rules for all of the deadlines. And there were people who didn't like that. And it's, in my view, it's bad practice to put hard deadlines in the charter. It really limits your flexibility. That's what we tried to fix in 2017. The working group overcame that and put deadlines, hard deadlines in, and we're struggling to figure out what those mean today. So I kind of object to calling it a cleanup. It was a political dispute in my view.
Yeah, whatever it's called, there was enough impetus to pass the 2018 measure based on the work that came out of the election working group, the city council. Okay, well, that's all my questions. Let me pop back over here. I don't see any hands up. So if there are no questions, I think it might be time to move into the discussion phase. So anybody, Mary, you're muted.
I have one more question. And just in Luis, in your presentation, you perhaps alluded to you made a statement that made me conclude that an initiative as defined in the charter is defined in the same manner in state law. Is that correct?
I would say,
did I hear that?
That's not really what I was trying to communicate. What I was trying to communicate is that the 2017 amendment to Chapter 37 was intended to clarify that charter amendment initiatives are initiatives and are subject to the same time constraints and signature collection or signature numbers as other initiatives. So, state law defines the initiative very generally, and the state constitution does say that the power of the initiative is reserved to the people in home rule municipalities, but that doesn't really bear here because we do have we are allowing the people to initiate the charter changes. So that's I don't think the state constitutional definition of initiative is particularly helpful. I think that it would include charter initiatives, but the more on point is Section 37 that specifically includes charter amendments as initiatives.
And Mark, you're up, and then I have another question to follow up on that. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, this will just be a question, comments later. Tom, I'm also looking at the report from the working group, which is very clear and very unambiguous and was contained in a staff memo that was presented to the council.
It was attached to the staff memo.
Okay. At that time, when they made these comments, did you respond to them in writing and say, no, you're wrong?
No. I mean, that was their view, and we were asked to convey their view, and we did. Believe me, there were many back and forths between David Gear and that group over what we could put in memos. They insisted that they controlled their memos, and they wanted to control ours. We deferred to them as a working group.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, just a quick question on
the disclaimer, like seek legal advice, Tom, that was in the, I guess, the work group or the workbook that petitioners would have received.
The guidelines.
The guidelines. Are those the same kind of guidelines that we received when we were running for city council? And was that disclaimer also impact in guidelines or workbooks that we would have received?
I don't know. I don't know what you received, so I can't comment.
I don't know that either. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just like in general, we also got a workbook, and it was very specific with like number of signatures and dates, and it seemed pretty reliable coming from the city that would mean something. So I just wondered if we got the same like
and
disclaimer, check, learn state and charter law on your own before you rely on what we're telling you.
One of my sorrows, we always try to give the best advice we can, and one of my sorrows is that I didn't think of all of this when we were publishing the guidelines. But of course, that was back in January, and there were a lot of other things going on. It's always easy to look back and say, gee, I wish I'd done it differently, and I do. And so I can't turn back the clock, and we're trying to do the best we can. And yeah, we probably put those disclaimers in. For things like council elections, since those provisions haven't changed in years, we're pretty sure about all of those deadlines. As I said,
we had some new stuff that like we were learning, and I think it was different for people that were running again, some contribution limits and things. So like we were, I was in pretty close conversation with Diane. Like, am I reading this right? So that's why I was wondering, like, is it pretty similar to how a petitioner would feel relying on the city?
Yeah, the working group did change the financing stuff in the code as well.
Sure.
So, Tom and Louise, thanks for all that explanation. But just to be clear, that the next steps are really entirely up to us, kind of from a legislative perspective, right? That we can choose our own. We can make our own choice about what we feel is the best next step, because we have it within our power to place or not place initiatives on the ballot.
Yes, and I've always said it's council's prerogative to say what the charter means, and that's what ordinances are. So it's also, if you want to tell us that we're wrong in our interpretation, we will honor that and defend it. And it's because it's your choice. You don't have to, but if that's what council wants to do, it's completely appropriate.
Sure. So it's our discretion. But your recommendation was that we should go ahead and put those two initiatives on the ballot. Is that correct?
I believe that that's fair, but it's a legislative decision for you.
Okay. Thank you.
And I have a final question here. Back to section 37, Louise. We've read the first sentence a few times, and it more or less, I'm going to boil it down, says that charter amendments, legislative ordinances, franchises and privileges are legislative ordinance, and other legislative measures, those are initiatives, right? That's what the first sentence says. The second sentence, however, says a petition, so it's talking about how the petitions work. A petition meeting the requirements hereinafter provided and requesting the council to pass, and here's the list: the legislative ordinance, resolution, order, or vote. All four of those terms being hereinafter included in the term measure, therein set forth or designated, shall be termed an initiative petition and shall be acted upon as hereinafter provided. The reason I want to call out the specifics of both of those sentences is the second sentence doesn't mention charter amendments when it talks about petition requirements, whereas the first sentence mentions charter amendments and talks about those being initiative, but the next sentence doesn't use the word initiative, except in terms of what those four things are, shall be termed an initiative petition. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on how to balance the contradiction between the first sentence and the second sentence.
Well, I don't think there's a contradiction, and here's why. It's that council does, if you look at what that section actually says, and I think you quoted it correctly, it says, a petition that requests the council to pass a legislative ordinance, resolution, order, or vote, and those four things being called a measure, which is a different term, those are things that council has the authority to pass. council doesn't have the authority to pass a charter initiative. So it would be the problem would be if it did include the language of charter initiative, then we would be suggesting that council could pass a charter initiative, which it cannot do. So that's how there's not a contradiction between those sentences, that the second part is discussing petitions that the charter or that the council could adopt. Like the council could have adopted the no eviction without representation ordinance or initiative as an ordinance if you had wanted to under that provision, but you could not pass, you could not make any of the proposed charter initiatives, you could not pass those into the charter. So that's why there's different language there and it defines them as a measure.
Can I colloquy on that for just a second?
Sure.
If the charter controls charter amendments, could we amend the charter to provide that council could pass charter amendments?
Interesting question. I don't think that would, I think there's a political limit and that would never pass. I mean, in order to get that.
That's not the question.
Well, you would have to get that. You could not pass an ordinance that says that. You would have to go to the voters and say, amend the charter to give the council power to enact charter amendments.
Yeah.
And we could do that.
I think there's a provision in Article 20 of the Constitution that says it has to be by vote of the people.
Yeah, I think so too. We'd have to dig that out.
On that, Mark.
Okay, so I want to stop right here before I go to Mary. Mary, I see. So if the charter is silent or unclear on the subject, do you then defer to the state?
I would say no. If the ordinance occupies the field, then and there's other parts, like we say in the election code, that we adopt the municipal election code to the extent it doesn't contradict our charter and initiative. So we've affirmatively adopted that and put it into our ordinances. But I kind of want to avoid analogies to the campaign finance arena, but I'll make one now, which is that if you're a city like Colorado Springs and you decide to enact a campaign finance ordinance that doesn't include any contribution limits, that doesn't mean you import contribution limits from state law. It means you don't have any contribution limits.
So the reason I asked the question then is because Tom referred to Article 20 of the state constitution as something that would be referred to, I forget what we're talking about at the moment, but if there was like you said, it had to be a vote of the people, because it says so in the Colorado Constitution, which is talking about charter amendments. So if it would be a natural thing to do to refer to the Colorado Constitution when talking about charter amendments and the requirement of who passes them, then wouldn't that mean that you're moving to the Colorado Constitution to settle a question?
Oh, absolutely. The Constitution always controls. I mean, the question is, under the Constitution, does state law or the charter control? And so the Constitution in Article 20, Section 6 makes it clear that the city has the authority to adopt its own procedures to amend the charter. It says that. So but it also says that you can't increase the number of signatures more than 10% of the registered voters. So that's actually a hard cap in the Constitution, and the state law has gone to that cap. We could always go lower. So the Constitution, yes, always provides a firm boundary for what the city can do. I mean, because all the city's power derives from Article 20, which creates the power for home rule cities to have home rule authority.
And I would just add that in the talking about the article, I'm just going to reiterate that Article 20, Section 9 says the legislature can enact provisions for how municipalities enact charter changes, but then the statute says, basically when the legislature exercised that authority, they said, we're not purporting to exercise this to the extent that a home rule city does something differently.
Okay, Mary?
So I'm looking to my city attorneys for clarity here, and I just don't seem to be getting any clearer on any of this. So if I were a petitioner and, well, if I were on city council, and I wanted real clarity and just beyond the shadow of a doubt, I'm just clear and this is clear and there's no question as to when the deadlines are, how many signatures are needed, special versus regular. Where would I go?
So Mary, the fault for us is we probably should have brought an ordinance to you last year that said, this is how you interpret that. And I've recommended that you do that this year, and I'll bring it back after the election, I would guess. So that's really where the clarity would come from.
But right now, where would I go?
The challenge is that you have to interpret the charter, the state law and the Constitution. And that's a matter of opinion. There is nothing firm anybody has ever said that'll decide that for you. And we've done our best to give our best opinion, but it's open to question. And we will probably get sued and a judge will tell us. When the folks for citizens conditions for the CU South challenged and asked for a hearing, I was anxious to get before a judge, to have a judge tell me what the rules are, because that would be best. But we're not there. And so we're all just giving advice, and legal advice is advice. And what I've said, and I'll say it again, is there are three possible interpretations that I see. Council could choose either one of them, and we will go with it. Or council can just rely on what we've told you, which is, I believe Luis and I both believe that the charter controls is the best interpretation. But that doesn't mean that it's binding. That's just our advice.
Well, I'm still, charter controls, it doesn't provide clarity based on all the places that you have to go to in the charter to try and gain some clarity. So if I wanted clarity at this moment, in the absence of an ordinance, would going to Section 20 of the state constitution be the place to gain that clarity? And since we have that ability to choose from those three options that you presented, then given that going to the state constitution is an option, is that a place where I could just be clear?
So I think you mean state law, not the Constitution, because the Constitution.
Yeah, state law.
So if you choose state law in my view is fairly clear.
Okay, thank you.
It defines the number of signatures. It defines the deadlines very clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron?
Well, I was just going to see, Sam, if maybe we can move to the discussion.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to. I that was my last question. Anyone else have any questions? So I see another question. Mark? Mark, I can't hear you.
Not a question. I was queuing up for comments.
Okay, great. So before we get there, so Mark, you're first in line for that. I just want to reiterate the thought about how to do this is first to pick between the three interpretations that we've been offered, or defer if we don't want to do so. And then once we're done with that, we'll move on to what that means for each of the petitions that we've received. So that's a proposal. Everyone seemed to have bought into that in previous conversations. So if we get started there, I think we can focus our conversation around which of these three possible interpretations we want to use going forward. So from here, I have Mark, Aaron, and Bob. Mark?
Okay. Tom, I absolutely credit you with a good faith effort to work through this morass. But as anyone who had the unhappy experience of reading my hotline post will attest, I could not disagree with you more in your conclusions. It seems to me that Section 9 of Article 20 states that the registered electors are vested with the power to adopt, amend, and repeal home rule charters. Section 9 directs the General Assembly to provide by statute procedures for their amendment. And our own charter in Section 137 says we are following Article 20 of the Constitution in terms of our charter amendment procedures. I also give some degree of weight to the absolute clarity of the Campaign Finance Working Group in their expressions of how clear it is to them that charter amendments are controlled by the state. They say it, as Sam pointed out several times. They note that this process is governed by state law and a timetable set by the state. The city has limited ability to change any aspect of how charter amendments go to the ballot. If that was an objectionable statement then, I would have expected there to be a contrary memorandum challenging that statement, but I don't recall that there is one. And so for me, as a matter of interpretation, I am hard-pressed to see why state law should not be controlling charter amendment processes. It has nothing to do with other initiatives, but I think charter amendments are governed by the Constitution and the statutes related to that. Everything else to me, I'm sorry, appears to be trying to make the best of a bad situation and not really succeeding.
I assume you saw my response to your outline.
I did. And what I think from that is, for instance, that in Section 137, where we say we're going to follow Article 20, your position seems to be that's what our Section 137 says. We're kicking it to the Constitution, and the Constitution is essentially saying do whatever you want. And that's not how I interpret it.
The Constitution in Article 20, Section 6 provides that the people of the home rule cities have the ability to decide how to amend their charters.
Of course they do. That's a matter of fact. But what the legislature is doing and the Constitution is doing is telling you how you may amend those charters.
So,
I've read it too, and that's my view, Tom.
I respect your view. I disagree. I mean, I think the Constitution couldn't be clearer. And we can disagree. I don't think Article 20, Section 9 says what you think it says. I think it provides for procedures, and then the legislature has made it clear that they don't intend for those procedures to overcome charters and local ordinances.
Just as a matter of curiosity, what does Denver do?
I don't know.
What does Colorado Springs do?
Well, it's interesting that you bring up Denver. I did used to live there, and as a lot of you know, their elections are not even in the fall. They're in the spring following the general election, and that's by charter. So no one has come into Denver and said you're not allowed to have your elections in May. They have to be in November. Now they're talking about amending their charter to have the mayoral and city council elections be in November, but right now they're in May with a runoff in June.
Well, that's a different issue.
Well, my point is that they have the authority to do that.
The charter amendment process is really not what you're referring to there.
I'm not familiar with what Denver says about that.
Colorado Springs expressly adopts state law, which they wouldn't need to do if state law was imposed, but it does. And their charter says that they follow the state law procedures.
So Mark, you've made your point. I think I've got you down here as supporting that state law governs of the three potential interpretations. Is that where you want to go with that?
That's where I'm going.
Right. And then we've got Aaron, Bob, Rachel, and Mirabai. Aaron.
Yeah, so Mary's question was an excellent one about clarity. And I think fundamentally we do not have clarity about exactly what the appropriate or the 100% correct legal interpretation is. We've have a number of lawyers on city staff and in the community who have differing opinions on this. So I think for us to try to resolve the 100% legally correct answer is not going to work out. So where I go to instead is that we have the authority as the city council to place or not place these ballot initiatives on the ballot. And I look to kind of fundamental fairness and good governance here. The city gave these petitioners guidelines. They're clearly stated. and the petitioners did their best to comply with those guidelines. And this is, of course, happened in the middle of a pandemic. And, they came to us and said, well, gosh, could we do electronic signatures instead to get us through the pandemic? And the majority of council decided they didn't want to do that. And nevertheless, folks went out using the guidance the city gave and collected signatures in person, spent months doing it. And so I feel like if they clear the threshold, the signature thresholds by the date given to them by the city, we should say, well, the buck stops here. The city attorney's office gave you instructions, and if you complied with those instructions and met those thresholds, then we as the governing body of the city will take responsibility for that, and without weighing in on the content of the measures, say, we'll go ahead and put you on the ballot. So that's what I advocate for us to do, is say, if you make those thresholds and comply with the guidelines, let's do that. And then, my goodness, we got to get this cleared up, and let's work on an ordinance ASAP after the end of this year to make it sure that we never get in this situation again.
May I colloquy on that? I'll reserve most of my comments here, but I would just observe that that before Aaron just talked, like, voices were getting a little bit elevated and heated, us discussing this amongst ourselves, two attorneys, I think there are 6 attorneys on this phone call, not being able to agree and sort of vehemently arguing with each other's interpretations of the law is pretty telling to me that we can't, as a group, agree in this small setting. And I don't know how we could possibly have expected petitioners, even those that consulted attorneys, to easily interpret what we were asking them to do. And so I agree with Aaron that it makes sense that we not try and interpret a law that is or conflicting interpretations of the charter and the state statutes, and we could put that aside and fix it and decide this on more of a grounds of the city having integrity around its word, the same way that I would have wanted to be able to trust the city when I was running for office, that what was in the handbook and that those dates meant something. And even if I was to talk to an attorney, if it was a confusing interpretation, I could go back and say, I trust the city to have given me a modicum of understandable and good advice. And I don't mean that overly critical. I understand it's complicated, but we have a chance here to not try and make an interpretation that's difficult and do something different. Thanks.
Bob, Rachel, Mirabai, Adam. Bob?
Yeah, I want to, those are great arguments, Aaron and Rachel, for potentially putting these measures on the ballot ourselves. And we're going to get to that, but we're not there yet. I think I want to get us back to the question that Sam asked and that Mark answered. And I want to answer the question too, which is which law applies to charter amendments. We'll get eventually to the equitable argument about whether we should put these on or not. Could somebody put the slides back up again? I actually have a question, and then I'll answer Sam's question. Can you go all the way to the front where there's the timeline is? I think it was like the second or third. Yeah, there. Thank you. Perfect. So this is a question for Tom and Luis, and then I'll answer the question that Sam posed. So these guidelines were offered, it sounds like, the guidelines sound like there were some sort of hybrid or blend of state law and charter law, and I'm not really sure how they came to be. But in any event, it sounds like the guidelines were provided with the caveat, go check with your own lawyer. And then I understand it from your chronology in separate discussions with Tom that on April 20th, the city attorney's office met at least with the bedrooms folks. The eviction folks are not relevant here because they're not charter amendment. And I believe on that date, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, you advised the bedroom folks that there was a possibility that rather than the guidelines applying, state law would apply. And then, this is a compound question, you can answer it all together. And then it looks like on May 18th, the clerk's office advised both charter committees that the state law applied. And in fact, I believe that one of the leaders of the charter, one of the charter committees, is quoted in the Daily Camera on May 18th as saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that the deadline is June 21, which would be the state law deadline, of course, as we just talked about." So that was a compound question, but it sounds to me like while you may have initially provided guidelines to the petitioners, which may have been wrong, and we'll talk about that in a second, it sounded like as early as April 20th and then clearly on May 18th, you told them that state law might apply and they might want to govern themselves accordingly. Is that correct, Tom?
Yeah, on April 20th, I met with Bedrooms Are for People. You may recall that I made a presentation to council on April 21st on potential electronic signatures. So I reached out to them, to the then existing committees, to get their input on the electronic signature proposal that I was bringing forward. And during that discussion, I mentioned to Bedrooms for People that a community member had raised the 90-day deadline and advised them that it would be good if they could get their signatures into by June 21st to avoid any controversy.
And then the clerk reiterated that on May 18th.
The clerk sent out an email to the then existing charter petitions that committees that there was a 90-day deadline issue that they should consider.
That 90-day deadline would be under state law, is that right?
Yes.
So if we interpreted the governing law for charter amendments as state law, as Mark has suggested, that would be at least consistent with advice you provided to them before that deadline arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't advise either of those petitioners that the charter applied, did you? I mean, you had the guidelines, which was your initial advice, and then on April 20th and again on May 18th, you said, but state law might apply. But you didn't tell them that June 5th was their deadline and the charter would apply, did you?
No, we did not.
Okay, so that was never advice given to them?
No.
Okay. Okay, so if it matters to us what advice was given, it sounds like we're down to, if it matters to us, and it matters to me, it's the guidelines for state law. And for all the persuasive reasons that Mark made, and I'm not going to repeat here, I believe it is state law. I've looked at this independently. I'm a lawyer, but I'm a Colorado lawyer. But I can read this stuff and I can understand this stuff. And I think Mark makes a very persuasive argument that state law applies. And I'm delighted to find out that you told the petitioners on April 20th, or at least one of the petitioners on April 20th, and then both of the petitioners on May 18th, before the state deadline passed. As a matter of fact, for one of the petitioners, that state deadline still hasn't passed. I think they have until July 30th, according to your chart, that state law might apply and that they should govern themselves accordingly. So I'm glad that you did that. You should give yourself credit for that. And I think clearly state law does apply. The guidelines make no sense to me whatsoever. I could see an argument for charter, but I think it's a weak argument. And that would be bad news, quite frankly, for at least one of the petitioners. And so I don't see the logic of the charter applying. You never told them the charter would apply. And in fact, having the charter apply would not be advantageous to some of our petitioners here. So for all of those reasons, and for the very compelling and elegant argument that Mark raised, I believe that state law applies. And that's to the extent that the community is looking for us to interpret the amendments to the charter, I would say that state law applies not only for this year, but for future years. And I also think that's the safest course of action. It appears to be what other cities up and down the Front Range are doing. There's not going to be an argument about that. It's regrettable that there was confusion at the very, very beginning, but you corrected yourself and you told them the state law might apply. And I think that was correcting advice. And that's where I'm at.
Can I just clarifying question to a point that Bob just made? Tom, I thought I remembered after that 90-day sort of state law kerfuffle erupted in April or May, you saying either to us or I don't know, somewhere that I would have been aware of it, that you still believed that August 5th was the right date and that we would have a strong sort of legal defense if we certified petitioners who filed by August 5th. So I'm a little bit confused that it sounds like we're making the point that we gave clear instruction, do it by June 25th, but I thought you said something about we're still good to go on August 5th and we'll defend that.
So we've certainly evolved in our understanding of this as we've dug into it. I told them on April 20th that there was a risk if they didn't get it in by June 21st. That's clear. I also said that the guidelines said August 5th and that we would honor those. And But as I've thought about that, I don't know that we can force it onto the ballot. I think the risks of us getting sued by forcing it onto the ballot under the guidelines when I can't articulate a good defense for it is higher than following either state law or the charter.
And I'm not suggesting that you certify it if that's not legally defensible. I just wanted to clarify. It sounded like we were saying the city very, very clearly said on May 21st, you're done June 21st. But I think that my recollection is you also said, but August 5th is what we're going to go with.
And I think we did that even in a presentation to council.
Rachel, you're
Thanks. Up. Oh, so I said I ended up making most of my points, I think, previously, but I do think one additional point I'd like to make is I saw it somewhere today that what we're doing here is being described as Kafka-esque, like deadlines and then moving and then the goalposts move a little bit. And that the only other place in my career that I've encountered that terminology was when I was learning the immigration court systems. And it was so focused on dotting your I's and crossing your T's and sort of ways to stop asylum seekers from, getting the humanitarian aid that they were seeking. And I think that there is something really doesn't sit right with me for us to be saying, well, turned out it was June 5th and y'all should have known that. And that is not really accomplishing the spirit of what I think direct democracy is about. My interpretation of it is we want people to get a certain number of signatures to show that they have community support. And so we're not putting stuff on the ballot that nobody's going to vote for and that isn't, past some modicum of vetting. And I think here that was very clearly done. And for us to honor that doesn't seem very risky. It's just giving people the chance to vote on it. I think that we do a disservice to the community when we don't stand by our word. And I do understand that it was a complicated year, but it doesn't pass my gut test to have screwed up in this fashion and not try and make it right for people. And I do think, as a final point, that some have said, well, a couple of things. First of all, we also said go collect signatures during the pandemic. Like we said to people, yeah, we said in late May, I think, sure, go collect signatures. And if we had a sense that it was June 5th, then we wouldn't have said that. So it's pretty clear that we didn't know what we were talking about when we were telling people to go gather signatures. And so I don't think it's a good thing for us to go down that road when we have a simple chance to let the voters vote. So that's the way that I would go with it. And because I would do that, I don't think we have to decide on whether it's state law or charter law. And I guess I also question, is that something that we would typically do? Like we as council members would make a legal determination. As an attorney, that makes me a little bit like uncomfortable that especially half of us are not attorneys and we're going to be making this legal determination. That seems a little bit odd to me. So those are my main points.
And
you're good.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Tom.
Authority.
That's okay. Go ahead. Do you have any thoughts you want to share, Tom?
It's clearly the council's ability to interpret the charter, and it's your duty. And that's what legislators do. The state legislature interprets the Constitution, you interpret the charter and implement it. So what you say is the law.
Okay.
Thank you. And we're quite split on the law, so it feels murkier to me to make that decision when there's an off-ramp that's really viable.
Okay, good. Mirabai and then Adam, those are who I have.
Yeah, I'll just make it simple. I really appreciate how eloquently Mark and Bob voiced exactly how I was feeling. So I'm on board with following state law.
Adam.
So I agree that state law is what makes the most sense, but that does not preclude us from looking at the situation this year, seeing that there were different ideas given about what is supposed to be accurate, and then making a decision for ourselves how to change that. But going forward, I would highly suggest we follow state law because it seems the clearest of all the choices. And I will talk more about what to do with the initiatives themselves later. But for me, state law makes sense.
Thank you, Adam. Mary?
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for asking for this timeline. And it's very helpful that to hear that the petitioners were told that state law may apply. I think a prudent person would have said, okay, state law applies. This is my best chance, and have gone with that. So as far as answering the question on the table, I agree that state law would apply. And I think that going forward, we should just adopt that and make that abundantly clear in our charter, if it isn't already. So I think state law applies, and then we'll take up the next topic.
Thank you, Mary. Junie?
Sam, is this the moment we're just giving out comments?
Well, I think in this one, if there's a majority who wants to use one of these or another, we can then use it to apply and advise our legal department that we want that to be the standard. If we put things on afterwards, we have a conversation about what to put on. Part of that will potentially depend on what we direct the attorneys to do as far as our interpretation. So we're interpreting charter, we're giving direction to staff at this point, and then there will be a second phase where we talk about, do we want to refer amendments?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very hard discussion. Again, it's not easy, because I think no matter where you stand, it's valid whether you think, whether you agree or disagree on where things should stand. But I think, to me, it's an idea, it's more about fairness. And also, I really think part of our job is customer service. I know that may not be the right term, but I think that we represent the city, and community members and our neighbors are our customers. That may not be the right word, but that's how I see it. And I think we serve at their behest. And if a petition already got 6,300 signatures, and another one got maybe 4,000, 5,000, and they've met the previous guideline that was sent out to them, I think it's only fair that we do the right thing. So I think it would be right to use the controlling guideline. That's why I saw in one of the slides that said it was 4,048. So to me, again, I think it goes back to what Aaron said about a governance issue. And there is the idea of good governance and bad governance. And I think our behavior as of today, as of right now, lean toward bad governance as opposed to good governance, because I know there is human error in everything that we do. We're not perfect, and whatever communication we put out before, it was wrong. We gave people the wrong ideas, the wrong threshold. So we were wrong, but we can make it right. And I think maybe tonight would be the opportunity to walk across to where we can make it right by doing the right thing, which is putting these petitions on the ballot. Because at the end of the day, from my understanding, is not that they would, it's not an endorsement of yes or no, and it's not that they will be voted on by the community. And I think for some of us who are fearful that these petitions might get on, is that we don't know that for sure. Most people cannot go out there and vote, although we get mail-in ballots in Boulder. But so, the landscape is different than what we usually know in a typical presidential election. So I think, to me, the right thing to do would be to allow it on the ballot. But I'm one of those people who I listen to both sides of the of an issue, and I can understand where other people are coming from. But for me, I think putting them on the ballot is the right customer service thing to do for our community members and our neighbors.
Great, thank you, Ginny. Adam, I have your hand still up. Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I have a question kind of for the three council members who kind of jumped ahead to the next question. We still have to make a decision on how to interpret this at some point. And it sounds like 6 of us have made a decision on how to interpret it going forward, but I haven't heard from you 3, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Just what do you think is right going forward, even if this particular situation didn't go correctly? Because I think I just am interested in your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, Adam, thanks for asking that. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, that was what I started with, is that I really don't feel like it's clear. And so I feel like it needs for us to sit down with this and the text of potential ordinances to clarify this for future years. So I think it needs its own work plan item. I think it needs to be looked at very clearly, very carefully and clearly, and come up with an ordinance to provide clarity for next year. But I'm not sure. Lots of lawyers are disagreeing vehemently on this, and I'm really not sure.
Rachel?
I also thought that that we had previously said we were going to pick this up in like September and look at it and draft something that made it very clear. I think that where we are leaving it leaves us open to lawsuits. So I'm not sure it matters like what I think, because I think it needs to be clear for the people who are using it. And so I also don't think we have to get into it tonight. So I'd just rather us like clean it up and make it user friendly going forward. But thank you for asking.
Okay, so I'll weigh in here and I'll cut to the chase. I think in this situation, I think we have to defer to state law on this. I don't understand the rationale for the guidelines, because they seem to be, as was said, a hybrid, and I'm not sure that you can operate that way. To me, it seems like either the charter controls or the state law controls. I am not compelled by the charter controls arguments. I am in particular interested in what the election working group said, because they did dig into it. Okay, that was not just a casual, once over. I believe that they were convened for 9 months or some relatively long period of time, and they had legal advice, and multiple of them are attorneys themselves. And they say extremely clearly what their understanding was at that time. I didn't see a minority report from that, so it seems like in the absence of a minority report, I would assume that everyone who was in that group either agreed in consensus or didn't think it was important enough to disagree. So as far as how I intend to look at this, I mean, whether it's all charter or all state, the all charter means everything's out, at least by virtue of what the signature levels and dates are. If it's all state and we have 3 different situations, and that's one reason I think we should look at this, is because, it does set some different deadlines for each of the 3 proposed charter amendments. So without getting into referral questions, I think for me, interpreting the laws in front of us, I think that state law controls charter amendments. I could go on. I don't know that there's a reason to go any further than that, because we have a consensus 6-3 that we would use state law. And what that would do is set, if we want to do that, it would set deadlines for 2 of the 3 that are still in the future. Our mayor or choice would be due by the 30th. Citizens conditions would be due by the 5th, and bedrooms has missed its deadline. So under either strict interpretation, bedrooms has missed the deadline. There's a proposal by Aaron, which is a referral proposal. So I think we'll talk about that next. But So that's my position as one council member. I would offer that I'd love to hear from other people if you disagree with the chart that we have about what interpretation means what as far as the remaining the charter amendments that are in front of us. So is there any disagreement that if 6 of us support state, that what we see in front of us from the staff is the way we'd interpret that going forward? All right, I'm seeing no disagreement. So I think that's clear. It's clear that a majority of council supports the interpretation that the state law controls now, and that has the implications found on slide 18. If we're done with that, which it seems to me we are, and anyone can tell me if you don't agree, I think it's time to move on to, and I think if we agree that the state law controls, decisions tonight about referring charter amendments are no more than us saying what we think and how we might look at it going forward, because if state law controls, 2 of these still have deadlines in the future. So I don't know that it's worth talking about whether we would refer them because they may hit the ballot thresholds. Also, if state law controls, I believe the signature level that has been put on slide 18 is the correct signature level, which is 8096. So there we have a summary. If people disagree with that summary, now would be a good time to speak up. Otherwise, I'd be happy to move on to the question of referring the charter amendments. Mark?
Yeah, and it's just a question, and I guess it will depend on everybody's appetite for doing so. So as 2 of the 3 are still live, does it make sense for us to separate this conversation and deal with the equities of putting them on by council resolution all at once after we have the results? Or are we going to do that tonight?
You know, it's will of council. I had framed it up this way as a desire to signal to the community and the people involved with each of these initiatives how we would each look at the question of referral. I'm happy to defer that conversation till later. That is will of council.
My only thought on it is that this is a complicated question. It's got a lot of elements to it, and it could be another 2 hours by itself. And it might be more productive to approach it when we know all of the facts for all of the resolutions or charter amendments, and when we're fresher.
Okay.
But again, that's everybody's,
Aaron and Rachel. Aaron?
Yeah, well, I mean, Sam, I think you stated clearly a majority opinion, so I won't disagree that the majority agreed on that. But anyway, but I think it's from a practical perspective that if council says that the state law controls and that if you clear that threshold, then you've cleared that threshold and congratulations. It's not really realistic because those days are, that's 2 weeks, I think, and 8,000 signatures. And the citizens' conditions hasn't gotten started yet. And our mayor, our choice, I think we're shooting for the 4,000. And I don't think the 8,000 is a feasible threshold. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that it's an unsettled question just because the dates are a little bit in the future.
Your argument, if I can state it back so I make sure I understood it, your position here is we can go ahead and have the conversation about referral, assuming that perhaps none of them will make the state threshold. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, because I think it's an extremely likely outcome. So, I mean, you could allow for the possibility that one of them makes it, but it does seem exceedingly unlikely from a practical perspective.
Yes, I agree. Rachel?
I was going to make pretty much the same point. I don't see anybody getting to 8,000 signatures, so why don't we have the discussion tonight? And the only benefit I could see to holding off the discussion for a very short, I don't know, our agendas are packed, so unlikely to squeeze in next week say, but I think that there was a lot of interest in a public hearing or to have more voices heard on this. So that would be the only benefit I would see to delaying a week, is so that more people could be heard. Nonetheless, I still favor having conversation tonight because I don't think anybody's going to get to 8,000 signatures.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question about that? Next week would be before either of the deadlines. If we follow state law, next week would be before either of the deadlines. So would it make more sense to do it after the deadlines have passed?
In my opinion, no, because I think if we're not going to refer them, people probably want the option to stop gathering signatures in a pandemic. Like, if they're not going to get to 8,000, maybe they don't want to go gather. So I still think there's benefit to us giving direction.
Okay, that's fair. So I've got two indicating they'd like to do this tonight, one saying later. Bob?
Yeah, I'm actually going to agree with Aaron and Rachel. Mark, I appreciate your keeping your eye on the clock and the fact that it's 10:40. We still have another topic to tackle. But I was actually the person who asked that this be put on for tonight, and my hope was that we could provide guidance. I understand that now that we've selected state law, the question is a little bit hypothetical for two of the three. And we can condition, our expression to, and we're not going to vote tonight anyway, I don't think, on the assumption that they may not be certified, but maybe if they're certified, obviously that becomes moot. But I think out of fairness, we should indicate whether we're inclined to put these things on the ballot. If for no other reasons, we have to provide instruction to our staff to prepare a first reading and a second reading. And we're going to be into August pretty quick here. So I think if there is an appetite to put some or all of them on the ballot, then we should say that now, and our staff can prepare first reading for August 4th. If there's not an appetite, then we should just declare that now, and folks will do what they wish on that. So I'm actually in agreement that we should try to declare that now and see if there's a majority one way or the other on each of these three.
Mark, I see your hand again.
Just to say that I yield, although I would request at some point a 3-minute break, but I yield to the consensus.
Okay. Unless someone else takes the position that we should do this later and not tonight, I'm going to assume that we're going to move forward with tonight. I feel that's the right thing to do. For a couple of reasons. So I'm happy to take a break. We haven't had one. If we want to take a 5-minute break and reconvene, get a thumbs down if somebody doesn't want that. All right. So it seems like 5 minutes is good. We'll be back here at 10:47. Thanks. Okay. Can you all hear me? Yep, okay, super. I think we're all coming back now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there's Mary is 8. So waiting for Aaron.
I'm back.
Awesome. Thank you, Aaron. Okay, so we are on to the second phase, which is talking about how each of us would look at referring 1, 2, or 3 of these initiatives to the ballot as a council measure. So I will open the floor for discussion if anybody wants to get us started. Okay, Aaron?
Well, I already made my case on this, so I just sort of want to restate what I said before, just copy and paste to get us started.
Okay, so when you say copy and paste, let's make sure I can repeat it for everyone. If 1, 2, or 3 of these hits the signature threshold of the guidelines, which is 48 valid signatures. So the numbers we've heard so far are probably raw signatures, but the number of valid signatures, and by August 5th, delivered by August 5th, then they would be on the ballot because council would take a measure to refer any of those that hit those qualifications to the ballot. And if they're short on the number of signatures on the guidelines, then we don't refer them. Is that correct, Aaron?
That's correct. That I would say let's make good the guidelines with the guidance that was given in the guidelines, and if people meet those guidelines, then we put them on the ballot, and if they don't, then we don't.
Very good. Okay, so that's Aaron's opinion. Anybody else want to go? So Rachel and then Bob.
I'll go. I also laid out my case, I think, earlier. I will say something that's probably a little bit surprising, but I think that the CU South petition, if we're going to look at that one in the same vein, I think maybe because deadlines are sort of arbitrary if we're referring to the ballot, right? We don't have to stick to August 5th. So I might give them an extra 7 days or something to make up for us having said don't gather signatures. So I agree with Aaron. And if we're looking at the CU South petition, then I would build in a couple extra days to make that equitable for them. Also, I think that there's some concern that the mayor's initiative has some flaws in it that council maybe would like to remedy. So I think that was one we could look at maybe making a few changes to and not putting it on as is. And then the bedrooms one, I would put on as is if they got the signatures by the date indicated. And also wanted to leave us a little bit of room to discuss the governor saying that we should suspend occupancy rules anyhow during COVID. So that was suggested at CAC that we would talk about that tonight as well. I think that demonstrates sort of the urgency of people needing bedrooms. And I don't think we should be getting into the content of the ballot initiatives tonight, but I still want us to at least touch on how if and how we would respond to Governor Polis's strong recommendation that cities suspend occupancy rules, which is the exact topic of one of our ballot measures. That's
so Rachel,
my kickoff.
If you want to talk about that tonight, I would suggest now's the best time because I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to the third measure tonight given the time. So if you have something that needs said tonight, I think now would be a good time to do it.
Well, I had just asked, like, what is the process if we did want to suspend occupancy limits, knowing that people are teetering on the edge of homelessness and wanting to help ensure that doesn't befall more people than necessary in our city right now. I understand that people are very concerned that we need to have guardrails in place if we change occupancy rules. But I just wondered when I haven't been on council, so I don't know how often it is that the governor of our state says, hey, cities, please do that. So is this something we usually discuss, or I just wanted to raise it because we haven't talked about it yet.
Would you like to raise it for another evening? Because if we want it to be tonight, I don't know how long the meeting will go. It's an honest question.
So I had emailed CAC and asked for discussion, and at CAC it was stated that it would be tonight as part of this discussion. So it doesn't matter to me. This is just where it got lodged.
So Tom, if you want to answer the question, I think we would pass an ordinance suspending or
the occupancy limit is in Title IX. I think it's Section 5.7. I would propose, if you want to do that, we'll draft an ordinance suspending it. There's also, as I think I said at CAC, there's a provision for grandfathered occupancy that sort of makes occupancy a little crazy in Boulder. I'd want to make sure that the suspension didn't create a grandfathered right. And then you could have a discussion over what the suspension meant, whether it was an absolute suspension, whether it was 1 bedroom per person, whether it applied to international building codes. There's lots of options to do this. We've had these conversations in the past. So I'm happy to do whatever you want me to do. And we can bring back an ordinance and you can have a public hearing and discuss it.
You know, it's my thought that as we're going around here, assuming that everyone's going to want to weigh in one way or another on whether we want to refer, we can also weigh in on whether we want to direct Tom to prepare an ordinance suspending occupancy. So, Rachel, I take it that's a yes from you. You'd like to have Tom prepare an ordinance or no?
I actually asked staff for more information and really the procedure and an analysis of whether that, I assume that Governor Polis made that recommendation for a reason, that the data shows that helps people to not become homeless. And if that is indeed the data, then yes, I would support it. But I feel like I'd like more information and that this council would benefit from information. So that's actually what I was asking for.
So I'm not sure that's possible. I spoke with Chris and Jane about this, and the planning department's plate is pretty full. And so the way we have gotten things done in the past when the planning department didn't have the capacity was to just do it as a public process. And if you want to do that, that's the only feasible way I could see of doing that this year without rearranging the planning department's work plan. They're like everyone a little bit understaffed right now and with completely full plates. So if you want deep research on it, that I don't have the capacity to do that. That's the planning department. And then you'd have to make some choices on priorities for that. If, however, you want to have a community conversation about implementing it and doing it by ordinance, we've done that sort of thing in the past, and I'm happy to work on that.
And I guess that is a yes for me. By all means, a yes. Thank you.
Okay, so the question.
I have a question. I guess my first piece of information that I would like to see is the governor's order to make that suspension. And I guess I'm a little confused by it because one of the things that we hear about the spread of COVID is that people living in tight situations can't self-isolate, especially referring to communities that are living in tight quarters. So I'm a little confused by that, to encourage people to live in tighter quarters when that seems to be one of the causes of the spread of the disease. So I'm confused by it. So I would like to understand it better. So if the governor's order could be sent out, I think that would be a great place to start for me.
I did send it in my hotline post. I linked to what it wasn't an order. Yeah, it wasn't an executive order, but it was a recommendation. So it's in a hotline post I sent a week or two ago. And then in terms of, I think the COVID spread, my understanding is it's a question of like, is it more dangerous to be living on the streets? And also, it's unrelated people still, we all have families essentially, and I think it's just a different household makeup, and they're all following the same rules as the rest of us are in terms of social distancing and avoiding the virus.
Well, so I guess I would just like the governor's order sent to us.
Okay, I'll get it out right away.
Great. So
thank you,
Bob, Mark, Mary, and Aaron. Bob?
Well, I'll take that up first, and then I have a question for Aaron because I wanted to make sure I understood what Aaron said, and then I'm going to reserve the answer to the question you asked until a little bit later, Sam. I guess, like Mary, I'd like to understand a little bit more before we made a decision on passing ordinances around enforcement. It's also a little unclear to me, and perhaps staff, without doing too much work, can bottom this out, or somebody can reach out to the governor's office. It's a little unclear to me whether that was intended for families or for everybody. Because I think we all know that to the extent that there is over occupancy or violation of the occupancy rules, it tends to be students. And I don't know if the governor was saying, hey, let's have lots more students live in a house, or if he was signaling that because of COVID and loss of jobs and incomes that maybe families could double up. So it'd be helpful for me to understand what he was getting at. Was he talking about everybody and he wants lots more students on the Hill to be in close quarters in a house, as Mary was concerned about? Or was he talking about families doubling up? Because I think that's a very different proposition. It would be helpful for me to understand what he was getting at there before we kind of pass an ordinance suspending all enforcement. Aaron, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were recommending. Were you saying that you wanted to put there's 3 charter petitions, Bedrooms, Mayor, and CU South. Were you advocating for putting all 3 on?
No, I was advocating for putting any measure on that met the criteria and the guidelines for dates and signatures. So if you get the whatever 4,000 odd signatures by August 5th, that we would place you on the ballot in that case. And recognizing that the one that pertains to CU South is very late right now, so it'd be, like I said before, incredibly hard for them to do that. But I'd be open to like what Rachel said about if they got a little extra time, but it'd be tough. It's a very short time frame. But anyway, fundamentally, if you meet the signature and date set in the guidelines, that we would put you on the ballot in that case.
Thanks for that clarification. And just to be clear, when the 4,000, which was kind of a number that probably wasn't a real number, but apparently was given to some people, you mean 4,000 net of any signatures that are tossed out, is that right?
Correct, yeah, validated signatures.
Okay, great, thanks for that clarification. I'm gonna yield, Sam, on the question that's on the table. I'd like to hear what some of my colleagues say.
Sure. Mark, Mary, and then back to Aaron. Mark?
First, I would agree with Rachel that I'd like to get some more information. I'd like to get an understanding of what Boulder's potential eviction problem looks like, especially in light of the fact that we've got 1,400 affordable units at Boulder Housing Partners, and they are evicting no one. That may be reducing the threat to some of our lower income people, but I'd like to know. I'd also like us to understand what happened. As I understood the governor's request, it was a 30-day request that could be renewed. And what happens on the 30th day if it's not renewed? Are we then going to be throwing people out of the over occupancies that will then exist? So there's more we need to know, and I'd like to know it. So I'm certainly in favor of getting as much information as we can. With respect to the question that we're addressing, my instinct, we've received a lot of emails to the effect that we should not be looking at the content of the charter amendments when we make the decision as to whether to put them on the ballot or not. I'm going to take issue with that. It seems to me that if I'm being asked as an act of discretion to do this, it's not inappropriate for me to comment on that. And I've got many comments. I'll just share a couple of them. One, I think there are very substantial structural problems with the mayoral initiative. I am very concerned about the bedroom initiative being a charter amendment. This is our Constitution, and the charter and the bedroom initiative is basically a zoning ordinance. I just don't think it belongs in the charter. And past that, I have other concerns. I'm not going to bore everybody with them right now. I think there's a very good chance that we'll get some unpleasant, unintended consequences from that. As I read it, you could have 4 unrelated people in a 500 square foot ADU. I don't think that's what people intended. There's a big issue here about occupancy that we ought to turn our attention to. I'm sorry we're not being given the opportunity to do that as part of the work plan that we're being put to it as an up or down proposition on a charter amendment. So if I'm asked about it, I'm disinclined at the moment. Possibly persuadable, but disinclined.
Thank you, Mark. Mary?
I want to hear more discussion before I weigh in.
Okay. Maybe that everyone's there. Adam?
So I'm thinking that following the original guidance is probably the most fair thing to do in this instance. So if you, like Aaron and Rachel have said, if you hit the certain amount of signatures that was originally given, despite the attempts to fix or leave open the door that could be the wrong information, you gotta trust the city when the city tells you something. Otherwise, what's the point of being the city? So to me, I think in this particular instance, even though I think the state guidance is the correct one, we didn't give the right guidance to begin with, and council never took it upon themselves to clear up that guidance ourselves along the way. So given that, to me, I think it's a reasonable thing to follow the original guidance. If you get the right amount of certified signatures, the 40-48, within the original deadline, I think that's pretty fair to put it on the ballot. And also, I will add, I think it's also fair to give the latest petition, the South Boulder one, a little extra time, given that they've been in sort of a limbo for at least a week now.
Can I ask a question? Can we do that? Can we just randomly say, you get 10 more days, you get 5 more days, can we just do that?
You can put anything you want on the ballot up until September 1st.
But we're not talking about putting something on the ballot. We're talking about giving more people more time to collect signatures.
As I understood the proposal, it was giving more time to collect signatures as a metric for whether or not you're going to put it on the ballot yourself.
That's correct. I made the suggestion, and that's what I was thinking, was that if they lost a couple of days due to Tom's recommendation, that it would be fair as we consider whether to put them on the ballot to make up those days, and then we can decide whether to refer at the end of that period.
Okay, and Rachel, I've got your hand up next after Adam.
I just wanted to respond to, somebody said, like, it's not really appropriate to put land use things in the charter. And I mean, I think if we didn't have land use things in the charter, we wouldn't have the issues that we're discussing right now, like between the blue line and the height limit and open space that are all essentially land use or zoning issues. That's what compresses our land and makes people want to have the opportunity to live in more bedrooms. So I would push back on the notion that the charter is not a spot where you can get into how to use land or how not to use land. I think we've had petitions that are very concrete in how you can't use land, and this is one that is how you can use land, and you can use it to house humans. I think we've mostly looked at land from not a very human perspective, and this is sort of a human rights effort, or an effort to get some human rights and recognition of how we struggle in this town for sort of everyday people into the charter. So I think it's perfectly fine for this to be something that would be considered for the charter. And furthermore, it's not really it's not really for me to say because I didn't create the petition. It got 6,000 signatures and it followed our rules. And apparently our rules do say you can apply to have a charter change. So I don't know why we would say can't do that, because they could have, like, essentially but for bad advice and but for COVID. And if we'd had electronic signatures in place as we wanted to, they'd already be on the ballot. So like I struggle again, like just on a gut level check, like why are we putting up extra barriers when they're doing something that's perfectly legal and valid? Thanks.
Okay, we have no other hands up. This is the chance for others to weigh in. If nobody else wants to weigh in, I'll say my thoughts and we can leave it there. Anybody else want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to come back to the dates because that's kind of what's troubling me. You know, on April 20th, our city attorney's office told one of the charter folks what the alternative date was. And that was 3 months ago. And they made a decision to follow guidelines that had been given a few weeks earlier as opposed to the new information. And they've had 3 months to, well, they had, I guess, 2 months after that in which to meet the June 21st deadline. So I'm struggling a little bit with the prejudice that they suffered, especially since they were told relatively early. And similarly with the mayoral petition, they were told 17 days after they pulled a petition on May 1. And 17 days later, they were told what the date was. And that date still hasn't come, so they've got a lot of time. So I'm struggling with the prejudice or the bias or the negative impact, since they were put on notice pretty early in their respective processes. What I would suggest that we do is place both these things before us for further consideration. On the bedroom one, I think it's been said by a few people, and I agree with them, that there is the potential for unintended consequences that really haven't been considered. There is a question about whether something like this should go in the charter as opposed to be an ordinance. And I'd like to see a discussion by council and the community over the next few months. I'd be in favor of having a working group appointed of diverse people who can consider the pros and cons of increasing occupancy. There may be parts of town that it's really going to be great for, and other parts of town that there may be some impacts. I'm thinking particularly around the Hill. And so I think that this is worthy of a more lengthy discussion. I think it is not only our prerogative, but our obligation to look at the substance of these things when we're being asked to exercise our discretion. If these measures have been put on pursuant to applicable law with the right number of signatures by the right date, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. But that seems to not have happened with respect to at least one of them, and it may not happen with respect to the other two. But that doesn't mean they're not worthy of further consideration and discussion, especially when seemingly, we haven't confirmed the numbers yet, but seemingly thousands of people have expressed an interest in this topic. So I think we should take these topics up. So I'll break them down. With respect to the bedroom one, if there's not a majority on council to refer this to the ballot, I think at a minimum we should right away, not waiting until next year necessarily, form a working group and ask Jane if she can staff this up and have a discussion in the community about whether we should change occupancy, and if so, how and where and why. The mayor one I think is flawed. It's an interesting proposition, and it does have to be a charter amendment. That unlike the bedroom one, which doesn't have to be a charter amendment. The mayor one, if we were to take up ranked choice voting and direct elected mayor, would have to be a charter provision. There's no way around that, because the method for selecting the mayor and for voting is in the charter, so we'd have to amend that. unfortunately, I think there are a number of internal conflicts in the charter amendment that's before us, and I think some of it just, quite frankly, doesn't work. So I think that one needs to be worked over. I've actually started talking with them, and I'm working with them to see if there's some fixes. I think other council members have expressed an interest in joining in that process. I don't know if those fixes can be made in time for this to be referred to the ballot this year. I'm willing to try that. I'm willing to work with them. I am working with them to try to fix that, because that does have to be a charter amendment, unlike the other one. And I'd be happy to bring that back to council in a couple of weeks and see if the fixes were adequate for council to put this on this year. And if there's not a majority in council that wants to put it on this year, that work won't be wasted, because that proposition could presumably be brought back next year, perhaps even as a council referral. Perhaps we could take that to the charter committee next year and ask the charter committee and council if they would put it on the ballot themselves. And if not, then the petitioners can petition using electronic petitioning. So that's, I think, how I would address that one. And I do agree that it's unfortunate that the third charter amendment, the one related to this CU, was given different advice from the first two. And I think we should be consistent here. So I think I heard a majority of us say that state law should apply. So I think state law should apply for them as well, which I believe means that they have until August 5th. They have to get 8,000 signatures. I would not be opposed to the proposition that was raised that they be given extra days. Obviously, we can't change the charter. I don't know what that means as far as threshold. And I do have the same concern on that one as I do on the bedroom one. I'm not sure, regardless of how we might feel about occupancy or on CU South annexation provisions, I don't think that either one of those things belong in the charter. They're both worthy of discussion. They may ultimately result in an ordinance or other decisions by council, but I don't think either one of those goes in the charter. So even if they were given a few extra days and they got a few thousand signatures, if they fell short of 8,000 signatures, I'm not sure I'd be keen about putting on a charter amendment for that, but I am keen about continuing the discussion. In fact, we will have a continued discussion about CU South annexation. That's on our work plan, and we will have that discussion. So I think there will be plenty of opportunities for community engagement around that topic. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not inclined to refer the bedroom measure for the reasons I've stated, not inclined to refer the CU South one for the reasons I stated, and I'm willing to try to improve the mayoral one and bring back to council and see if there's a council appetite referred this year, or if there's a preference to do that next year.
Thank you, Bob. I've got Aaron and Judy. Aaron?
Okay, well, thanks for those thoughts, Bob. I just want to point out in terms of the dates, I think just to clarify, the city told them that there was a possibility that the June date would apply, not that the June date absolutely did apply. And they also said that they were going to continue to recommend or accept the signatures through August 5th. So, and like they, I think, gave to us in our own presentation. So it's not like that the city changed the guidance, it's that they made an announcement that there was some chance that June 5th might end up being relevant. Just wanted to clarify that.
Great, thank you. Jenny?
Me, Sam?
Yes, Junie. Sorry.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I think it's about the proposition that, if we... So my comments still stand when it comes to the original guideline of 4,000 August 5th, but I'm wondering, because I think it was mentioned that the CU South would get extra days, and I was wondering what would that look like, because I'm thinking, because at this moment right now, it's very, very hard to be fair. And to me, my idea of fairness would be to give them the same amount of time that was given to every other petition, because the other petitions had months to collect their 8,000 signatures. So to give CU South 1 day or 2 days, to me, I just don't think that's really a solution. So I'm wondering if we were to do that, if if we're able to give extra days, can we give like 30 to 60 days as opposed to 2 extra days? Because there's no way, well, I don't know, but I just think it would be very, very hard to collect 8,000 signatures within a couple of days.
I'm going to colloquy on that real quick. They didn't file until late June. Like everybody else is working on this back in November, December, coming up with their petitions. I think they came up with a petition after we voted on June 16th, and it was a reaction to that vote. So they put themselves in that short timeline, not us. And I don't think we can extend it by like 30 days because we would have to refer to the ballot before like September 1st or something. So I was just trying to be fair. Like we cost him a couple days and going back and forth, but they really didn't file in a timely way to get 8,000 signatures in even an ordinary year.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm happy to put my thoughts out there and bring us home. It's not determinative, of course. Not everyone has weighed in. To me, I'm kind of in the same position that we have to look at the content if we're going to refer charter amendment with our discretion. So for me, land use in the charter doesn't work. And more to the point with the bedrooms thing, zoning in the charter is even worse than land use because it's even more prescriptive and detailed. And so from my standpoint, I couldn't in good conscience refer either the CU South, which is both, it's about annexation and it's partly administrative, or the bedrooms, unless they hit the signature thresholds that are required of them. I do agree with Bob that I would be happy to, there's obvious interest in this. I would be perfectly happy to launch something as a work effort to talk about ordinance changes, which could affect the same thing because everything's essentially in Title IX around this. And so because the charter is a bad place to be cobbling together things which aren't really constitutional or overarching in nature, the two of them I couldn't possibly do unless they get their signature requirements. The mayor one, it does have to be charter, so that's the appropriate place for it. Ranked choice voting is a great, interesting idea. And if Bob and others can help create a better formulation, one thing I would say about that is it will need to speak to what method of ranked choice voting, because there are many different things which are ranked choice. I also say that while that one was filed pretty late itself, it also could have used some homework around what the county clerk thinks, who has to manage the election, as well as what the Secretary of State thinks. And when I was talking with others about this, thinking about how a ballot would look, like say 7 people want to run for mayor, and we're going to do ranked choice where you rank all 7. There's 7 different bubbles that people have to fill in, each bubble next to each name, 1 through 7. And that's just for one. If it's a council election, it's even more, whatever the number running for council are in that many bubbles. So I think there's some work that needs to be done. I find ranked choice voting very interesting. I find it probably a better way to do than winner take all, but it does need some design, needing to look at how different systems of ranked choice have worked in different places, what the results have been, what adjustments other folks have made as they've started these. So fundamentally, each of these has a certain amount of appeal. The CU South, I think, can be handled through the CU South process, and the annexation is going to be a big, long legislative lift on that front. So that's kind of where I am. I think it's important to kind of tell people how we're feeling. This is not clear what's going to happen with these, so I'm just trying to let people know my thoughts so that they can make whatever plans they'd like around that. I've got Mary next.
So I want to start with a question, and I'm a little confused as to what thresholds we're talking about here. I thought when we started out, what we were trying to do by determining the underlying governing principles around initiatives and charter amendments. That's part of what we were trying to determine, what the thresholds for signatures are. So I'm a little confused right now about what thresholds we're talking about. And so that's a question.
Can I take a crack at that, Mary, just to say what I think Aaron said? I think Aaron's talking about referred amendments if they hit the thresholds in the guidelines. Aaron, is that correct? Essentially, that your proposals would refer it?
That's right. And Mary, just that first step of determining what we felt like the controlling law was, that just wasn't something that I felt was terribly relevant to the discussion. So I'm feeling like we should live up to the guidelines that the city gave the petitioners, and that those would be the thresholds that we would look.
So what you're saying, Aaron, if I'm understanding correctly, is if they hit the thresholds in the guidelines, then council will refer them to the ballot.
That's correct. Yep, that's my proposal. If they get that 4,000 odd verified signatures by August 5th, that we would refer them to the.
Okay, which means that the city clerk's office wouldn't have to do the signature verification. Is that what you're intending as well?
I mean, I am thinking about validating the signatures. I mean, I'm open to discussion on that, but the original guidelines were 4,000 odd validated signatures, not gross signatures. So I would be thinking about following that process still.
In which case, based on your proposal, because we would still be referring them to the ballot, the validated the threshold of validated signatures doesn't really have to follow any clear law. It just needs to follow what we determine is the threshold for us to put it on the ballot. Is that
that's
what
right?
You're saying?
Yeah. That essentially, I'm proposing that we, as a council, set as criteria for us putting it on the ballot that they met the original guidelines.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that clarity.
Sure.
I'm really wanting clarity tonight. So I agree with pretty much what Bob and Sam have said about the measures regarding the CU South. It does seem like an administrative issue that really doesn't belong in an initiative. And so that's, I agree with Bob and Sam there. On the mayor one, I do think that it's trying to accomplish too many things and that the homework wasn't done. I do, just in general, I think that if you're going to put a charter amendment out there, a petition for a charter amendment out there, you really need to do your homework and you need to consider it very deeply. And something that I'd like to do in the future is that if people are required to go out and get legal advice as per our qualifier at the beginning of the documents that are in the website, then there should be a place, a resource that people could go to perhaps get pro bono help, because that is kind of a burden that gets put on people if they want to bring an initiative forward. So that's just an aside. So I think that I like Bob's idea that it could be worked on, and maybe it comes forward this year. Maybe it gets put forth by the charter committee. Maybe they collect signatures next year. I like the idea of ranked choice voting. As Sam said, there's different flavors of it. And I spoke with Molly Fitzgerald, the county clerk, and she said, well, we'd have to talk about which flavor they want to do, and is it what they're proposing, is it what we are prepared to do at the county? And I think that talking to them, talking to, as Sam said, the Secretary of State, and I would add to that the League of Women Voters, which has done a lot of research on this. So there's some homework to be done there. And so I myself, as a member of the Charter Committee, would be willing to bring it to the whole council and refer ranked choice voting to the ballot. And I see those two things as separate issues. The mayor election, that could go to a vote or to a petition. The bedrooms one, I do want to understand. I agree that if we're going to refer it, I think that it has to be something that that works, and maybe it's legislative. I want to understand the unintended consequences, because I do think that without putting some sort of an affordability cap on it, or an affordability restriction on it, somehow similar to how the ADUs were done, I think you would just have escalating room costs. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. The other thing is, like, I would like to understand the benefit in terms of how many homes beyond 3 bedrooms, houses beyond 3 bedrooms are rentals right now. And so that would kind of give us an indication of the impact. And I also think, based on the conversation that we had for I think it was the large houses, large lots, where the conversation went was, well, the situation on the hill is different from the situation up in North Boulder, which is different from the situation out in East Boulder. So it wasn't like you can just make the call based on one rule. So I do like the idea of having a community discussion about it, and having that come back to council for some sort of legislative action. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Mary. Mirabai?
Rough issues, and I think it's hard because there's things I would support and things I wouldn't support, but I think just to be clean and fair, I'm personally just not going to vote to have any of them go on to the ballot. So mine's pretty simple. I do think as I said, I would follow state, and I think we need to get this cleaned up. But trying to pick and choose and giving dates and extending dates, I'm just for keeping things very simple. So won't be supporting any of them going to the ballot.
Rachel?
I appreciate Mirabai's clear lines there, that it's consistent, and I appreciate that. I just wondered, can we go through each and have a resolution, because it sounds like we're in different spots for each, and I think it would be helpful to the community members to know, if they go and collect signatures, is that going to be meaningful? Because again, I've long been sensitive to sending people out in a pandemic to gather signatures, and so for all three, I think it would be helpful to have, as Mirabai just did, clean lines on what our directions are to the community as a majority at this point.
Okay, would you like to start? I think, go ahead.
Was that to me?
Yeah. Would you like to kick us off?
Sure. So I would refer bedrooms to the ballot, because I think that they've already collected their signatures, and that is what is most equitable given the current circumstances. I'm fine with us working with mayor's initiative at the charter committee level. We already are scheduling a meeting, so maybe we could tweak it and bring it back pretty quickly. On the CU South one, the only question I have is I don't think that they got the same flawed information up front that the other two initiatives did. I think that they were told out of the gate 8,000 signatures. So I would like to clarify if we were going to give them direction that we would look at signatures gathered. And I don't know that there is a majority interest in that. And I'd also, I'm a little bit confused as to if it's administrative, does that mean it cannot go on the ballot? Like, is that a legal hard stop? So would hope to get that clarified and then nail down the number that we were asking for them to gather if there's majority support for that. Clear as mud?
Fair enough. Anyone else? Aaron.
Well, I mean, it sounded like there was not majority support for putting it on the ballot. I think I counted four of us who were willing to do that. I did, which I find disappointing, but it is what it is. So I did hear some interest in maybe doing some work on these questions as an acknowledgement of the level of community support that these initiatives have demonstrated, at least the ones that have been out there gathering signatures. As I understand, they've gotten 4,000+ or 6,000+, depending on the ballot measure. So I'd hope that at least as a backup that we would take that seriously. And sounds like maybe there was some interest in looking at whether there was a version of Our Mayor's Our Choice that maybe could be considered. So it'd be great if people were willing to take that up. I think that'd be great to pursue. And on the occupancy question, I know there's been a proposal to try to undertake this as a work plan item. So if there's not majority support for putting it on the ballot, I think it would be good for us to take the interest in the community seriously and take some steps going forward on those.
Okay, very good. So I don't see any other hands up. I guess for what it's worth, it sounded to me like most folks laid out kind of pro or con. For me, I wouldn't refer any of them the way they are now. I'll keep open this space that the mayor fix could be good enough in time. I'm skeptical because it's a complicated subject. And even if it does just apply to the mayor election, it creates all kinds of complexities that probably need to be looked into to make sure that we don't end up here again next year or the year after that. So I would hope we would take the time on that one. The other two, I've said why in the past. I will agree with much of what Mary said about the bedrooms thing. I don't think it guarantees affordability at all. If you're in a situation where the demand curve is inflexible because you've got a ton of demand for the good, in this case, places to live, it's going to cost as much because landlords are going to say, I charge by the room. I have another room. I'm going to charge more. Everybody's now going to be on the lease. So I think there's a reason to work it over in a process to make sure that both it's affordable and that, it's going to have different impacts in different parts of the city and that we consider that and we consider how that works. I will say most college towns have occupancy limits. It is a feature that is extremely common in college towns, and they range from 2 to 5 typically. Maybe there's a few that are 6, but it may be a blunt tool, but it is a tool that is used in college towns all over the country. So anyway, there's mine. Adam?
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, I agree that we should definitely look as closely as we can at all of these. Maybe the Save South Boulder, since that's already on the work plan, that doesn't apply. But I just want to sort of vent a little bit about my disappointment in having punted the occupancy thing to this point when we've been asking, or at least Housing Advisory Board asked several years ago to try to get this out there in the open and legislate it. To me, it's a failure of public process when we don't tackle the hard issues. because then we reach these really weird points when the fight gets only bigger and bigger, and even more is on the line over time rather than having the community discussion. So I would just urge council to utilize the boards that we have to get some of the bigger issues out there and try to tackle them early on so we don't end up in these situations in the future. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Adam. Mark?
I think there's some good substance to what Adam is saying, and I would want to address these issues. It's probably time to take a look at occupancy limits with the sensitivity that different parts of the community are going to be impacted differently, and to understand what any alterations would look like. And I think that would be a very worthy subject for consideration and going forward research. So I would very much be in favor of doing that.
Mary?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I think that the working group approach could be very helpful because it could establish goals. Like one of the goals that has been articulated by the bedrooms folks is that they want affordable places to live. I think that their measure would not accomplish that for the reasons that I've already stated. Landlords will want to make more money and they will just raise the rent. They'll be able to make more money. So it won't necessarily provide that affordability, but if we had the community discussion and that was part of the goal, then I'm pretty certain that we could come up with something that we could all agree on. And maybe it wouldn't be the same on the Hill as it would be in North Boulder, as it would be downtown, but I think that would be part of the conversation. And the goals would be really, really important to establish up front. So that's just all I had to say.
I am seeing no more hands. We have touched on each of the three buckets. So if it's okay, I want to ask Tom a question or two. Tom, if you're still around, one of the questions I want to ask just for formality is we had 6 council members who were more inclined to use the state rules, and we had 3 that were inclined to use the signatures gathered as a guideline to have council refer things to the ballot. Is there enough clarity in that to govern how each of the measures are treated by the city going forward?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. What I take that is we will communicate to the to the CU South folks tomorrow that they can begin. Well, I'll ask the clerk to certify that to begin collecting signatures with the notation that we still think it's administrative, legislative, and probably shouldn't be on the ballot. We will ask the clerk to count the signatures if they submit them, and we'll report to council how many signatures we get.
Okay, very good. And I guess the only question I have for you about counting is it seems like there might be an impetus for one of these, which might hit the 1 sig threshold for the guidelines. Are you going to have the clerk certify signatures for all 3 petitions?
That would be my recommendation. I'm not sure the clerk has the capacity, but we'll try.
Okay. That's the reason I ask. If we're going to end up in a place where referral is the way that something gets to the ballot of these 3, it would seem like if the number turned in was below the threshold, that counting would be an exercise in futility, because if the raw number is below, then the certified number is going to be below that. So I guess all I'm trying to ask, and maybe staff can come back to us with this before they start counting, is which ones do we want to certify? Because that is a laborious process, and if it's worthwhile. So I just put that out there. I don't think we have to resolve it tonight, but do we want these certified? Maybe we do in the case of a lawsuit. Maybe there's a value to it. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah. Well, so Sam, for the June 5th deadline, we decided to count all the signatures, even if they didn't have enough to meet the total, because we had that 10-day period where they could submit additional signatures. For the August 5th deadline, there is no additional period. That's the deadline. State law says 90 days before. So if you take that, so if they don't submit by the deadline, August 5th, then they don't submit enough signatures. I don't see a reason to count them. But if they submit more than 4,048 signatures, then I would recommend that we count them and see if they're there.
Okay, good enough. And so we will be treating these with deadlines that are per the state law deadlines as far as what you tell to the petitioners, correct?
I thought we were going to use the guidelines deadline, the August 5th deadline.
That's what Aaron suggested for the matter of whether to refer something.
Yes.
As far as what gets on by qualification of enough valid signatures, I thought with the state law controlling means that we were after 8096 for, not for referral, but just for being on the ballot.
That's correct. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question, Sam. Council's direction applies state law, and state law is 8096 and 90 days to gather signatures.
Great. Okay, so I think all the action remains around the potential for referral. That's my summary. We've got various opinions about referring and not referring. There's also some conversation around taking up these matters because of the obvious public interest that could result in potential charter amendment proposals if the mayor / ranked choice voting doesn't get on. It may still. And then if the bedrooms petition doesn't get on for the election, there seemed to be a pretty healthy appetite for doing something in the work plan on that one. And what I think I heard was most people saying that if the CU South doesn't hit the signature amounts, then there is a ongoing process around the annexation. So we've gotten through all that we set out to do with this conversation. Rachel did have one other point I want to flag, which is a conversation about the governor's executive order. So I believe that a first step is to get a copy of that to everyone. Rachel has sent it out on hotline, but Mary requested that we all get a copy. So if we could get a copy of that order, that would be helpful. Rachel, was there anything else on that? I mean, I think council will take it up later, but is there anything else you want to put out there about that?
No, I think I said it all earlier. Thanks.
Okay, so the request then, okay, Aaron, go ahead.
Do you mind if I just add something in there that just, Rachel, I appreciate bringing that up. You know, that various communities around the country are looking at pausing, evictions in one form or another. And so one shape that this could take would be to not enforce on overoccupancy during the kind of pandemic crisis. So something that, if we can come back and talk about this, I think that'd be good.
Okay. Mary and Aaron, was that your comment? Your hands up. Do you want to come back?
That was it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Mary?
Yeah, just a comment regarding the charter committee meeting that we're going to try and have, which was regarding the emergency powers and looking at that. When I said that I would be happy to have the charter committee take a look at our mayor, our choice, I was intending it to be next year when we start to look at ballot measures for next year, because I do think it's a complex proposal that both of them actually, ranked choice voting and our mayor, our choice, and I think they need to be separated. they're complex enough that I don't think we could knock it off in a 1-hour meeting next week. But certainly look at it next year as we start to look at ballot measures.
Very good. I think that's everyone. No, yep, that's everyone. So Tom, I'll turn to staff. Tanya, are there other questions you have for us?
Not for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
And for me.
Aaron?
Sorry to interrupt again here, but well, it just that I thought we might have a crack at the mayoral question this year. So Mary, I hear that you're saying that, but I'm not sure what the majority opinion on council was. I thought it was worth giving it a try.
So the way I heard the majority opinion was, let's wait and see what the potential proposed changes would be for a referred measure. If that's correct, then I think, like for me, I'd be willing to consider. I had more people, a majority, who said that they would want to take a look at whatever would come out of potential fixes. So sorry, are we looking for the initiative petitioners to bring those forward, or what are we thinking about it from a process perspective? I don't have an answer for you. Bob might, or someone else on council.
Bob, I know you've been working with those folks some, but
just for a few days, so I don't want to overstate that. Really, just since Friday, they sat down with Sam and I and suggested some changes. I spent a little bit of time with them. I'll ask them. I think time is of the essence here, and so I'll suggest to them that they take on board whatever revisions that make sense, or that maybe council members offer if individual council members want to make suggestions to them, and that they should bring something back to us pretty quick. I would say within the next week or so, because if we're going to consider putting that on the ballot this year, I think we have to have a first reading probably by, the 4th of August, I would think. Certainly no later than the 18th of August. So I'll leave the timing to them, but I think if they're going to make some revisions, they should give it their best shot sometime in the next week or so, and then send that to council, and perhaps CAC can, if they do that, CAC can schedule it for a brief discussion, and council members can then decide whether they think the revisions were sufficient to put it on, or whether, as Mary suggested, it should be deferred to next year and to the charter committee.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Rachel?
It may just be that it's almost midnight, but I'm confused. Like, if I am on that petition, do I go out and collect more signatures, or are we saying you don't need to bother with that because we'll look at putting you on the ballot? Like, just from a customer service standpoint, what are we telling the mayor's petitioners?
We never tell anybody to do anything, and that this is where I think we got a little sideways with telling people to go out and collect signatures in COVID. We're not telling anyone to do anything. Their deadline, as we determined earlier tonight, is July 30th. They can do as they wish between now and July 30th. Maybe they'll collect signatures, maybe they won't. Maybe they think incremental signatures will strengthen their position, or maybe they're willing to roll the dice with council on a referral. That's their decision. I don't think we are telling them to do anything or not do anything, other than I think there seemed to be some council members who signaled a willingness to look at the revised petition if they brought it forward pretty quickly.
I guess maybe stated differently, do we care how many signatures they have when we're looking at that referral? Like, are we saying we like enough of that we're going to look at referring?
I mean, I don't know that we can answer that as a group. I think that's an individual decision by council members. For me, for instance, the number of signatures is less important for a referral question than what's in the measure. If it has, for me, I'm just speaking for myself, if it has too many things in the measure, I'll be less interested, because I agree with Mary that it should be 2 different parts. So I have no idea what's going to come back, but whatever comes back, I don't know for me, but the signature amounts are going to be determined about what I think about it. I think if you want more clear answers, everyone else will have to weigh in on that.
Can I ask a follow-up, Sam, please? Yeah. Thank you. Tom, I just have a question about the referral. I don't know if you mentioned that earlier. So someone is collecting signature right now. Let's say it's the mayor one, or even bedrooms are for people. I think bedrooms are for people. They're very strong. They already have 6,300 signatures. So, but my question is whether it's July 30th or August 5th. The referral process, what is that deadline, that last day? Is it before the petition deadline or after it? And because I think that's very important, because if it's after, then a petitioner will know, okay, I did not meet the deadline that would, I guess, grant me automatic access to the ballot. So now I can refer to council. Or is it's a choice either or? You don't get to decide whether you have the two options.
So it depends on the measure. Bedrooms are for people. If you apply state law, they were required to file 8,096 signatures by June 21st. So they can't meet that deadline. They could file the signatures they have now and ask council to refer it. The deadline for referring for council is September 1st. So they would have time to submit signatures, and then you would make your independent decision on whether to refer it. For our mayor, our choice, the deadline is July 30th. If they submit 8,096 signatures by July 30th, under your interpretation of law, they have to go on the ballot. There's no question. If they submit less later, council can make an independent determination by September 1st on whether or not to go forward. And then for the CU South, their deadline is August 5th for 8,096 signatures. If they submit less, council can make its determination to refer by September 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we don't have any more hands up. There's a few remaining, but I think each person has spoken. So we're getting close to midnight. I should have, and we'll do this retroactively, 11 o'clock, I should have asked for a motion to extend the meeting. Apologies for letting that slip by. So is there anything else besides the update on Excel that we want to do now? Okay, great. I think we're ready, Tom, or Debbie, actually, for moving on.
Should I move to extend the meeting now?
Sure.
I move to extend the meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Anyone object? Seeing none. Okay. Tom?
Okay. Thank you. This was originally scheduled to be a much longer presentation, but we have not made the progress I had hoped by this point. So this is going to be a very brief overview of where we are right now. I'm hoping, I intend for the next presentation to take an hour and describe where we actually are in the negotiations. So at my last presentation was June 16th. Between April 20th and June 19th, there were 15 meetings. Since then, we have 10 more scheduled through Friday, which a total of 25 meetings. Bob, Sam, and Alice have been at 7 of those 25 meetings. There have also been 1 to 3 meetings a week internally. And then we started 2 meetings a week on May 25th. We've scheduled 3 meetings. So there's 3 meetings scheduled this week. We got the community input. What we're trying to do is to take the community input and translate that into positions that we can work out with Excel. These were some of the main topics we got from the community. And we are still focusing on the key goals, the key elements, the carbon goals, distribution system planning to help implement those goals, undergrounding, information sharing, the right to terminate the franchise after 5 years, and preservation of legal engineering status to the extent possible so that if we do terminate, we can still proceed with condemnation. And that is my report.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Great. Seeing none, is there anything else we should touch on before we adjourn the meeting? Okay. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.